a hand and get back more than you give. We connect you to local volunteer organizations with opportunities that fit your schedule and match your interests. Through AmeriCorps Seniors, you can support people in times of need and make your community stronger. You can become a companion to your older neighbors, brightening their days with friendship. You can even become a mentor for young people, serving as a role model and enriching their lives. Are you ready to seize your moment? Visit AmeriCorps.gov/yourmoment and get started today.
Make your holidays shine with festive Utah flavors and breathtaking views. The Roof is now open. Book now at theroofslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Is there a scenario that Joe Burrow
hasn't practiced 11-on-11 yet. So like I said the other day, until we get through some practices, there's no reason for me to even speculate on that.
Well, he's Joe Burrow, so practice yesterday, practice today, practice tomorrow. That's 3 practices. That's some practices, isn't it, PK?
There's really no reason for me to speculate.
Nice. That's Bengals coach Zach Taylor. I want to talk about Joe Burrow's availability. I guess they're tired of talking about the worst defense in the NFL. That probably varies week to week. It's not always the worst defense in the NFL, but it's near the bottom. And that is a massive problem, but maybe they can get Joe Burrow back and overcome that horrific defense. Or just write him off. You're just not going to speculate?
I'd rather talk about the Knicks than the Bengals.
Thursday Night Football, the Bills and the Texans. Prime Video tonight, if you're looking for a little football. Bills, you like them to win the division still? Or are you all in on the Patriots now?
Boy, man, I'm not all in on either, which would be surprising if I went back to August. I would say the Bills, and the Bills.
Yep.
But now I'm not so sure. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to take the Patriots extremely seriously. This is no fluke. Get to this point in the season.
They've won 8 in a row, and they have beaten the Bills head-to-head in Buffalo. The Bills are only 1 game back in the loss column, though, and they will have the chance to square off in mid-December. So that's Buffalo's chance there to take care of business and see if they get some help along the way. Obviously, the Bills, as a first-place team, are playing a more difficult schedule than the Patriots, but that's the breaks. That's the way it goes. They do seem to be set up, whoever doesn't win the division, for a wild card. So they ought to both be in the playoffs. But it's obviously a wild card. You're on the road, and good luck. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson landed back on the injury report. He's now dealing with an ankle injury. They saw him sit out yesterday. Expectation is he'll be ready to play this weekend as they try to run down the Steelers after a 1-5 start. They've won 4 in a row, and they're 1 game behind the Steelers in the AFC North. And those two teams still have to play twice, so anything can happen. And obviously the Ravens need Lamar Jackson healthy. Saints waive veteran wide receiver Brandon Cooks at his request. He signed a 2-year, $13 million deal to join the Saints in March. He's been a non-factor in the offense this season. Whenever you hear the name Brandon Cooks, don't you just think of one play in the north end zone at Rice Eccles Stadium?
I don't remember which end zone it was.
I thought it was the north one.
I don't know.
But in any case, you remember a ball
shot.
you remember the ball over the fingertips onto his fingertips. It really is a game of inches.
Yeah, it's when the Utes were first in the conference, and I said, hey, don't worry about simply not having enough talent on a bad team, because a bad team in this conference most likely will have a good quarterback and a good receiver. And Sean Mannion and Brandon Cooks were the classic example on that. And I know he's been looking at some real estate in Utah, I have been told. So
who is?
Brandon Cooks.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers signed former Utah kicker Matt Gay to the practice squad. He likely will be called up to the game day roster. Eddie Pinheiro dealing with a hamstring strain that he picked up last week. So Matt Gay, former UVU soccer player and U football player, back in the NFL. And the quarterbacks, Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts brushing off reports of frustration from teammates about how he's been approaching the season and his wanting to play his game. Quote, "I'm not surprised by anything. It's kind of the nature of the position, but I put my energy, my focus on trying to go out there and do my best, and trying to learn, trying to build, trying to take the things that I can to try and improve." Is that just the nature of Philadelphia sports? A lot of talking and squawking, and there's a lot of winning there. Seems like people are a little more unhappy. The ratio of happiness to winning seems a little off right now.
Yeah, but I think you're talking about fans and media. This is more about the team.
Yeah. Well, I think the stuff with the fans and media does start with the team. You know, the wide receivers don't love the passing game, and, you know, stats are for losers, but they're also for wide receivers who want to get paid.
Then don't go to Philadelphia.
Well, see, that seems to be good advice.
Don't go to the University of Utah. Who's to blame here?
Minnesota Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy acknowledged the concerns about his accuracy and overall aptitude as an NFL quarterback and offered a metaphor about his hopes to become consistent. Got to make the analogy of just a cork about to come off a bottle. Just understand that it's 1 to 3 little things that I need to change about my game that's going to make a huge difference in the outcome of every single drive in the game. So, yeah, I feel like it's really close, but all comes down to the consistency of the fundamentals. They were winning big in Minnesota, and they made a QB change, so high expectations there, and they're just not happening. Those guys are a ways away from the playoffs at 4-6. The year's just about escaped. Slipped away. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
So moving forward, when some Joe Blow decides to put something on social media out there, we all don't run with it like it's the gospel. Can we all agree on that? And if you have a question about my future with the University of Texas, ask me, ask Chris Del Conte. He'll be more than happy to take your call so that we can set the record straight, so that we can focus on our football team, which is really what we should be doing.
There's Steve Sarkisian on the reports of his status at Texas, speculation that he wants to go off to the NFL to be a coordinator. And the damaging stuff about that speculation is that they've got recruiting in December and the transfer window in January, and that stuff could be getting sorted out in February. So he could be fighting those rumors as he tries to put together next year's team.
We say Joe Blow, so Desmond Howard is Joe Blow?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's easy to go after some slob media making $50,000, but
on social media, Desmond Howard put stuff out there about not being surprised if there'd be a change there in the offseason. And the athletic director quote tweeted it, news to me. So would you like to tell us about the state of the media and breaking news these days and how the standard has changed?
Well, Desmond Howard, with no training, becomes an accredited member of the media.
High profile accredited, yeah.
And so that he's got a voice, and whether he understands, I wonder if he does, the impact. And we were just talking about this yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Yes, we were.
When I was going to NAU, and back in the day where it was typewriters, and I was taking a journalism class there at NAU. I took several, obviously, and if you had one typo, you could hand in a 10-page assignment, and if you had one typo, it was 1 grade lower. And I remember the professor, Ray Newton, taught me a valuable lesson. And I'm literally 17 years old.
Yeah, and he's driving home points that are going to help you get paid for decades. Not one, not two, not three. Yeah.
I mean, it is 1954, so I don't really remember it.
It was not 1954. What are you, 92?
I work out.
Let's see, wait, I can do the math now. Sound nice. 1954, you would have been born in 37. Carry the 1. Yeah, you'd be 88. Okay, you'd be 88.
But we don't have that today.
New Virginia Tech coach James Franklin said he was excited to get going with the Hokies, but added that they must operate like a big-time program. My job is to hold the standard for everybody, the players, the coaches, the administration, be willing to have some tough conversations when necessary. And he's now at a place where 11-1 will be met with great joy, not angst.
Well, be willing to have some tough conversations means he's going to cut guys.
Yes.
And they all do.
Right.
They haven't been. I assume they haven't been winning. I don't follow Virginia Tech.
They've not been winning. They've not.
I know you do, but obviously they haven't been, or they wouldn't make a coaching change.
There it is.
But I couldn't tell you who was the coach. I couldn't tell you what the record was. I couldn't tell you what the record was last year.
They are 3-7 right now. I can tell you that.
So he's going to cut guys and bring in new, especially now more than ever.
Yeah, more than ever.
With the transfer spiel, I think it will probably be like Rich Rod over there in the same area of the country anyway, close to it, to where he brought in like 70 new guys. So that's what we're going to see.
I follow it close enough to know that they just did a thing, and it was over $200 million is going to be pumped into the football program in multiple places. Some of it is facilities that'll take a couple of years to play out as they build stuff. But between now and the end of the decade, they are pouring big-time money into that program. So that's when he says they operate like a big-time program. Apparently they've fallen behind.
As all things to all people, continues unmatched.
Thank you. College Sports Commission, the new enforcement agency at college sports, has asked all sports under its purview to agree to waive their right to challenge future punishments in court as part of an agreement that would give the agency significant power to investigate and punish rule breakers in the era of NIL deals and direct athlete payments via revenue sharing. College Sports Commission sent a 10-page membership agreement to all Power Conference schools yesterday and asked them to sign it in the next 2 weeks. The agreement will not go into effect unless every school signs, and it's designed to close loopholes in the House settlement.
Oh, this would be awesome. I think they should give them windbreakers, too, that say CSC on it.
That sounds like it could be a TV show.
I was going to say, there's going to be
tonight after CSI, CSC. And some guy kicks in the door to Heritage Hall.
You're going to need hundreds of
CSC Columbus.
This is a great opportunity here.
Do any of us want to place odds on every single school signing it?
0%.
Yeah, that seems unlikely. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Here's a man Thompson free throw line. Turns left, throws up a shot around the rim and down. He faked a pass to Şengün, took it left instead and dropped it in for 2 points. Thompson with 12.
Grabs the miss, sails it out of traffic at Dort, sets himself again for an angle right three-pointer and buries that. Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball. Lou coming up big late.
Lobs it off down low over to Bruce Brown. Brown in the paint. Shovel past Peyton Watson. Jumpers up and in for Peyton Watson in a new career high form at an even 30 for P. Watt.
8 on the shot clock. Here goes Davion. Moves to Norm. He'll catch. He'll fire. Knocked down to 3. That's enough. That'll be enough.
Highlights from around the NBA. Had some bad teams squaring off, PK. Some of those teams at the bottom, the Jazz fans had an eye on. Somebody had to win. And sure enough, break out the champagne. A rare W for the Indiana Pacers. They snapped their losing streak. They win 127-118 over the Charlotte Hornets. Win number 2. You feel the celebration? Or you just got Indiana in the bottom 5 at the end of the year? They're not going anywhere.
They're not. Circumstances have transpired to put them in this position.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Most of the bad teams, the Wizards went into the Timberwolves and they got drilled, as you expect. The Sacramento Kings visited the Thunder. You heard the highlight there. Thunder win 113-99. Thunder are 15-1. Kings are 3-12. That was perfectly predictable. The Knicks beat the Mavericks. Cooper Flagg was out ill. The Mavericks with a driving layup to tie the game. 0.7 of a second left, and it was waved off, an offensive foul. Thought they swallowed the whistles at the end. But no.
Not this version of the Mavericks.
Nope.
And then NBA basketball at its best, the Knicks, I heard, became the first team to win despite missing 30 three-point shots and 15 free throws, at least in both categories.
Oh, really? Nice. The daily double right there. Houston Rockets, 10-3 after going into Cleveland and beating the Cavs 114-104. Surprised by that at all?
In November?
Yeah, I know. But nonetheless, how good is Houston? That's a nice road win right there.
I think they're fine.
Donovan Mitchell, 21 points in that game. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Obviously, I know exactly what happened, very aware of all the details, but at the same time, I'm going to let the school handle it the way that they've asked me to handle it, and that's for them to be the people that talk about it. If there's a forum where I'm opened up to speak on it, I will, but I think to this point, they've said what they've said.
Safe to assume that he won't play Friday?
I think it's safe, but I also think there's a lot of stuff still being sorted out.
That's BYU head coach Kevin Young discussing Kevin Kennard Davis Jr., who's been cited for DUI and marijuana possession involving. Is it safe to assume he's not going to play?
That was the question.
Oh, okay.
From our good friend Jay Drew.
Okay.
There's stuff still being sorted out. Safe to assume, but there is stuff being sorted out. So,
yeah, I mean that's a reasonable take by Kevin Young, but he says that we'll let the university speak, but they don't speak.
They do not.
Nor should they speak. I don't think they should. They said what they said, but there's no reason to speak on it anymore. And to what level of suspension? And what's going on in his life? Anytime these things come up, man, it's just I'm going to insist on my stance is going to stay the same. Show as much mercy as you possibly can under the circumstances.
So I guess we wait, and then we see.
Yeah.
Wisconsin Friday afternoon, 2:00.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon.
The games last night, Southern Utah got beat by Washington State 98-74. UVU beat UC Irvine 79-72. Weber State beat Campbell 91-85. So there's the locals playing. Big 12 game of note, Arizona at UConn. And Arizona builds a big lead in the second half, squanders it, and then locks them down in the final minute and a half there, PK. And gets the win 71-67. Forced to miss, got to stop, and then UConn missed some free throws, and UConn's big rally slips away. They squander the opportunity, the big comeback win at home.
Man, you know everything.
No, not everything.
Everything we talk about. I had no idea.
No, I watched a little bit about it. It was on FS1 last night. Alabama went to Chicago and beat Illinois 90-86.
I watched the CMAs.
There you go. Utah welcomes Cal Poly to the Huntsman Center tonight, 7:00, ESPN+. DJ and PK.
#golf.
PGA Tour is in Georgia. Local connection, Zach Blair, Patrick Fishburne in the field. It's the RSM Classic. Don't know much about it, PK. If you're looking for a hole in my sports knowledge, there it is for sure. It's at least one of them.
The evidence, the vote is in, buddy.
The fall series of the PGA Tour.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
Got it.
DJ and PK.
#NHL.
I think just consistency. I think playing a better first period, I think that's where we're really good at when we're winning a lot of games. Just being more prepared, more ready from start on.
That's J.J. Peterka. What do they have to do to get back to winning after a trio of 3-2 overtime losses? Utah Mammoth, look it up. Pile up some points here. They've won just, 2-8 now in their last 10, although they have picked up points along the way. And they're back home. Vegas, the Golden Knights, coming into town to get things started, and they will play tonight, 7:00. You hear the game right here on the Zone. That is what is trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, we're going to talk football with Barry Trammell, sports columnist, Tulsa World, 8:00. Jay Drew, BYU beat writer for the D-News, joins us at 9:00, and we will look ahead to the BYU-Cincinnati game with both of those guys. Coming up next, what is trending is done, so it is time for the question of the day. Hot takes or toast, next, right here on the Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash in Roy blocking part of the intersection at 3500 West and 5600 South. Big backups in Utah County on northbound Mountain View corridor approaching Redwood Road at the moment. Also delays eastbound 2100 North at 3600 West this morning as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a blowout victory on the road against Baylor, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return to the Hill for a showdown against Kansas State in the final home game of the season. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then, catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU preparing for a road trip. Big game Saturday at Cincinnati, and Kalani Sitake is wary of a quick strike Cincinnati offense.
So I've known Scott Satterfield for a while, and he's got a great reputation, does a great job with his team. And they played really, really well this year. They're dangerous. They can put some points on you really quickly with Sorsby as a quarterback. He can run the ball, and he can spread the ball out in the pass game.
This BYU update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's time for Hot Takes or Toast. Time for the question du jour. Since the playoff committee chairman said BYU didn't look good against Texas Tech, how much would it help if the Cougars run up the score in the last two games?
Just speak English.
Blow them out.
Okay, not du jour.
Of the day.
Come on.
Come on.
We're talking to English people here.
Yep.
And they love their English.
And I think they still know what du jour means.
Right. But we speak English. Over there in Serbia, do you think they say question of the day? No.
They might.
They say question du jour.
English can be a global language.
Of course it is. What do you mean it can be? It must be.
No,
what are you thinking?
Well, some countries it's not.
I know. And look at them. And look at us.
China. Lloyd, a bit. They need to show not that they can win, but that they can dominate a team.
They're in a good spot.
Because they don't have to worry about it if they win their last three games? Then they're in?
No, they don't even have to do that. I know your boy, the Hammer, at KSL.com has a thing there that BYU and Utah are in trouble. BYU, I'm talking about BYU. They're in no more trouble than anybody else. Because they don't have to win three more. They got to win two more. The committee chairman, whatever his name is, they changed it on me.
Mm-hmm.
He said that the way the game against Texas Tech looked. All right. So you win your next two, which you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe things can screw you up, but as far as I'm talking about an at-large bid, so you can still get to the conference title game without winning your last two. But I don't want to get bogged down in the weeds.
Bogged down in some
tiebreaker
thing.
Let's just
win the last two, and you're in the conference title game.
The idea is to get into the playoff, right? Not just to get to the conference final,
but to be in the 12-team playoff.
And so,
right.
Because whatever that guy's name was that I'm not going to remember, he said the way it looked. All right. So that means you play Texas Tech again on a neutral field. Well, the way it looked, that tells me that you didn't have to win that game, but you got smoked. So now you go down to Arlington. The way it looked, Not the outcome, the way it looked. So that means you just have to go play Texas Tech tough. Because if you play it to them tough, that takes away the way it looked. Well, if you lose 29-27 or 25, something like that, the way it looked, use his words against him like I love to do to you. Use his words against him, the way it looks. So if you go and play them tough, and you lose, you should be in because the way it looked was pretty good. It was a competitive game, right? How do you argue with that? My work is done, and it's only 7:31 and 18 seconds. And now that I'm running out of breath, it's now at 22.
Everybody sit back quietly for the next 13 minutes. We're just going to sit here in silence. Hold it down, Yak.
Have a good day.
Yeah, I always have a good day when I'm alive.
Well, I think the obvious answer to that is because the head of the committee, whose name we cannot remember, and the committee, the entire committee, will change its tune / their tune.
No. Then
right now they have to justify. Right.
We got lawyers down there.
Right now they have to justify why a one-loss team is ranked below several two-loss teams.
Right.
And
fine.
it's because of the way it looked. But if they lose the second game, it just could be because they have 2 losses.
No. Oh, no, because they'll put in teams with 2 losses. No. So that doesn't work. You told me the way it looked, and it didn't look good. We all saw it. So now go down there and look good. You didn't say anything about winning. It said look good. Didn't say anything about losing. It's the way it looked. So they put looks. It's a beauty contest. How long have I been telling you that? They literally put looks ahead of anything else, and that's their prerogative, and they done did that. So now go there and make it look good, and just say, hey, yo, mama, that was the game du jour. It looked good. That's all they got to do is look good. Baby, you look good. There's a song by Lady Antebellum. You look good. Play it. It's a rock and roll tune. All you got to do is you got to look good. You don't have to win. That's his words.
Dane says the committee has always been biased. It wouldn't matter if it was a 25-team bracket. They would find a way to exclude the Utes and BYU.
Well, they'd have to put one of them in to make it 26.
It's a 25-team bracket.
Yeah.
How does that work exactly?
Right. So they'd be looking good at that point.
Dave, well, it couldn't hurt if they run up the score, but they just need to win out, including the conference championship game, or they just ain't going to the dance.
No, they don't. They don't.
Dave doesn't believe you.
I'm holding. It's not about me. It's the committee chair.
He doesn't believe the committee chair either.
I'm using his words. We all know what looks good and what doesn't look good, and 29-7 with a late touchdown don't look no good.
Yeah, but the other thing in that statement he made, PK, he talked about them getting dominated on both sides of the ball. The defense held its own for BYU.
It didn't look good. That's all subjective.
Okay.
Everything.
Well, this is subjective, and I understand why Cougar fans are thinking that this committee's just going to twist whatever they need to do to leave them out.
But we know what looks good. We can see a game and know Texas Tech lost to ASU, but it looked good. It was a decent loss, right? They're not being penalized because it looked good.
Jason doesn't think it'll look good next time. If they play Texas Tech in the conference title game and they get blown out, then what's going to happen?
Well, that doesn't look good. They're out. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes. So all the standard, the committee has established the standard, look good. Two words, look good. That's it. That's the standard that they have established. And we've got it on audio, video, and every other form of O.
Aaron, the committee will just come up with another excuse to keep them out.
No, it won't.
It's a rigged game.
No,
They only give breaks to SEC and Big Ten teams.
We'll go to the top if that's the case.
The top?
Yeah.
And who is the top? Can't wait.
Who's ever at the top?
The committee chair.
€100 check? Okay.
Yeah. We're going to use his words. Look good. It didn't look good. So go ahead and look good. And you're sitting there at 11-2. That looks good.
Chris says if BYU had Notre Dame's schedule and a record, there's no way they'd be in the top 10. In college football, it isn't about your record or your schedule. It's about the name on the front of the jersey.
Yeah, in Indiana and SMU, they're just legendary programs in college football. Stop with that attitude. Then don't pay attention then.
Mark says the blowouts are minimal help. It's not the Big 12's party. If they're in the Big Ten or the SEC, all is forgiven. It's all a show. It's not real.
Sure, to an extent, but that defeatist attitude just doesn't do me good. What's the point? Why would you pay attention? Why would you be committed to something that you know is rigged? And all these people who complain about the NBA refereeing, and then turn it off and go into something else if it's rigged. Well, if it's wrestling, which I don't pay a lick of attention to, then why bother? No. BYU can earn their way in. I want them to roll these. If they go into Cincinnati and roll them,
eye opener.
Exactly. And you may say, see, you're old school. You may think, oh, come on, dude. That's when you know he's all upset. He called me dude like 3 times yesterday. Dude. Each time while he was laughing, like, oh, that's uncool. Oh, come on. You freaking hypocrite. And here, I'm doing the look because we're trying to drive people to look. So I got to do, this is what it is, people.
You can watch this streaming.
Yeah.
KSL Sports YouTube account.
Yeah, I'm so glad you can finally say those letters in unison. You have no idea what I went through for 4+ years.
A little bit of an idea.
Jeez. So, look good and blow out Cincinnati, blow out Central Florida. Yeah. And if you do think it's rigged and I don't know if it's rigged. Rigged is too strong. But if you want to go biased, slanted, that type of stuff, okay, fine. So then you need to open eyes. And the way to do it is to go back to Cincinnati and beat them 47-12. And the same thing to UCF.
David, no, style points don't mean much. But then obviously they do. So, yes, blow them out. David thinks there's a little bias. Well, I think he's being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
I think he didn't buy. He's heard style points don't matter at times.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
That's what I assume he's going for.
All right, makes sense.
But obviously they do because of the look comment, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, blow them out. And he says, so yes, exclamation point, blow them out, exclamation point.
If they should
He's also acknowledging the conflict here. I'm not sure he thinks that blowing them out will pay off.
Well,
but
no one's
you'd
sure.
better do it anyway.
We're not sure of anything. I already know that. When you're involving a committee, you're never sure. You don't know. So here, go ahead and do that if you have that opportunity. And if it comes down to it, tell Satterfield at the end, hey, I'm sorry, man, but this system, it's the system. What do you want from me? And if this situation were reversed, and Cincinnati was needed to do it, then do it. That's the way it is. That doesn't mean you run trick plays and whatnot. We're not saying that.
But you can leave your starters in, push the ball down the field.
Yeah.
Keep finding Chase Roberts or whoever 15, 20 yards down the field and see if they can break it.
I mean, if you got 52 points and you're inside the 10 and the clock will run out,
Kneel down.
Yeah.
What's the difference between 52 and 59?
You've already done your work.
Yeah.
This is the system that they've created. BYU didn't create it.
But if it's 28-10 in the same situation, go get the touchdown and make it 35.
Especially in November, when we have a clearer picture of how things could play out, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to September, when there's a million things that can happen. And so with that in mind, I don't see how they could be that upset. Or, if you have your backup in there, give them an opportunity, maybe not throw deep, but do this. And every program says, no, that's not who we are. Well, bull crap. You're supposed to say that. Kyle said that on Monday. That's not who we are.
But if it's the difference between getting in the playoff and not getting into the playoff.
I mean, you scored 50 points 2 of your last 3 games. What is running up the score? What is defined now? That has become more vague and blurry as time has gone on, and especially here in November. And then do it, and then go play Texas Tech close. You beat Texas Tech, obviously there's no issue. But then what happens to Tech? They got 2 losses. They blow out Texas Tech, and they don't get in.
Ooh, that'd be something. Tumbling from 5 or wherever they
And
are
then
when that rolls around.
Hector dude, or whatever his name is, he comes out and says, well, Texas Tech didn't look good.
Hector, Hunter,
And it's still one bid, but it falls on somebody else's shoulders, not on you.
Yeah, they didn't look good. What would they do then? Oh, my gosh. Cody Campbell's head would burst. All that cash.
I have to say, for a long time, I have assumed that if two teams are 11-1 and they go to the championship game, that both would get in. But there are scenarios where you can see where that wouldn't happen. I mean, they're clearly valuing some of these two-loss teams.
I'd put them both in. To me, they're both worthy to be in. If BYU wins these next 2 games, plays Texas Tech tough, and the only bad loss was at Texas Tech when game day and everybody and their dog was there, and you fell apart on a big stage, and then you regroup basically 3 weeks later and go out there and make adjustments, and there's something to be said for that. If you're looking at a combined, what would that be? 23-3 or something between the two teams. That ought to be plenty good enough. That would be stupid. And it's not about BYU. If it were Utah or whomever.
It's about 11-1 teams going in the title game.
University
Ought
of
to be in the
Arizona.
playoffs.
If they were in there, I'd be standing on a corner saying they should go. It's about what's right.
Well, ought to and will be, PK, are 2 very different things.
I know, because I don't have a vote. I mean, we talk. That's the essence of fairness, and I get all that. But I will stand. I will die on that hill.
There are only 9 Power 4 teams with a shot at 11-1, and we'll see if any of them get left out. Some of them will obviously play their way in with automatic berths, and there'll be no decision. And then for the rest of them, we'll see. Georgia Tech's at 9-1. They're in a bad spot right now, and BYU's 9-1 and just barely below the line. All the other teams are pretty much taken care of.
You have to reward sustained consistency. And 12 games, that's everyone's season. They all play that. And to only lose 1, get out of town, man. You have to reward that. And they will get rewarded. If they go to Texas or play Texas Tech and it's a close game deep into the 4th quarter, they're in. You can friggin' mark my words.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us. Barry Trammell coming up, top of the hour. Jay Drew at 9 o'clock. More football on the way.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound delays on I-15, Ogden and Riverdale right now. Northbound I-15 thick and slow. It's thoughts Thanksgiving Point scattered between delays, Utah County. Also northbound Mountain View corridor approaching Redwood Road at this moment. And eastbound 2100 North approaching the I-15 ramp is also bogged down at this moment. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. System installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today.
With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. There was no Texas Tech hangover for the Cougars as they took their frustrations out on TCU. Now the Cougars hit the road for a huge Big 12 battle against Cincinnati. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes. UCCU, proud sponsor of GNL. Get cash and save on loans this Black Friday season. Check out UCCU Black Friday money deals now at UCCU.com. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes getting ready for Senior Day with Kansas State Saturday. Freddie Whittingham, tight ends coach, asked about how his tight ends have played.
Some of the guys that have been coming along, like Semi and Sione, and it was a bummer that we lost Hunter early on to a season-ending injury because he was off to a great start. But I think overall, the group as a whole, I think, is doing what they're supposed to do to contribute to the offense being successful for sure. And that's their goal every day, do whatever it takes for us to move the ball and put points on the board.
This Utah Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kick it!
DJ PK, it is time for the band of the day. It's the Beastie Boys. Mike D turning 60. Brought to you by Live Nation for all of the live concerts events in 2025. Check out livenation.com.
And Dirk Bentley's turning 50.
Dirk's the big 5-0.
He's my artist of the day.
Yep.
What was I thinking? Born in Phoenix, Arizona.
Well, we sit here and wonder about a team with one loss being stacked up in the college football playoff rankings behind teams with 2 losses. I see the conversation clearly around Miami is how can a team with 2 losses be behind Notre Dame if they have 2 losses and they're head-to-head? Miami won when they played head-to-head. Now, it was at home, and it was close, so how did it look? Well, it looked like it was a field goal right at the end of the game. But nonetheless, Miami has a head-to-head win, and this could be something that we're discussing here in a couple weeks. If BYU has 2 losses and Utah has 2 losses and Utah were to leapfrog them and maybe one of these other teams, maybe Oklahoma loses to Missouri or something, and suddenly Utah jumps over BYU and Oklahoma and they're in and BYU fans are screaming, both teams have 2 losses. BYU has a head-to-head win. How could this happen? Exact same thing Miami's screaming about Notre Dame right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How does it happen that in a place where my whole sports life, PK, that head-to-head has mattered. It's been the NFL tiebreaker for as long as I can remember. Maybe there was a time it wasn't, but I don't remember it. And I think they've used head-to-head as an NBA tiebreaker in playoffs. Head-to-head, it's kind of, that always seems the default go-to first tiebreaker in any situation I can remember. And now it's not.
Well, that's when the schedules are somewhat similar, if not exactly similar. And so here, you're judging by every single game. And it goes back to what Hector said, that the thing is, how did it look? That was essentially a tie.
It was a close game right to the end. Yep.
If it was 27-10, that would be another story. It factors, but it's not the factor.
I think Miami gets hurt because it was a home game, not a neutral field game. You know, it wasn't some season opener in Dallas or Atlanta. I wonder if that would land differently.
I think,
or if it had been in South Bend.
They get hurt because their losses were much deeper in the year, and then Notre Dame has won, 8 in a row? What have they won?
Yeah. 8 in a row.
And so, and they barely lost that game. I don't really have a problem with it.
Louisville and SMU are Miami's losses, and those teams are both 7-3, and those are deemed bad losses. But they are compared to losing to undefeated Texas A&M.
I don't think they're
by 1
bad
point.
Losses.
I don't either, but I think that's how they've been deemed. Certainly they've been deemed just worse than
yeah, but that doesn't make them bad. They have been Notre Dame has been judged as better. Yeah.
And it's not close. 9th to 13th. When the number 10 is what really matters. They're not barely behind them. They got multiple teams to leapfrog here.
I don't think that's that big of a deal.
But I think the head-to-head in the case of BYU-Utah, I do think if they both have 2 losses, if BYU gets a second loss, they're going to drop behind Utah, despite that head-to-head win. That's what I would anticipate.
If BYU gets a second loss.
Let's say they lose to Cincinnati, and BYU's 10-2 and Utah's 10-2, I would think Tuesday night when they do the reveal, 5:30, whatever it is, we'll see BYU behind Utah, even though they have the same record, and BYU would have the head-to-head win.
I'm not sure that I have a problem with that.
Because, again, it was a close game. multiple fourth quarter
You
lead
blasted
changes.
Cincinnati. You lost to Cincinnati.
Right. So those games count, but the head-to-head doesn't.
I mean, yes, it does. You act
No,
like
it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because if it didn't, they would be ranked much lower. Or worse. It does count.
It's the only reason they're as close as they are?
It doesn't count more than anything else counts. You're trying to elevate something.
Oh, yeah, because to go back to my NFL
this
example,
isn't the NFL.
it's been
BFD about the
first time
NFL.
Yeah.
So what?
I know it's not the NFL. I get that.
They don't vote on the NFL.
They do not.
So once you have voting, if you have 12 people, 20 people, 5 people, they're going to all have their different opinions and their different ideas. So the NFL, nothing is voted on. These are the rules. And if you wanted standard rules, I don't see that's apples and kumquats. All your little pathetic sports life. It's all set up ahead of time.
They do not want rules set up ahead of time.
Right.
They want to pick who they want to pick.
So if it were set up, whereas the NFL is, here is the tiebreaker procedures, just like it is in the conferences. Everything is determined ahead of time. So you know going into it, this is what it is. I mean, there's a scenario for just about anything in this committee world. Not when there is no committee and there's bylaws and rules.
Right. And they list them out and print them out and you go look them up if you want.
But they don't have that here.
Nope. Here they put a few people in a room and they pick them.
And I think it's understood that the entire season is judged, not a singular game. Because if you have singular games, what's to say, well, wait a second, we beat this team by more. Suppose they don't play each other. Well, we beat this team by more. So you're hung up on and a lot of people are, not you, but the premise
you plural.
is head-to-head.
Yeah.
Okay, well, suppose there isn't head-to-head, but there is common opponents, and we beat this team by more. Well, so I just moved the bag back. Well, wait, we didn't play head-to-head. So, like, ASU and BYU didn't play head-to-head.
I think the most important thing is that, the pro sports set and to a degree, conferences also have set the rules in advance.
Yeah.
And they don't want to set rules in advance because they want to do what they want to do.
Well, you don't know what it's going to be. It's so all over the place. It's too big.
Too big with too few data points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to go on feel. And this is going to happen every year. Until there is the college is the NFL.
Unless the Big Ten gets its way.
And we have a commissioner. And here are the rules that apply across the board.
But the SEC doesn't want to do that. The SEC commissioner doesn't want to give a power, and the SEC commissioner doesn't want to sign off on multiple automatic bids.
Brett Yormark, if they've got more bids or they got the same bids as the SEC and the Big Ten, but you lose your job, is he going to agree to that? No.
Absolutely not. But the one rule that they have set up going forward, that as of next season, the Big Ten and the SEC have the right to make the rules. The Big 12 and the ACC don't have the right. It's been a committee, and everybody's got to sign off on it, and those days end as soon as this playoff is over this year.
Sure.
So it does matter what the SEC wants, because they hold
But it matters what the Big 12 wants, or Big 10 wants too.
It does.
And the Big 10 commissioner, Guyans is an Italian, Guyans and Val, is he going to go and say, okay, we got what we want, but I lose my job? No. It's like the diversity thing. Everybody wants diversity as long as it's not at the expense of your job.
But the Big Ten does want they want automatic bids, but they know they're going to have to leave some at-large bids out there. And there's going to be a committee, no matter what it looks like. That's what the SEC wants, and they're not signing off on anything else. It doesn't appear that there is anything that will make the SEC sign off on anything else.
I don't care.
DJ PK, when we come back, we're talking football with Barry Trammell. Big 12 guru, sports columnist for the Tulsa World. Next, right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Or in Mississippi.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are joined now by Barry Trammell, columnist for the Tulsa World. Barry, good morning.
How's things in Salt Lake?
Tense. College football fans on the edge of their seats. There's 2 weeks left, and who are the first 2 teams below the line and outside of the college football playoff? BYU at 11 and Utah at 12. There's tension, Barry.
Probably pretty good ratings for that Tuesday night show, and good ratings in Salt Lake for that Tuesday night show.
Well, yeah, we're looking at it and to the level of what's fair, what isn't fair, head-to-head, and all that stuff. You know, I think that once you involve a committee, it turns into a beauty contest. And the thing that we've been talking about is that my line of thinking is the committee chairman comes out and says that BYU, they're with only 1 loss, is down a little bit behind some 2-loss teams, obviously. And he says, well, the game against Texas Tech didn't look good, right? That's the quote. The way it looked. He used that verb look and looked in the past tense because that's what it is. All right. So I'll take him at his word and the way it looked. So my line of thinking is if the Cougars go ahead and beat Cincinnati back there and then come home next week and close out the regular season against UCF, and then they get into the game in Arlington, the standard now established by the committee is look good, not win. It's look good. So all they have to do is go to Arlington on a neutral field, and it's all with quotes around it because it's not easy. But all they have to do is make that game look good according to the words of the leader of the committee. I don't see how you argue. I made that statement this morning, and I wanted to leave because I said I won the argument. There's no reason for me to continue the show till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, here's the problem. The problem is you got 13, or I guess no, we're down to 11. We can't keep people on the committee. They're dropping like flies. But you got 11 people in there voting, and then one guy has to go and explain the vote. And the PR nature, the presentation of these rankings is problematic in my mind. I think there's a lot of things with the format of the selections I'm not crazy about either, but just the TV show itself is problematic. We might be better off. A lot of people say don't have any rankings, which that may be a valid thing. I'd almost be better off not having anybody explain them because it just makes us madder, right? It doesn't bring any clarity. It brings more confusion. The more they talk, the more confused we are. Like down here in Oklahoma, the chief thing seems to be, and this is actually very much relatable to BYU and Utah. They don't seem to care near as much about your wins as they do your losses. Like the idea that Notre Dame would be ahead of Alabama, it's sort of silly when you just look at the people they've beaten. But Alabama lost to Florida State. Turns out there's a bad loss. And they don't like to forgive people for bad losses. no matter how many good teams you beat. And Notre Dame hadn't beaten anybody of substance except USC, turns out. So they love themselves, the people who avoid bad losses and have fewer losses. So I think those are the keys that what we've learned from them, as sort of the same way last year. So I like your deal about Brigham Young. I think that's valid. I'm sure I've said this before with you guys, but the thing that drives me bananas is, when they start using statistical analysis, when they start talking about, watching the games, they're proud of the iPads they walk around with. I think people say, well, we need more coaches on there. We need fewer coaches on there. We need more plumbers, and we need more history teachers, and we need more insurance salesmen. We need more people who just make basic, everyday, common sense decisions every day, throughout the week. And we need people who don't fancy themselves as football experts. We're not trying to build a team. We're not doing an NFL draft. Trying to gauge what football teams have done the most to get into the playoff, and the committee seems to have a struggle with that.
One thing that would help both BYU and Utah if the teams in the top 10 lost. Now, 3 of them are on byes, and 4 or 5 of them have what look to be pretty lopsided or completely lopsided matchups. Alabama, Eastern Illinois were all on the edge of their chair for that thing. But there are a couple good games here. USC is at Oregon, 7th-ranked Oregon. That's a good test. 8-2 USC at 9-1 Oregon. And then your Oklahoma Sooners. We assigned them to you. You're an Oklahoman. We're not, so they're now yours. Are hosting the Missouri Tigers, who are 7-3, 3-3 in the SEC. Could Missouri go into Norman and win the game, and Oklahoma with a third loss might tumble then and open the door for somebody like BYU or Utah?
Oh, absolutely. That could happen, and if they lose, it will happen in terms of everybody moves up. And it should happen. I mean, a playoff team or a would-be playoff team that loses at home to a good but not great Missouri team playing without its quarterback doesn't deserve a playoff berth, I don't think. So, the problem we got, and this is not unfair in this specific instance because I think that's valid, but we're back to the old days where you just hope people ahead of you lose so that you can move up. And that's very reminiscent of the old AP poll days when if you were number 7 at this time of the year, you needed people to tumble because you couldn't win your way past a lot of teams. So, but yeah, the USC, Oregon, and Oklahoma, Missouri. It's a shame here. This is the third. No. This is the 4th Saturday in November, and we got a slate of games. The way that we've got is just an abomination. A lot of people on the bye. A lot of people playing the rum-dums. The Big 12 is not engaging much in that. Tech, I think, is off this week. Tech and whoever else, West Virginia or somebody. But we don't have that many good games. I don't understand it. So we have to take what we can get. But yeah, BYU. Listen, no offense taken from the fine folks of Utah praying the rosary for Missouri this week. We understand they're all card-carrying members of the USC and Missouri fan clubs. And, good luck to the Cougars and the Utes. They're going to have, it's pretty clear to me that the committee likes Utah. The Utes have been waxing people so bad. They like it when they like teams that win big. They like you to avoid defeat. But when it comes to victory, they like teams that dominate. When maybe they should, and Utah's been doing that. That crazy Utah offense is a runaway mine train. So they like Utah a lot. and it's going to be tough for the Utes without BYU losing. It's going to be tough for Utah to gain much traction. So I guess for Utah, of course, wishes nothing but ill will on BYU this week, in addition to the ill will they do every week. But now I have not looked this up, but I read it. Is it true? The 5-way tie scenario puts Utah in Arlington. Is that right?
I do not know that.
5-way?
5-way. If BYU loses to Cincinnati, and everybody else wins out, including BYU and Utah, I don't think any of them play each other the rest of the year. So we'd have a 5-way tie at 5-2. I mean, at 7-2. BYU, Utah, Cincinnati, Arizona State, and whoever I'm leaving out.
Houston.
So I think strength of schedule becomes the criteria, and I think Utah advances. And that's not a crazy scenario. We just need BYU to lose to Cincinnati, and it very well could happen.
Yes.
And in that instance, Utah gets a swing at Texas Tech, and the Utes would have to win. But a lot of people like Utah. I think that might be a better way for Utah to get in than just hoping they move up by osmosis.
Yes, I think that this game at Cincinnati Saturday is the deciding game because we don't see BYU losing to UCF. And so if they beat Cincinnati because they got UCF at home to close out the season, essentially they clinch without clinching, and then everybody else doesn't have a chance. But if they lose to Cincinnati, then it's on. It's a bunch of stuff that could go crazy. I suppose maybe in the Utes losing at Kansas, who knows? But that's why we're looking forward to this game, because it without literally and using the word essentially replacing that, that's what we look like we have Saturday night.
Yeah. What time's BYU Cincinnati? That's 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock your time, yeah.
7 o'clock. Okay, that's good. I'll get home in time to see that. So that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the better games. It might be the third best game. I assume it is the third most in terms of ranking of the teams. That's the number 3 game in America.
Impact on the race to be the second team in the Big 12. It's and our area of the country, it's huge. In other places, it would be knocked down a peg or two. I think SC in Oregon, but I'm an old Pac-12, Pac-10 guy, so I still have those biases.
Yeah, but I think based on the poll this year, that's a huge game. And I think the other question has to be answered, what does USC look like when they win, and how much credit they get, and how high do they vault up based on that victory?
I think
here's what you got. Here's what you got in Oklahoma. The Sooner fans are torn between their eternal hatred of Lincoln Riley and wanting to lose everything, including his walk to the mailbox. They want him, he'd step off the curb and break an ankle. But if they could win and squirm their way into the standings and the Sooners could win out, is there a way we could have a final ranking of 7 and 10?
Yes.
Or 8 and 9? And then all of a sudden, the Trojans are sent to Norman, Oklahoma.
I would love it. I would love it.
Oh, my goodness. Let me tell you something. That would be the closest thing we'd ever see to the Roman Coliseum. I promise you. And nobody's got their thumbs up, I tell you. So,
yeah, they should do that. We know they do it in the NCAA's basketball. Put a little drama on top of the actual matchup. Why not?
Yeah, so that would be a wild one. What's crazy, though, is the 2 prime slots, TV-wise, for the first round of the playoffs, ESPN has sold to TNT. So the Saturday afternoon and the Saturday night playoff games are on TNT, which I find fascinating. I don't know why they didn't sell on the Saturday morning game and maybe the Friday night game. But we're talking so I don't even know where the marquee matchups would be. We're going to have 2 dud games, it looks like. In the first round of the playoffs. We'll have that the mid-major, so Tulane or James Madison, whoever it is. And then whoever comes out of the ACC, Virginia or Georgia Tech's going to play that's going to be a really good game if Virginia goes to Alabama. Virginia will hang tough and get beat 34-3. So we got 2 duds in the playoff coming. So I'm anxious to see how they divvy those up with TNT and ESPN, considering TNT has the Saturday afternoon and Saturday night games.
I think they got those games because I'll bet those are the times that compete with NFL games, which they assume will hold the ratings down.
That's probably right. Maybe they'll give them James Madison and Virginia. That could put OU USC at the early kickoff on Saturday or the Friday night game. Because there'll be another good game. Ole Miss playing, so I don't know who it might be. Ole Miss and Notre Dame, whoever. It's going to be a half and half deal. But no, hey, listen, Brigham Young at Cincinnati is one of the coolest matchups of all time because of the differences in the schools and the settings and the football programs and all that. You go to the Wasatch Mountains and you go to Lavelle Edwards Stadium and you sit there. You got this glorious scene. You got the mountain. You got the Y up on the side of the mountain. You got some snow-capped stuff. It's just a glorious setting. One of the best in college football. And you go to Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati, and you feel like you're like in, Michigan Avenue in Chicago or Times Square. You're right in the middle of a massive city. You've got skyscrapers in the background. You got the school. You got the university campus all around you. I've never seen a stadium so shoehorned into a place. You can be standing like in the seat, and you can be sitting in a seat at Nippert Stadium, and you're like 75 feet from the student union. You're like 50 feet from the campus wellness center. I mean, they just crammed this little stadium right in between a bunch of buildings. Now, that's not really true because they built it 120 years ago. But it's just an unbelievable urban setting, and it's really cool. I like both places, but they are just so vastly different. The BYU fans, I think, are really going to find it interesting playing at Cincinnati. They call it the Wrigley Field of college football. I don't know that Cub fans call it that, but Cincinnati fans call it that. So that's going to be a cool setting and a really good game. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
From a long way away and a different vibe than us, do you feel like BYU gets it done on the road? Cincinnati's coming off back-to-back losses, just a soul-crushing beating at Utah. And at home, I think, probably you expect them, if they're who they want to be, they expect them to bounce back against Arizona. But Arizona seems to be on the rise, and Arizona gets them. So I'm wondering what kind of effort and confidence Cincinnati brings to this game.
Well, I think Cincinnati will play well, or I don't think effort's going to be a problem. I do think they played a little over their head, though. I do think they're not as good maybe as their record indicates. I think they've done a nice job producing a really good season. I'm very encouraged by what they've done. But I think Brigham Young's a better team. And I think BYU, I don't know if Tech provided a wake-up call, but Brigham Young looked like a different team against TCU. I mean, TCU's not great, and they're just sort of a solid team. But they generally play everybody tough. They go down to the wire with Iowa State, go down to the wire with Arizona State. They go down to the wire with Baylor. That's just, they're just a good team that plays people tough. Win some, lose some. And BYU took them to the woodshed.
Yeah.
And that was a mismatch. And it looked to me like Brigham Young just sort of woke up because it had been driving along that pathway of, doing okay, but really toying with some teams they shouldn't toy with. And it looked like they got a good wake-up call. And so I think Brigham Young will go to Cincinnati and take care of business and come back to Provo with a chance to make the playoff.
Barry, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us and talking a little football.
Hey, see you guys later.
Okay. All right, see ya. Barry Trammell, we'll look for him on Press Box Cutaways of the Oklahoma-Missouri game.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma rolls. They're playing really good football. And I think the SEC gets 5 teams in minimum.
They're set.
I mean, half the top 10 is SEC.
This would be a great win for Missouri. Missouri's 3-3 in league, and their 3 wins are against bottom feeders. So
yeah,
this would be far and away their best conference win. It wouldn't even be close.
Right.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jay Drew, beat writer for the Deseret News, covering the BYU Cougars, joins us at 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 currently under the speed limit between North Salt Lake and downtown Salt Lake City. Northbound I-15 also busy in Bluffdale, also in Murray as you head toward 21st South on your way to downtown. Delays continue in Tooele County on SR 36 at Lake Point. Also delays on the 201 freeway from Mountain View Corridor to I-15 this morning. This update is brought to you by our friends over at GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. We watch Oklahoma do its thing, and then you go, wow, can you believe they beat Alabama at their place? And to do it on November 15th, just impressive. We never say that.
Why does the date matter?
It doesn't, but here we are because it does. The Alabama loss at Florida State, no one cares about anymore. Texas has to play Texas A&M last game. And of course, Texas A&M is going to do the thing that the SEC does. They're going to lose a freaking game. And then Texas is going to get vaulted up as a 3-loss team because they just beat number 3 Texas A&M. Well, when did you do it? November 25th. Wow. So you see where we're going here?
Yeah.
We're watching the car wreck happen in slow motion, and we have no ability to stop it. It's one of those terrible dreams where you're like reaching as slow as you can to try to stop something. Can't do it. Cannot do it.
And then you're left thinking, man, even in a 12-team playoff, they somehow managed to rig the system.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At SLC Fat Loss, we get it. You've tried everything. Diets, shots, shakes, even advice from so-called weight loss experts on Instagram with no real credentials or real clients. Don't risk your health or hard-earned money with advice from strangers online. Our doctor-developed program has helped thousands of real people with busy lives finally lose the weight and keep it off for good. Get expert guidance with a proven plan to lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Lowest prices of the year now through December 31st, only at slcfatloss.com.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year with this $400 off holiday sale. But hurry, limited spots available. Do the program from anywhere you live. Get your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and Cincinnati coming up 6 o'clock Mountain Time Saturday night. Isaiah Glasker playing a night game in the Eastern Time Zone.
You get the 2-hour difference. It's like still like we're playing at 8:15. I feel like most of our games this season have been 8:15, getting home at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So, I don't know. At this point of the season, I feel like we're already used to it, and it's I don't know. I feel like the Cougs play better at night.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No sleep till.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And then listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Dubbed it almost perfectly.
If you're watching the show stream, PK was lip-syncing along.
Yeah. It's been a rough few weeks for me. I got fired from that, got fired from the other gig the other night. Oh, man. See? I've been fired a lot in my life. Got fired from the Jazz TV. Hell, they don't even let me do radio anymore. I got fired from that.
Just stay here where you're loved, PK. Just stay here where you're loved.
Think about it, man. I've been fired more times in this town than any media member ever. That's the truth.
The best part about this is 15 seconds before he came back to break, he muttered a topic to me.
Well, we can get to it.
And now, pivot. We're doing this.
No, this is not a segment topic.
Okay, I just want to say, why don't you just go Johnny Cash and get it over with?
What? Boy named Sue? What are you talking
Yeah, you've been fired here. You've been fired. I've been fired everywhere.
Think
I've
about
been
it,
everywhere.
though.
I've been fired
it's
everywhere.
It's a fact. I've been fired more times in media gigs in this town who still has a media gig than anybody. I got run there. I got run here. I got run there. Hey, see, I'm running PJK.
I would say that you had contracts lapse, which is different than being fired.
Sure.
I mean, you're not there. I get that.
However you want to couch it, I know. That. Your feelings are so much deeper. Mine, you just crush them. No big deal. Move along, son. I get it. I get how it works. I don't think I'm not over here in a lot of pain. I just mask it.
Paycheck is why I live in Utah. And how do you mask your pain, PK? More golf?
By being loud and obnoxious, just like always.
So every time you're loud and obnoxious, it's just the masking of pain.
Now you finally figured it out.
The end. All right. Once again, let's just sit here quietly for the next hour and 25 minutes. The show's over.
Show's only just begun.
Oh, okay. Sing that.
I don't want to give you white lace and promises.
All right, the topic you wanted to discuss, which I have borderline almost forgotten at this point.
Because you're a dope.
Nope. The greatest ever.
This is the biggest win that is facing BYU or the most crushing, soul-destroying loss. And it's crazy to think that you could be Saturday night 9-2, and this sucks lowest of any BYU defeat ever. But I think that's realistic.
I think the crushing loss I could probably sign off on. I'm trying to think what would compete with it.
Nothing. Because the stakes have never been higher.
Yeah, I know, and I get that. And that's why I'm taking a long pause here as I'm running through the nominees and thinking, do I really? So the nominees are, since you just watched the CMAs last night, the nominees are. Well, I think you have to put that Utah 54 point. But to your point, it was a September game. What were the stakes?
BYU is totally erased the independent era. It's not. You look in their media guides; it's not even in there.
That's two different things. That's two different things. I know they've moved past it in a big way. Totally agree with that. But nonetheless, when people walked out of the stadium, their soul was crushed. Yak, you went to Mountain View High. You grew up amongst
What was Utah's record that year?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was game 2 or 3. I mean, they were 1-1 or 2-0.
No, that year, not at that point in the year. That year,
that might have been one of the 5 and 7 seasons.
The BFD.
Yeah, it is because you're that far behind your rival.
No.
Yes.
And your rival is that far behind everybody else in their conference.
That was a bad loss. But I think because of what you say about the stakes, and I hate it when you do this because you do it like weekly. The greatest thing ever. And then you always put the comma. I admit I'm a prisoner of the moment. Comma. The greatest, the worst thing ever.
The stakes have never been higher for BYU football.
But
that's not an arguable statement.
This is one where you got a good case. I don't think it's the best
case. It's open shut. Case closed.
It's not. Well, I mean, you still have to go back to Michigan when they won the national title as the greatest win because they actually got the title. That's how they did it in that era. I get you don't like that era. It was weird and blah blah blah. But nonetheless,
hey, they played tough to beat a 6-5 Michigan team.
I know all of that. Yeah, but nonetheless, that was how it worked in that era, and they got it.
Don't we have to look back just to last year?
No, this is higher.
I'm just saying, like last year they were on track. Dropped back-to-back games and ultimately missed out. And
sure.
That is.
This would be more soul-crushing than Arizona State. And Arizona State is a big old disappointment.
Because of what happened last year, that makes it more soul-crushing this year.
I buy that.
Fair.
I buy that. There are a lot of guys running around on the field in Cincinnati Saturday who went through it last year.
Yeah.
And presumably should have learned from it.
Well, they've talked about that.
I don't know how you can learn from it. If it's a football game and the ball's in the air, I learned from last year. I got to catch this. That's just blah blah blah.
No,
that has no bearing on anything.
No,
tackling and blocking.
That's
what matters.
Blocking and tackling in most of the game, not blowing assignments.
Right. Well, I missed an assignment last year against ASU. I better block Dante Corleone before he gets Michael to shoot me in the head.
The focus you bring. The emotion you bring, the determination you bring.
Which is why if they don't get it, it'll be that much more soul-crushing.
Agreed. So you just disagreed with yourself.
No, I didn't.
Should I do it? Thank you for making my point.
No, I didn't. I amplified my point that because of last year, I don't think last year in the actual game, you want to work out in January and do all that other stuff and pay attention to detail.
I'm with you. But I'm saying in the actual moment of the game, all you're thinking about is whatever the assignment is right in front of you. You're not thinking, well, we lost last year, so we can't do that again because I spent all January and I spent all February stewing over it and I lifted harder and I ran faster. No, that doesn't matter in the moment. Two different things. That's what I'm saying. In the moment when the game is played, who plays better? The guy's not, Parker Keeks is not like, oh my gosh, man, we lost that game last year. That punt, it's at its apex. I better catch it. I better catch it. I better catch it. No!
I don't think that's how it plays out. I think that's actually a negative way it would play out.
So
and I don't anticipate him playing that way.
You play the game and go ahead and do what you do. And if you lose, it'll be the most soul-crushing loss in BYU fandom history. Because we're talking to the fans. We ain't talking to the players. We ain't talking to the coaches.
The loss I can talk about, I don't think it's the biggest win ever, but the loss. Now, it'd be interesting.
Oh, the biggest win ever. You're in the conference title. You had your little freaking Rose Bowl, but that's so outdated now. It's about getting here, and we're here, and you're going to play in. What were you going to play in the Sun Bowl? As a San Diego State fan said to me years ago, you're playing the Sun Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck in your Sun Bowl. Come on, wake up.
No, I think the national championship is still the biggest win. Where it doesn't matter for a lot of people is it's so long ago now that for a couple generations of people, it doesn't resonate.
They did.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to go more with the people who are 40 and under weren't born yet. But you're right. A lot of people were there. Yes, are dead.
Because you want to spin the positive. I get it. You're old. You don't have much time left, and you're still worried about your freaking image.
Nope.
I'm going to tell you the truth.
No, you're not.
They dead.
No, you're not.
That whole memory thing, get out of town because that was nonsense. Here you can get into the playoff, and nobody needs to vote you in. Mark Harlan can sit there and just do whatever he wants.
That's an argument.
It doesn't matter. You're in.
That's an argument for the conference championship game, but not for Cincinnati.
Right, but this is the biggest step to get to that point to date.
I'm not going with biggest win ever. I'll go with most soul-crushing loss. You're getting to such a big stage and so close, and to go through it, again, with the back-to-back losses.
They said they were never going to let that. They learned from their experience. Every single one of them, they learned. They learned from their experience, and they did it. And that's just a life lesson that cannot be taught otherwise through any other means but this. Their very success in their lives rides on this game. They learned from it.
They'll get fired 14 times by 14 different stations if they don't learn from this game.
They learned.
They will go down your path.
Yeah. Who's going to say they're not even going to mention that they learned from last year. Every day you're supposed to learn something. I hate cliches, and that's all that is.
That is not a cliche.
100 we learned from. No, you went out and you played better in
Why?
The moment.
Because they learned.
Yeah, Bachmeier, he learned a whole hell of a lot last year when he didn't even pay attention to it.
And that's why I said when this started, they have a lot of guys who played last year. I didn't say they all played last year.
Oh, you
Obviously,
didn't? I thought
guys.
everybody played last year. I thought they returned the whole team. My bad.
Make a bad point and then mock me for it. Nice.
I actually thought, make a bad point.
Yes.
You did. I agree that the most important position guy who plays it had no idea he'd even be at BYU at this time last year.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sheesh.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slow ride into downtown Salt Lake City from North Salt Lake this morning. Northbound I-50 also still slow from wet roads between Murray and downtown as well. Also lingering delays on eastbound SR 36 at Lake Point in Tooele County as well. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ben, you yesterday had a strong opinion about the Utah quarterback situation with if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Because right now, the argument for Devin Dampier is we're playing at the level to win a Big 12 title. Why would we change the most important position on the field for what has been some bright flashes but is a relative unknown? And I like Bird. I don't know what this decision's going to come down to. What I am confident in is they're both going to get $1 million offers this summer.
And whether you want to say that this decision between the two needs to be made today or needs to be made in the offseason, the rubber will meet the road. Because I don't think they can commit that portion of their salary cap to two players or their budget or whatever. You're not going to pay two quarterbacks crazy amounts of money. You need that money for the linebacker.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players. It's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with Bucked Up Energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Celebrate the season 10 floors up at The Roof in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building. The Roof is now open with a sparkling new design and an a la carte menu full of Utah classics dressed for the holidays. Reserve your holiday table now at theroofslc.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes getting ready for K-State, the final home game of the year. Devin Dampier talking about the fun he has had in Utah's offense.
Just on the offense side of things, it's really fun. We get to call a lot of plays, and a lot of them do work. So it's pretty fun to be on the offense where everything clicks. Winning in the trenches is huge, too. Getting to see our O-line get the credit. Normally, O-line doesn't get too much credit in football, so I love to see those boys shine. And just defensively, they've always had our back. And, we had more of their back last game, but, they basically scored 14 on themselves. So it's been a fun year for sure.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern Utah High School Player of the Week goes to Ridgeline High School's Graham Livingston. Livingston, a BYU commit, tallied 8 catches for 109 yards and 2 scores in a 48-22 rout of Provo, and they are moving on to the 4A state championship game. Don't miss KSL Sports coverage of the Utah High School Activities Association state championship game at Rice-Eccles Stadium. It starts today at 10 a.m. on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or right here on the KSL Sports Zone. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. And you will hear the games on 1280 The Zone today. While your favorite shows.
10?
Pre-game show starts at 10.
Pre-game at 10. Okay. First game's at 11.
Okay. And then all 3 of them, and that's it, huh?
All 3 of them.
And high school football's over.
And that's the end of high school football.
My gosh.
Where does the time go?
I'm going to be dead before I know it. Yeah, everything just blows by.
Yep. True story.
Jeez.
Get the high school title games. A couple weeks later, you have college conference title games. You'll be in the holidays.
I can't believe I put up with you for almost 24 years.
Me neither.
It's so underrated what I have to deal with.
It really is. You're stunning.
We listened to Devin Dampier there.
Yep.
The kid's a great interview.
He is.
You spend any time around him, you're a fan of his.
Yeah. And if I were a school that needed more NIL money to compete, I would put my best assets out in front of the media on a regular basis and let them entertain fans and maybe raise awareness, maybe motivate more people to give. Or you can scream last question after a couple of minutes.
I give you credit, man.
Beat that drum! Beat that drum! Beat that drum! I want the world to be logical. You've identified that character in me, and this is one of the most illogical things I have ever seen.
But I've given up. I don't care anymore.
I get it.
But you still crack on it.
We have to sit here and talk about they don't have the money. They can't keep this guy. Why? Why would that be? And the funny thing is, and you can actually go back, and you know this as well as anyone, because you were a beat writer in a different era of access, in a different era of travel, when college teams flew commercial, and there's not much of that going on anymore.
Sure.
Football teams been chartering for a long time, but basketball teams the big ones are chartering.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The kids have great stories to tell. They're great interviews. If you meet them, you almost universally want to root for them.
Yes,
people endlessly want to know which team we root for. Yeah. And if you get to know any of the athletes, you're going to end up, as a human being, you're going to have I don't want to see that kid miss a tackle or miss a shot or strike out.
Right.
I mean,
you're right.
You just and you realize your cheering doesn't do anything. And if you do this for a while, you realize you better tell the truth when you go on the air because the audience hates it. The audience can stomach you being wrong, but they do not want to know. So they think, you're lying to me, and I know you're lying to me, and you know you're lying. Nobody has time for that.
I got you.
Yeah. And so, okay, whatever. Yeah. And the thing is, it's like the answer to all your questions is money, and for once, maybe it's not. Because I'm confident they would raise more money if people knew their athletes better. And this is across a wide range of sports. I mean, you and I, because the show we got to do for a couple of years, we were meeting athletes that we wouldn't normally meet.
Well,
and they were
in a
fascinating.
different way.
And in a different way, yeah. But they could set that up if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But there's the whole keep everybody away, keep everybody away, keep everybody away. Okay. But you're going to raise less money, and then you're complaining about not having money to get the athletes. I mean, I haven't heard a coach complain about money subtly, effectively, but clearly since Kyle Whittingham on Monday. You're going to retain these two quarterbacks, which to me is two problems. One, it's money, and the other is playing time.
Sure.
So how do you figure out a way to get both guys on the field and sell that? And maybe the way to do that is to explain to Devin Dampier you're not going to the NFL as a quarterback, but a lot of guys with your size, your speed, and your skill set have gone to the NFL at other positions. And maybe we should use you in that way. Maybe we should show you off in the fly sweep. You know, what would he be like as a return guy? He's never been a return guy. Maybe he would just struggle to catch punts. You know, who knows? But when you think of
probably no.
What?
He wouldn't struggle.
Probably right, but I don't know that.
He's an amazing athlete.
He's an athlete, so he'll probably if he gets the reps, all through the offseason, he can figure it out.
He'd be fine.
Grab the punter. You got to punt another 50 to me today, and 50 more tomorrow, or 50 more the day after.
Throw the jugs gun up.
Yeah, they can put the jugs gun up, but the whole wobbly thing.
Yeah,
maybe the jugs gun can do that.
He's a great athlete, and he's a great interview. He represents the university well.
Very well.
He smiles.
I know.
He's always upbeat. Even in defeat, he's not really down.
You can sense his leadership when he does talk, the way he talks about his teammates. It comes off as genuine, and he makes sure he talks about his teammates, doesn't get up there and talk about himself all the time.
He looks like he's having a time of his life.
Yeah. Well, in a lot of ways, he's told he couldn't do it. He's undersized. He proved he could do it in New Mexico. He's proven he can do it here.
It's fun to see him succeed because then you're going to get, from the media perspective, you're going to get a great quote about it. He's going to be up. I mean, even in losses, which have only had two, obviously, he wasn't totally down. He understood the assignment.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go up there. I have to talk about this game. Am I happy? No.
Nope.
But I'm still going to do it, and I'm going to do it in a professional manner, and I'm going to give answers. They're going to ask me questions. I'm going to give real answers, and it lasts 5 minutes or so, and that's it. There's no pouting. Of course you can be down and disappointed. You put all this effort into it, and you lose. That's the way it goes. And then when he wins, he's more upbeat. He is, in all the pollution that has gone on in college sports in terms of making these 18 to 22-year-old kids be as if they're 35 and hand them all this stuff and hasten their development into adulthood, he still has that innocence about him that makes me still want to enjoy the sport, even though it is so crazy the way it's gone, and money and loyalty and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Basically, the situation with the players has caught up to what the situation with the coaches has been for a good while. We're fortunate here in that you got a guy 20-some years, and maybe Scally will continue it, but everybody else,
Where's the loyalties? Who's this? Who's that? Is Kiffin going to take the job? Is he going to take the job while they're right in a title run right now?
Oh, that would be
brutal.
brutal.
But the job's open, and if he wants it, and it would be brutal. But at the same time, he was fired on the tarmac at SC.
And also brutal.
You don't think that scars him?
Yeah.
So where's the loyalty there? You couldn't wait till he got home the next day? You had to do it when the plane landed?
Yep. If Pat Hayden, you did.
There was that sense of urgency?
Nope.
Yeah.
But there was for Pat Hayden.
I realize if you lose to ASU, it's the worst thing that can happen because that was the game.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I know. But the people at Ole Miss are like, loyalty? I mean, what Pat Hayden did, why does that reflect on us? They wanted the guy and they stuck up for the guy and everything. Yeah.
And it reflects on the business, but at least when there is some sense of purity when you talk to Devin Dampier.
DJ PK, when we come back, Riley Jensen joins us next.
Jay Drew.
Excuse me, you're right. Jay Drew. Why did I have Riley on the brain?
Are you living in the past?
I am, clearly. I'm living in yesterday. Time has not marched on. Time has stopped. Jay Drew next, right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Upgrades, repairs, Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an and Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All you trekkies and TV addicts, don't mean to this, don't mean to bring static. All you Klingons in your grandma's house, grab your backstreet friend, they get loud. Blowing doors off hinges, grabbing with the pinches. And no, I didn't retire, I snatch it off with the needle nose pliers.
DJ PK and BYU beat writer for the Deseret News. Jay Drew joins us once again. Jay, good morning.
Good morning.
Jay, big game. How big? PK's been hyping it. Biggest game ever. It'd be the worst loss. It'd be the best win. Would you like to throw any cold water into that at all? I mean, you got to be feeling some of it.
Yeah, I think it's up there. I mean, I think we were saying the same thing before the Texas Tech game, and everybody, locally knows how that went. So, but yeah, there's probably the highest stakes, probably the most on the line for BYU. And it just every game this season, it seems like it's kind of ramped up that way as it's gradually moved up, where they've basically now put themselves in a situation where a loss would be absolutely devastating to their season, to their college football playoff hopes, to the Big 12 championship game hopes. So it's up there. It's one of the most important in program history, at least in the Kalani Sitake era. If we were to put it that way, I think you wouldn't take anything away from the 1984 national championship bowl game that won them the national championship and other things. But at least in the Kalani Sitake era, I got to think this is probably the biggest game.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that if they lose it, it's, oh my gosh, they're 9-2 and this season sucks. But that's sort of where they're at, and we'll see. And hopefully for their sakes they win. I think that one of the things that was more, not maybe most impressive, but just impressive to me is clearly the Texas Tech loss was a deflating loss, and the manner in which they lost too. You can play them tough, and somebody's got to win, so you can still find some positives. And I suppose you can find a little bit of positive in their defense from that game, but it certainly was a downer. And then not just beating TCU, which is a halfway decent team, but dominating TCU. That was, from their perspective, as I looked at their team, a pleasant surprise to me that they owned that game basically from start to finish, which
I don't know, can restore completely the confidence you had going into the Texas Tech game, but goes a long way to where going back to Cincinnati, they should have a fair amount of confidence, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, watching them walk off the field there in Lubbock, my personal thought was that, man, this might spiral. The TCU game all of a sudden becomes incredibly important, and it looked like some of their confidence was nicked. Everybody except Chase Roberts, I guess should say, because he boldly said that we're going to see these guys again in the college football championship game, and so I think you're right, PK. That was very, very impressive what they were able to do against TCU. They kept their focus. Bear Bachmeier bounced back. He showed a lot in that game. I think in the past maybe some BYU quarterbacks would have started panicking a little bit, maybe not trusting their offensive line as much, not trusting some of the receivers. But Bear was he did run a little bit more than he did in the Texas Tech game, but he picked his spots. He looked absolutely great. He made a brilliant fake on one play that got him into the end zone with the fake pitch. So, this team has really good leadership. I know that's kind of a cliche and coaches throw out there a lot, but just from my own personal perspective, you got guys like Tanner Wall, and I mentioned Chase Roberts and Bruce Mitchell on the offensive line, and just you can go kind of down the list. But this is a team that seems to be able to handle adversity a little bit better than maybe some BYU teams in the past, including last year's where they lost to Kansas and they fell at Arizona State. So, I think they're well equipped to go into Cincinnati and make a much better showing than they did the last time out on the road.
Are you surprised that the line is like 2.5 points? What are people seeing? Because everything you said makes sense to me. It's stuff we've talked about. Before you came on the air, it all lines up, and all of that lines up to BYU wins by 7, 10, 14. I don't know. Maybe there's some late score. Who knows? But BYU wins at least semi-comfortably, not dramatically. But that's not what a bunch of the gamblers are seeing, so maybe they're seeing something that I'm missing. What am I missing?
Yeah, I've thought about that quite a bit, too. I think, first of all, Cincinnati playing at home for the second straight week. So there's got to be some comfort level there. They weren't blown out by Arizona. If you watch that game, they were in it to the end. They had a few things go against them. Also, from what I hear, I'm not an expert on Cincinnati's roster, but they're getting 2 key players back. I think they're getting their second leading receiver, I want to say, and maybe even either their first or second leading running back. So they're getting 2 key offensive weapons back. And then, home field advantage. They got big noon kickoff is going to be there, so that's going to rile everybody up. And in Lubbock, that was crazy. That crowd was that was one of the most, just I don't want to say hostile, but just wound up crowds coming off college game day being there in Lubbock. So home field advantage. I tell people this all the time, is really big in college sports. I think it's biggest in basketball. I think that's where the advantage is the biggest. But in football, there is something to that as well. And I think Cincinnati's been looking forward to this game all season. I think the crowd will be pretty hyped. So I think there's some things that work in Cincinnati's favor. On paper, I think BYU is the more talented team. I think Cincinnati's quarterback Sorsby has been nicked up a little bit, and maybe a kind of a minor disappointment as opposed to how Bear Bachmeier has played for BYU. So I think I can kind of see, especially because it's a road game for the Cougars, why they're not a bigger favorite.
One of the things, if not the biggest thing that dismayed me about the Texas Tech loss was the amount of mistakes that BYU had made with obviously the punt situations, and you had drop passes, and that was stuff that we knew had been very much minimized in their other games, their close games, as they were able to make plays. Other teams were making mistakes. level of concern that you might have that would be repeated, because that could be very detrimental to them having an opportunity to win this game.
Yeah, certainly. I'm sure they've focused on that. Being down there at practice, they've pumped in the crowd noise a lot this week, and they did before the Texas Tech game. But I remember after the game that I think it was A-Rod, it might have been Kalani, that said they had a lot of trouble with the communication because of the crowd noise, with getting the play calls in to bear, and A-Rod said the other day that they think they've got that figured out, sorted out, and they'll be able to handle that more effectively than they did in Lubbock. I doubt it'll be as crazy and loud and raucous as it was in Lubbock, but Cincinnati Stadium isn't as big. Obviously, for the Bearcats, the stakes aren't as high, but that's certainly one thing they've got to figure out. Those false starts will kill you when you get behind the chains. That's kind of where the biggest impact I think the crowd makes. But then you can't make any, botched punts on special teams like they did right off the bat that really put them in a hole early and got the crowd into it. So, yeah, I think that's going to be huge for BYU. You just can't shoot yourselves in the foot. And if you don't do that, I think you're in a pretty good spot where you can pull this one out.
There've been a lot of expectations put on JoJo Phillips. He's a redshirt sophomore, and he still doesn't have 20 career catches. But, man, you just have to watch the guy walk across the field. I mean, he looks like a wide receiver is supposed to look, right? And he's 6'5", and it does feel like he could break out at some point in a game that could be close. I know he had the drop at Texas Tech, but honestly, catching one more pass was not going to turn that game around. Has he had a couple weeks to scrape the rust off? Do you expect more out of him, or is this a little bit of a lost year? He's been out so long, and maybe expect big things out of him next year, or could he make a big play in this one? And what's your sense of where he is?
Yeah, I think they still have a lot of confidence in him. For that Monday weekly press briefing, they had him come out or talk to the media, which I think shows quite a bit that they still have a lot of confidence in him. A-Rod was asked about that Tuesday, and he said, JoJo was a lot better in game 2 than he was in game 1 in his comeback after missing 6 games. He's a confident kid. I think he'll be fine. He grew up more of a basketball player than a football player. And so I'm not saying that's, he's not a natural receiver because he's obviously had 2 or 3 years to kind of get acclimated to the college system. But I think they still have full confidence in him. And I think he's going to have a couple of good games here on the finish. Obviously, their top 2 guys are Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston. And then Cody Hagan might be back. I think he's listed as probable on the injury report that came out last night. So throw all that together. I think JoJo will have a few more catches that he's had leading into the game in the next 2 games, but he clearly isn't one of the top 2 priorities for Bear Bachmeier. And I'd even say that probably the third priority would be Carson Ryan, the tight end. So I think that might be good for JoJo, where he's not focused on by opposing defenses. But I think coaches still have a lot of confidence in him and are always talking about his upside. But if you're on his side, it's time to put up or shut up. They've been talking about him for a long time, like you said, David. And now's the time to prove everybody in Cougar Blue right that he does have that great potential to be a big-time college receiver.
I think last year on the defensive side, the breakout star was Isaiah Glasker. Now this year, can we say the same about Satawala?
I think so. The guy's a playmaker. He's made some great plays this year. Really, the play at Iowa State might have won that game for him, the way that game was going. The pick 6, and then obviously the pick the other day against TCU. But speaking of a guy who just looks like a college football player when he's out on the field for a safety, just has the size and the way he moves. He's a blossoming superstar, I think. And yeah, I think he's going to have a great career at BYU. Well, he's already on the path, but yeah, he's really a kid that's blossomed a lot. When he came into the program, he was really shy and not real. I don't want to say not friendly to the media, but he just didn't like to talk a lot. But now he's really comfortable in that role as well, and you can tell he's looked up to by his teammates, kind of one of those team leaders, even though this is just his second year. So, yeah, I think the sky's the limit for that kid. I think if you look at BYU's roster, you start to wonder which of these kids can go on and play in the NFL. And I would think Satuala is right up there near the top of one of those guys that seemingly has all the tools that maybe can make it at the next level.
Because you're around the team so much, is there anybody else you're looking for to step up here late in the year? You think somebody might be on the verge of breaking out that the public isn't quite up to speed on, but you've heard about?
Yeah, that's a good question. I keep telling people they need another running back. They need somebody to step up there and help LJ Martin out a little bit. Obviously, with the injuries to Sione Moa and then Hinkley Rapati didn't get the year back, and the running back situation's been well documented. So I keep thinking, maybe it'll be Preston Rex. Last week against TCU, they went a lot with Enoch Nawahini. Not a lot, but when LJ needed a bit of a rest. So off the top of my head, I really can't think of anybody. I think it's curious that they haven't really found a second tight end to throw the ball to after kind of a fast start. They threw it to other tight ends besides Carson Ryan. So, but I think Carson Ryan's even going to get a bigger workload moving forward. So I would probably say him. We saw a lot more in the TCU game out of him, and I think moving forward, they're going to really rely on him a lot, especially with that red zone offense is so huge in college football. Is getting touchdowns instead of field goals. When you look at that, and when teams start to key on LJ Martin down down when they're inside the 20, I think you really need a guy like Carson Ryan, a tight end, kind of like Isaac Rex used to do, where you can get a guy that's bigger, can handle a little pressure from a defensive back and get open in that tight space in the red zone. And so I guess I would say Carson Ryan, look for him to have a big finish to the season.
Kevin Young in his media availability said he knows exactly what happened with Kennard Davis, and then he's going to let the university speak. What do you know about it as far as what happened?
Yeah, I mean, first I got to say I've heard a ton of rumors and people saying things. I was there, or this person told me this and all that. So, me personally, I'm trying to stick to the police report and the court documents. So, but I have heard that if Kevin Young wasn't there when the accident happened, he was on the scene almost immediately. So when he says, I know exactly what happened, I think that's where he's coming from. Nowhere in the police report does it, the one that was actually the parts of it that were issued by Provo Police Department, does it say who caused the accident? Does it say anything about the other driver, who received the ticket for causing the accident? It's curious that Kennard Davis did not receive a ticket, even though there was a two-car crash. He was not cited for, improper lookout or reckless driving or whatever. So, I only know really for sure what's been released in the police report yet. And, there are other rumors out there. You guys probably heard them. There were other players in the vehicle. That's not in the police report. So as of right now, it's just one of those things that I think we just have to be patient and kind of wait until this information trickles out through the court system and then go from there.
Their team seems really shallow depth-wise, so that could be a fairly decent blow.
Yeah, they also lost Nate Pickens, the transfer from UC Riverside. They and now obviously with Kennard Davis and then Keba Keita suffered some sort of a head injury. I guess you could call it a concussion. So Kevin said yesterday that Keva is showing good progress, or there's more positives than negatives. But I think, if he's in concussion protocol after an injury that happened, last Saturday, that it would be asking a lot for him to return. So, suddenly they don't have a lot of depth at least from the guys that have played so far. They've got a pretty good bench, but guys that are really, really untested, including the freshman Xavion Staton. So, the game against Wisconsin Friday is probably going to be pretty tough for BYU, given where their shape of their roster right now.
Can AJ DeBonsa just put the cape on and just carry him? Just hop on Superman and let him. Let him ride.
Yeah, UConn. He's got to start faster. He's started fairly slowly in really all 4 games. Even against Villanova in Las Vegas. So, and I think, I think they've had a lot of time this summer to put in plays for him, to give him, the isolation plays, whatever, to get him the ball, to get him free in space. So, you would think this Friday afternoon, 2 p.m., kind of an odd start time for a college basketball game at the Delta Center. But 2 p.m. Friday, I think a lot will be on his shoulders to kind of carry the load with those other guys out.
Jay, you're the man. We appreciate it as always. You headed back to Cincinnati?
Yeah, heading to Cincinnati tomorrow, and be the second time. I was there, 8 years ago, when Taysom Hill and Jamal Williams pulled out a win. I think it was 21-3 win. The big thing I remember from that game is Tommy Tuberville, who's now, I think he's a U.S. Senator now. He was Cincinnati's coach. And after the game was over.
He got into it with fans?
He got into it with a fan. And, you remember, you guys, as you covered a lot of games in your careers, you kind of remember odd things about games. And that's what sticks out in my mind.
I remember it. And I wasn't even there.
Yeah. All right, Jay, we appreciate it. Have a good trip.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There's Jay Drew. You can read him in the Deseret News covering BYU football. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, everything you missed in this show. A lot of football, some hoops, and we'll get to that next.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Joining us now, Ian Fitzsimmons.
Hans, Crazy Wings, George's. Did you hit it?
I didn't get to hit it, man. We ended up at the Brazos Grill. I got their chicken fried steak, but they did have these thing called the armadillo balls at the Brazos River that was really good, but it's not the Crazy Wing.
Can you go ahead and just lift hands saying they did have these things called armadillo balls, which were really good?
I feel like Chevy Chase in the movie Funny Farm.
You polish off that plate and you break the record.
Stand back, everybody. The record falls tonight.
Now, there's a man who knows when he's got something good in his mouth.
On that mic drop, bam, done.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The Garden Restaurant. All things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famous Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for a trip to Cincinnati. Aaron Roderick, offensive coordinator, on LJ Martin's play.
There's probably about 4 or 5 in that boat that could come back for another year.
And that was Kyle Whittingham for the Ute update that's coming up in 20 minutes. So, Aaron Roderick, impressed with LJ Martin's play. Here's Aaron.
LJ played so well. He ran the ball well, so good in the open field and passing game. We got a couple completions in the open field, and he makes people miss and makes extra yards. And then he's a really good blocker and pass protection for us, and just all-around good player, man. We love him.
This BYU update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is time now for the Slacker Radio headlines. If you're just joining the show, they're brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800. Visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Multiple topics this morning. A lot of football. We just had Jay Drew on. We had Barry Trammell on. You can listen to them wherever you get your podcasts. KSLSports.com. YouTube, Apple, whatever. Why would BYU only be a 2.5-point favorite, PK?
Well, I think it's tough to win on the road.
There it is.
I think Cincinnati's a decent team. Obviously, the bloom has burst a little bit, or whatever that expression is, but they have 3 losses, 2 of which were very, very close. Utes clearly dominated them, and which is, I think, a large reason why Utah is getting the respect that I believe they've earned. And so with that in mind, man, I think that this game could go either way. I'm not saying it's literally a toss-up because I do favor BYU, but I think it should be close and mistakes. Who makes less of them is going to be going a long way towards winning. I mean, this is a tough game because if you look at it, going to Tucson was tough. Right?
Yep.
Well, I'm not sure there's a big difference between Tucson or the U of A and Cincinnati.
Oh, look at this. PK's applying logic, people. He has set emotion aside momentarily. You see Arizona's 7-3 and Cincinnati's 7-3.
And I watched almost that entire
Arizona
game. I flicked around a little bit.
Yeah, they just played last weekend.
Right.
The game was at Cincinnati.
It was, and it was in the morning.
And Arizona got the road win 30-24.
I believe it started at 10 o'clock.
And BYU went to Arizona. If you want to do the comparative score thing, BYU's a little better than Arizona. Arizona's a little better than Cincinnati.
Yeah. I think with the stakes being as high and this team losing 2 in a row, one of which was at home, senior day, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this is a walk in the park. I think next week, obviously, I would go favor BYU much more
UCF,
than we do now.
bad team, at home, playing out the string.
Yeah, going to fly across the country on Thanksgiving.
The only thing that I see UCF is that they should beat Oklahoma State this week, and assuming that they'd be playing for bowl eligibility the final week.
Okay.
But BYU is the better team. BYU's at home. BYU would have plenty to play for. BYU.
It's all the marbles in this game, man.
See?
And then you basically turn back 3 teams that think they've got a shot, and they do right now. And you'd say, no. I mean, yeah. And then that doesn't mean that those other teams don't have good seasons, but the ultimate goal would not have been achieved as long as you then follow it up by beating UCF. So I suppose maybe the line's a little lower, but, I would go no more than 5.
I got to say I expected it to be between 7 and 10. But I do get the travel thing, and it's not a short trip. Travel in Cincinnati is different than travel in Arizona. It just is. And it can impact you. I think they caught a break with a kick time. I think it's the travel compounded by the 10 a.m. That's when you really start cringing. But I do think that Cincinnati's passing game hasn't been as effective the last 5 games as the first 5.
Sure, but they're getting the receiver back. They're getting their running back
and that
Pryor,
helps.
who did not play against Utah, so he's been out a number of games.
That helps.
2 games.
But Jay Drew figures out why Cincinnati, what stops Cincinnati. He knows what it is, and they have enough talent to execute it. We just had Jay Drew on, and you asked him about Faletau and his breakout season. And Satuala, I think he's becoming one of those pieces on the chessboard. You just move around and like, okay, I got an advantage. Where do I want to?
He's become dominant.
Yeah. Where do I want to create an advantage? Because I just have to put him there, and then I have it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, this team's really good. This team can't drive on us, but they have big play capability. Okay, well, you got a safety like this, you drop him back a few more yards. Nothing over the top. Keep it in front. And if you need help in the run game, he can come up and make tackles.
Yeah, I think Wall can too. I think that you look at Jay Hill, he's a phenomenal defensive coordinator, and he also coaches safeties. And their safety play has been very, very good this year. And Satawal is a breakout dude, and he looks like he's got the frame and everything to get himself playing on Sundays for sure. I think the key to this game, as I've seen it, and I've seen Cincinnati live, and I've seen them play several times on television, is if they can apply pressure consistently to Sornsby. I think he's a little banged up, a little gippy. And if they're in his face and actually bring him down a few times, I think BYU can win fairly easily.
Now, first off, that's always an easy thing to say because he's a good quarterback. The best way to stop him is to get in her face and knock him down and sack him and never, ever. But in that Utah game, he wasn't stepping into throws. He was avoiding contact. So although it's always true, I think it's underlined it. It's so important right now. Okay. It's just so important. So I would absolutely circle that. But, I mean, that's the kind of detail that Jay and his staff are going to be on. And if that means, okay, we need to blitz a little more often if we're not getting the pressure with a 4, we always talk about Jay, and Riley always comes on and talks about Jay's halftime adjustments. So I just look at a team that when the offense has really performed, it was either early in the year or against a completely overmatched team or both. And I think BYU's defense is at a level. This Cincinnati offense hasn't looked good against defenses at this level. I mean, Arizona held them to 24. Utah held them to 14. You're right about they get guys back. They lit up Oklahoma State and Baylor, but I don't think we think much of those defenses. Even the UCF was a 20-11 game. So you got to go back to Iowa State and Kansas. Now we're back in late September, early October. And I forget the name of the Cincinnati Bearcats former beat writer who was with The Athletic.
Justin Williams, who came on and said, yeah, they'll carve you up if you're in zone, but man slows them down. Again, I think the offense will be doing enough, and the defense will be there. Now, again, it comes back to, and you can cite these quickly, big plays, mistakes, momentum swings happen in college football, a turnover, a bad special teams play, a lucky bounce. A 7 or 10 point game, it doesn't take much to flip it.
I felt like against Texas Tech, they had to play as well as they could play.
They had to bring their A game.
Of near perfection.
A-plus game.
And here I don't feel that way.
They're going to be able to block this front.
I mean, they're going to have to play well.
They struggled to block that front, but everybody struggles to block that front.
Yeah, everybody, because
they're really, really good. Multiple guys are going to play in the NFL. In addition to talking BYU football, we hit a few other topics this morning. The Utah Mammoth are back in action tonight. They've had a road-heavy schedule, and now they get some home games here. They've got the Vegas Golden Knights coming into the Delta Center tonight. 7 o'clock start. Hockey night in Utah starts at 6 o'clock here on the Zone.
The Vegas Golden Knights. They hate us. We hate them.
I don't know if there's any animosity there or not. That's Kansas City. You got to save that for another. There's no hockey in Kansas City, though. So.
Right, I know, but this is the closest team.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I still haven't figured out who Mammoth fans are really going to end up hating. The Avalanche are, Denver. There's a history of rivalries there. There have been times the Jazz and Nuggets have been pretty juicy. I can see that happening, especially because Colorado's good.
That doesn't
Vegas
exist.
is already one too. In the pros, it comes down to players and playoff series. That's what'll create it.
And it can come and go.
Yeah.
The Jazz had a nice one with Seattle.
Yep.
And then you get a big dog, like everybody hates the Lakers.
So does everybody hate LA teams, but the Kings have never had that kind of sustained success? They've had some success, but they haven't sustained it in the same way.
Right.
Few pro sports teams get to sustain it in the same way. The Lakers are in rarefied air.
I think what you'll see is when they make the playoffs and when there's some scuffles. Then that'll immediately
that becomes the team.
Whoever it might be, and I have no idea who they would possibly play.
Well, the way they do the playoff format, the odds are it'll be somebody in their division. But you're right. Beyond that, who knows?
Right, and then if you have a scuffle, and then they have a scuffle again,
have a hotly contested playoff series, then there's more juice next year.
Yeah,
and that's just the Avs are in first place again. So I figure them.
We're just barely getting started here.
Yep. So Utah with 3 consecutive 3-2 overtime losses. See if they'll snap that and get a win.
It's kind of odd.
College football, nationally, we have talked about the coaching carousel. Sarkisian, there's rumors about him leaving Texas. He is not happy with that. Desmond Howard out on Twitter, and Sarkisian telling everyone to go talk to him or go talk to the AD and quit paying attention to all the rumors.
So moving forward, when some Joe Blow decides to put something on social media out there, we all don't run with it like it's the gospel. Can we all agree on that? And if you have a question about my future with the University of Texas, ask me, ask Chris Del Conte. He'll be more than happy to take your call so that we can set the record straight, so that we can focus on our football team, which is really what we should be doing.
I agree with him. When some Joe Blow, that's fine. And I get why he'd be bugged.
Yeah.
I would be bugged if I was in a situation too. Desmond Howard puts out a video, so he's a little more than Joe Blow. And the final thing I want to say, or the second thing is, all right, Steve, I'm taking you at your word. All right, Chris, the AD, taking you at your word. So if I call you up and I ask, or in a press conference I ask, more than happy, which means you better not show me attitude.
We'll see.
Well, I'm going by what they say.
I know you are. I get his stress in like recruiting is really important. It's hanging the balance. It's just a couple weeks away and it's on and it never really stops. So it's kind of on right now anyway. And the transfer portal a month after that. And a rumor that was especially devastating, at least with Lane Kiffin, who we've also talked about this morning, at least that decision you would think comes pretty quickly. If he's going to go to LSU or Florida because of recruiting and because of the transfer portal, it's got to go pretty quickly. The problem with the rumors about Sarkisian is that it's about going to the NFL as a coordinator. Well, that's in 2 months. That could cast a long shadow over a lot of players' decisions.
Yeah, but I think that that's been mitigated somewhat because it's about cash. And if I get cash, Joe Blow, the guy who's starting the rumor, can be the head coach. So I think in Texas, they say, has tons of money.
Yeah, for the older guys, more important. They really have the future, and they get the money locked in. For a younger guy, maybe it's important, but I get your point. It has been mitigated a little bit.
I mean, you don't want it.
You still want to know who you're playing for.
And your administration, your fan base wants everything set because at least there's a couple of weeks there minimum that the hire isn't, the coach hasn't been replaced, and everything matters. So you don't want it, but it's not like it's not overcomable. And then if you throw some more money at people, sure, I'll go.
Former Ute kicker Matt Gay signed to the 49ers practice squad, and he'll likely be on the game day roster because Eddie Pinheiro has a hamstring injury. So former Ute could be kicking in the NFL this weekend. Was a Ram at one point, now a Niner. No room for that rivalry stuff in the pros. Who wants me? Who will pay me? Where's the roster spot?
Well, you're not going to be loyal to somebody who just
cut you and you're out of the league.
What do you mean? Look at me. I just got cut this week. Jeez, dog.
For the 14th time.
Yeah. You go crazy because you got fired once in Sacramento. I just listed 5 places I've been fired in this town. And the one place I wasn't fired, the Watchdog, 2 months into it, they said, you better look for another job.
Well, I was told that in this town when I'd been here 18 months also. So I can match that story. I can't match them all.
18 months versus 2 months.
I know.
That's a little bit of difference there.
Yeah,
I didn't even get a chance to prove myself. Usually they give you a 3-month grace period. I was out the door in September, and I started in August. And I had to pick myself up from the scrap heap when nobody believed in me.
And we're both ex-members of the pre-half and post-game show.
You didn't get fired. I got fired.
Literally no one talked to me. They suspected me not to show
I
up.
got fired.
Do you hear the words coming out of his mouth?
Were you hired? Were you on every night for a stretch there?
No.
It was intermittent, and then you were fired from the intermittency.
Intermittent fasting. Yeah. What they wanted, so they got worked. Their butts were kicked against Miami, and I think then they went down to or up to Orlando or over to Atlanta or something. This is on a Friday.
We need someone to put a ladle in the pot and give it a stir.
This is a gospel true story.
No, this is.
They called Saturday morning, we need you.
Will you come down and explain why things are going so poorly?
So I had to put on a tie and a sport coat, which I had to borrow both of them, and drive down because I couldn't do it Saturday night because I'd already had plans, and I had to come down in a room on Saturday morning at 10 o'clock and rip the crap out of the Jazz that they ran in the evening because you boys didn't want to do it. That is the gospel truth. I've never told a more true story than that very story right now.
Call PK. And have him bring his fastball.
They sucked. I'd cut them all. Are we done?
We're going to the bin. Bring in the lefty.
True story.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your feedback coming up next.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. We watch Oklahoma do its thing, and then you go, wow, can you believe they beat Alabama at their place? And to do it on November 15th, just impressive. We never say that.
Why does the date matter?
It doesn't, but here we are because it does. The Alabama loss at Florida State, no one cares about anymore. Texas has to play Texas A&M last game. And of course, Texas A&M is going to do the thing that the SEC does. They're going to lose a freaking game. And then Texas is going to get vaulted up as a 3-loss team because they just beat number 3 Texas A&M. Well, when did you do it? November 25th. Wow. So you see where we're going here?
Yeah.
We're watching the car wreck happen in slow motion, and we have no ability to stop it. It's one of those terrible dreams where you're like reaching as slow as you can to try to stop something. Can't do it. Cannot do it.
And then you're left thinking, man, even in a 12-team playoff, they somehow managed to rig the system.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
The holidays are upon us and Thanksgiving is here. If you're looking for something great to do with friends and family this Thanksgiving weekend, how about making the reservations now to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, where you are going to find the very best meal for the holiday season. And we have 2 Ruth's Chris Steakhouses in our immediate area. One is in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, where you can enjoy all of the festive activities and the vibrancy of downtown, and then have the great meal waiting at Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, skiing is in our future. The mountains are beautiful at this time of year, and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse has a location at Hotel Park City. It was just last month that Dee and I celebrated our anniversary there, and we had a wonderful evening. Don't miss the opportunity to celebrate the season at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And don't forget, a gift card is a perfect stocking stuffer.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious, with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left the tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah getting ready for senior day. The last home game, Kansas State coming to town. Kyle Whittingham says, when in doubt, walk on senior day.
There's probably about 4 or 5 in that boat that could come back for another year if they so desired. But if they're on the fence, we tell them you might as well walk because it's better to do that than miss the opportunity altogether.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kick it!
Time for your feedback question of the morning. Since the playoff committee chairman said BYU did not look good against Texas Tech, how much would it help if the Cougars run up the score in the last 2 games? Crazed Ute says it wouldn't.
We're not asking you. We're asking BYU fans. Crazed Ute. You're insane by definition.
Self-confessed insanity. Once you put crazed in front on your handle, there you go. I don't think it'll do any good to run it up on UCF, but there is an argument that if you beat a 7-3 Cincinnati team and it looks awesome, you can see where that would carry some weight.
Pulverize them. That's the goal.
First impressions and last impressions. They matter so much. Pulverize.
Yeah.
Annihilate.
Yes.
Lloyd says it'll help a bit. They do need to show, not that they can win, but that they can dominate a team. You get to make a chance, peaking by blowing out TCU and blowing out Cincinnati. At which point we would definitely expect them to blow out UCF.
Well, and blow them out. Absolutely blow them out. Yeah, that's what it's about, man. If that's what matters, and the committee chair said that it mattered, does it look bad? Didn't look good against TCU? Well, go ahead and look good against these 2 teams. And then see what you got when you go and play Tech if it gets to that point.
But Jason's borrowing trouble from the future. Yeah, but if they do win and then they play Texas Tech and they get blown out, what will happen then? 11-2, dominated by Texas Tech twice.
They're in trouble.
Yeah.
But because they've established a standard that they didn't look good, then look good. We're not asking you to beat Tech, just look good.
If BYU wins out, Jared says, makes it the title game and loses again and is left out, and Utah wins out and gets in, it'll be much more controversial than when Florida State didn't get in 2 years ago.
Wasn't Florida State
undefeated?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
But because it's mitigated somewhat as there's fewer teams, so obviously. And Florida State hadn't been the same since.
They have not recovered. All right, DJ PK, we're out of time. Jake and Ben are next right here on The Zone.
All right, show's over. I'm tired.
Goodbye.
Well, until we meet again.
And be sure to join us at the same time tomorrow.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Tonight at 10. The cooking, the decorating, the candles. Things are dangerous this time of year.
The holidays are absolutely busy for us.
KSL demonstrates the mistakes many of us make when seconds count.
We've all been told what not to do when fire strikes. Tonight, we show you what.
It's a story firefighters want every Utahn to see. Holiday Fire Hazards, live and streaming tonight on KSL News at 10.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the small things, true care, truth brings. I'll take one lift, you're right, best trip. Always, I know you'll be at my show. Watching, waiting, commiserating. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Thursday to everybody. Yeah, we were just, I was saying how this song reminds me of high school, and I'm sure Christian's in there being like, God, how old is this guy?
Yeah. I was born the year this came out. No, you probably weren't even alive when
weren't
this song
even
came
alive.
out.
No.
This song predates myself.
What, 4 or 5 years? That's crazy.
Yeah,
I remember
right.
this music video. I mean, I remember the Blink wave. You know, I remember that era of music coming out, but Blink-182 certainly pioneered it, or played a big role in pioneering it.
You know, I happen to like this kind of music, but it's like when people talked about like Led Zeppelin or something when we were kids. They're like, oh, this song reminds me of high school. How old are you?
Yeah.
My Atlanta.
Yep.
So I'm that age.
Congrats.
Thank you. Where the lead singer has morphed into some sort of alien weirdo. Isn't that the thing?
Well, he was right, because he was like, there's UFOs. And everyone's like, you're insane. And then the Pentagon came out and was like, yeah, there's lots of them. We have no idea what they are. Tom DeLonge, is that his name?
He himself is not an alien, for clarification.
Yeah.
Might be. I don't know.
Yeah, he might be. Maybe that's how he knows about it.
I watched Men in Black not that long ago.
Sure.
My kids did not really care for it all that much.
No? Oh, my kids really liked it.
And frankly, I didn't like it all that much going back and watching it again.
The new one,
but I'm not
the original?
I'm not a Will Smith person.
Oh, I mean, he's soured. It's hard to relay, even Christian probably wouldn't recognize this, how cool Will Smith was when that movie came out. Will Smith was the coolest person on the planet.
And he had just done another Alien movie, which was a big hit, Independence
And
Day.
was good.
So it kind of rode on the back of that, even though it's a different movie. But
And he had made the jump from funny high school, even though I'm sure he was 21 years old when he was doing Fresh Prince, to like cool adult.
But he had been a rapper before that.
Right. He seemed like he had it all. And he has since gone very strange.
Or probably was strange all along.
Probably was, yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
But no, I wasn't a huge Will Smith. I wasn't that into the show.
Sure.
I just wasn't. And then I saw Wild Wild West, and I thought to myself, I am never going to see another movie that this man.
The first movie
does
I ever walked
again.
out of in my life.
Rough.
It's not good.
But again, do you remember what it was like to be Christian's age and hear people talk about movies from the 60s?
Uh-huh. Yeah, of course.
God, will you geezers move on?
Yeah.
That's what's going through his brain right now.
Right. Wild Wild West. Cool. 1,000 years ago.
You want a warm glass of milk before I tuck you in, Grandpa?
Yeah, right.
Is it a silent film, or was that a talkie by that point?
They had talkies. But again, you know what I remember from my childhood?
Christian Wild Wild West. There was a guy actually who sat in the theater and played the piano as the soundtrack. It's the only way you could get music those days.
I do remember black and white TVs from my childhood.
We absolutely had one.
Yeah.
Because that was what the cheap old TV was your parents were just still hanging on to.
It was.
Yeah, because the big tube televisions were $700, I'm sure.
It ended up in the basement where my dad had projects but didn't want to turn off the game.
The clicky knob.
Right.
Yep.
I do remember telephones with the finger turn thing.
Of course.
I don't know what you call that.
Rotary.
The rotary phone.
Yep.
My buddy Jason had one.
The guys from Blink-182 had them. That's the thing. They also used them. So they're familiar with what you're talking about.
I've always said, and then we can get serious, that that I would, if I could rewind time to go back to you had to be home to get a phone call, I think I would.
Yeah.
And not have it so accessible, I think I would.
My son picks up the phone. He just holds it to his ear. He doesn't say hello. How is this possible? What are you doing? She's like, well, it stopped ringing, so somebody knows I've picked up. That's not good enough. There's a politeness that has to come with it. You have to say hello.
That's funny.
But he doesn't. I don't know if his friends do either. They just start talking. Anyways.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
That's
it's a real disconnect.
That's hilarious. All right, Ben. Well, hey, the conference. By the way, there's a quick adjustment. I should say this before we get started. There's an adjustment to our normal Thursday routine, Ben. Nick Olchek, our buddy, is going to be with us at 10:30.
Okay.
As opposed to 11 o'clock. So do we want to make a quick decision? Do we want to do top 3 at 11? Okay. So
11.
there you go. There's a quick programming note for you.
Great.
We'll do top 3 coming up at 11 o'clock. Of course, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers, which John from J. Brooks, the world-famous celebrity, was in our building.
It's wonderful.
He's down there with David James.
That's probably why they sprayed the building down yesterday.
Yeah,
Cleaned
David,
it up.
with David and John doing a commercial. The security alone, you can't even get to that wing of the building.
I thought the governor was here.
Seriously, we've seen John Huntsman in the hallway. He didn't have as much security.
No, he did not.
It's bananas. Okay, Ben. The BYU Cincinnati game is not a must-win game.
Okay.
It is not.
All right.
Mathematically speaking, all that stuff, it is not
Because
a must-win
Cincinnati lost to Arizona.
for BYU. That said, unbelievably important game for the league, not just for BYU, of course. Because if they win this, they're going to beat Central Florida and into the conference title game, no problem.
With one loss.
With one loss.
Yeah.
And then the playoff is stupid, and you leave your fate in their hands at that point, right? If they lose to Cincinnati, Utah, Cincinnati, Arizona State are all alive to go to the conference title. And we'd have to look through exactly the specific tiebreakers to tell you who's in the catbird seat. I think it's Arizona State.
Really?
But
over Utah?
Maybe not. Don't quote me.
Okay.
That could be fake news.
Okay.
It's a little complex. Our guy Josh Furlong has done a good job hashing out those types of scenarios. But I mean, that's how big's the league? Did we decide 16? I mean, that's
72.
That's 30% of the league or whatever. That is going to be glued to BYU Cincinnati because it has that big of ramification for the entire league, which is pretty cool.
Very.
And just another reminder that BYU being in a league is so much better. I mean, for the sports health.
For sure.
I know Ute fans loved dragging the Cougs for being independent. And while the Utes were in the Pac-12. And yeah, I get it. You're going to do that. It's a rivalry. It's not my first day. But having BYU in a league makes it so much better for the health of the sports community. Because look, Ute fans can cheer against BYU wholeheartedly against Cincinnati and have every right to do so because the outcome of that game directly impacts your team. And how fun is that to have shared investment? One thing with independence is like there was no shared investment. BYU was the villain in the Mountain West and the WAC, Ben. But guess what? The whole league cared about BYU. Utah was the spoiler in the Pac-12. What was cool about it was the whole league cared.
Yeah.
even when they were kind of 4-8, I remember when BYU upset Stanford at home, right? And Stanford was top 5, I think. I can't remember exactly what it was. And it was this huge turning point moment for the Utah football program. And all of a sudden they're creeping on all these big teams, and then they're upsetting USC and all this stuff, right? The whole league cared. It mattered. They tuned into Utah football over the weekend because it mattered if they upset Washington or whatever the case may be. And then they rattled off a couple of division titles and then go to the Rose Bowl. We know the story. Having BYU not only in a league improves the conversation.
Of course.
But in the same league as Utah and having it be a relevant league is awesome. It is awesome. It's great. The sports, in my opinion, the sports health of this community is better than it was when they were separate with BYU and Independence.
I've always said, finally, Utah has a reason to root against BYU.
There's actually a reason.
No, there really is a reason. Yeah, absolutely. You want them to lose. You want them to lose to Cincinnati, you jump them.
And you were weirdly conflicted against Texas Tech because it would actually have been better if BYU had beaten Texas Tech. And so it was this weird, but you're watching it. And then now you can wholeheartedly cheer for Cincinnati to beat BYU because it actually directly impacts your team.
Well, don't get your hopes up of Cincinnati beating BYU. I don't think that's going to happen, though. It's a big game for Cincinnati. They know they're at home, and this is going to be their last huge game. And if they want to finish the season ranked, I don't think they really have a serious chance of going to the conference title game, but they would have to win to keep those hopes alive if they're even still eligible. Sure, it's a big game, and they're going to be ready for it.
Now, I actually think how they beat Cincinnati is entirely relevant.
Okay.
I mean, obviously they have to win. I'm not going to come here and say, well, BYU's got to win. It's how they win matters, in my opinion. And to get back to the Kalani cut we played earlier in the week, and we don't need to play it now, but he essentially said, let the bear loose. Let him throw it. What they did against TCU was they trusted him not to make mistakes and put in a game plan that opened it up for him. The reason they lost to Texas Tech is because they did not do that, in my opinion. And maybe the Bear would have lost him the game against Texas Tech, maybe not, but I don't think they really found out because they didn't let it happen.
Yeah.
If they match up against Texas Tech again in the conference title game, that is the way that they're going to beat Texas Tech.
Opening it up,
letting the Bear make throws to really talented guys. JoJo is back. They've got 2 bona fide on-the-season dudes on the outside. And then throw in JoJo wherever you will. They've got a really good tight end. They've got a running back, although that's pretty thin. They've got an O-line that's punching above its weight. They need to let the Bear eat against Cincinnati. If nothing else, to give the coaches confidence to draw up the game plan necessary to beat Texas Tech.
Well, they shouldn't be needing more confidence after what we've already seen from Bear.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think they've been slow, and understandably slow. I think they've been slow to open up the throttle. You know what I mean? I get it. But part of the BYU doesn't blow teams out, part of the getting a hole and have to come back, all that I think is directly related to trust in the quarterback.
Do you think that's still the narrative around BYU?
Yes.
Especially inside those doors?
Because I heard Hans breaking down his numbers the other day, and his numbers aren't great. I'll give me a second. I'll bring them up.
You're talking about Bear?
I'm talking about Bear on the season.
Yeah, that's the difference. Is on the season doesn't really matter. It's a true freshman, and I'm going to break it down the same way I am with any young player. I'm going to look at it in game chunks. And while the Texas Tech game was dreadful for everybody involved at BYU, you look at their last 2 games and what Bear Bachmeier's been able to do. We'll go back to Iowa State, which is obviously his best game of the season so far. He had 307 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, 22 of 35. He threw the ball 35 times. And then against TCU, he threw it 33 times and had 296 yards.
All right. No, I'm glad you brought up this comparison. Can you let's talk about the Iowa State game for a second. Rattle off those stats again.
22 of 35, 307 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Now remind me what happened in that game.
The LJ Martin got hurt in the first half.
How the game went, not a detail. How did the game go?
They were down at halftime. They had to come back.
So they had to let the Bear eat. They didn't have another option. That wasn't a game plan thing. TCU then, rattle off those stats.
TCU, sorry, 1 second. 23 of 33, 296 yards, 1 touchdown.
And Kalani told us that's because they game planned to open it up.
Mm-hmm.
I think, now here's where my theory comes in. I think he diagnosed the problem after Texas Tech. And he said, this guy's good enough that we can let him go win games.
Mm-hmm.
And we shouldn't be all that scared of him losing games for us. He's come back and beat Arizona in the monsoon. He threw him back in against Iowa State. They should have game planned for him to be aggressive against Texas Tech, and they did not. And I think that the game against TCU is a wholehearted adjustment. So do they, because let me get to my point about Hansen, not to disagree with him, but when he's rattling off the season stats, 2,177 yards, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 63% completion percentage. Ben, you at this point in the season kind of shrug your shoulders at that, right? I mean, it's not...
In a vacuum, without the context, I understand, sure.
Like, we watched Tanner Mangum throw for 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you kind of shrug your shoulders at that. But remember, at least half of the season, they've kept an entire lid on that guy. And honestly, through most of conference, they've been hesitant to open it up.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I completely understand. You're playing a freshman. I mean, do you think Coach Ludd was really going to open it up last year with the freshman quarterback?
Right. No, of course not.
No, they just don't lose it.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was going to be this type of season for Bachmeier, and he's capable of more than that. Obviously capable of more than that. But they're not going to beat Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to beat them unless they let him throw it all over them. They're just not. They're not going to be able to run against Texas Tech. They're going to have to beat them a different way. And I think they've got to give him confidence. And I think that matters against Cincinnati. Give the quarterback confidence, opening up the offense, and beat a decent team in Cincinnati. I think that matters.
Bears' last 6 games, so that's half the season. He's got 1,480 yards. This includes, obviously, the Texas Tech debacle. He's averaging 246 passing yards per game. He's got 6 touchdowns, and he has 7 touchdowns through the air and 4 interceptions. So as he has opened it up a little bit more.
Well, he did throw an interception through the first 5 games of the year.
Right. All of his interceptions have come since then. When they have opened it up, to your point. I mean, that is when they started needing him to throw the ball a little bit more. And the game I'm starting with is West Virginia, because I actually thought BYU didn't play particularly well against West Virginia, and he was the best player on the field. And that might have been the first time we have seen that. And he scored 38 points in a game when they allowed West Virginia to score 24. So they did need him to open it up a little bit there. I thought that was a turning point in the season for how Bear produced, even though, his passing attempts weren't necessarily up. But he went from 180 yards the week before to 350 yards that week. So I thought that's when everything changed for him. And even then, I guess to your point, 250 yards isn't exactly blow your mind numbers, but it does include a couple of games like Utah, which was just knockdown, drag out, Texas Tech the same way.
I would guess that they said the conservative don't let the Bears screw it up out like strategy worked against Utah. I bet they would tell you that the defense was good enough to keep them in the game, let Utah make a couple of mistakes, and you capitalize just enough to win. I think they would tell you that it worked against Utah, so go with it against Texas Tech. But different circumstances, different defenses.
And I don't want to ignore that over those 6 games, he's also averaging 52 rushing yards. So he's right at 300 yards per game, basically, with the 2. And he has 6 touchdowns on the ground.
I don't want to say I don't care, but I kind of don't care. I mean, it has been a weapon and
that's
effective.
That's not going to be good enough against Texas Tech.
Yeah, it's been a thing for him, and BYU certainly used it to keep the chains moving. I'm not trying to disregard its import to the offense entirely, but I don't think they beat – do you think they beat Texas Tech if the Bear had 100 yards on the ground in the conference title game? I don't think so. I don't think that's how they do it. Plus, I don't think it's possible. They shut down his run. That was like one of the first key things that Texas Tech did.
Obviously, Texas Tech is not infallible. They lost to Arizona State. I don't think BYU is going to beat Texas Tech this year. And not to put the cart before the horse, but it does bring us back to the conversation of BYU Cincinnati this weekend. Does have value for BYU, especially depending on how they beat Cincinnati.
I think they can beat Texas Tech.
Certainly they can. Of course,
Yeah.
they're a good team. They certainly can. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they can.
Get yourself in the game and then give yourself the best chance to win. And I think that putting it in the hands of the freshmen, I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's going to be their best chance to win.
I get it. I don't think it's going to happen. That's still a month away, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. I guess it's 3 weeks away now or whatever, whenever they would play it. But to the point where BYU, if they can't beat Texas Tech, needs to look as impressive as possible down the stretch, which is basically the only reason why Utah has the ranking that they have. Why Utah's sitting at 12 is because they're not just beating teams, they're trouncing teams. And with the exception of the 2 top 11 teams they've played, they've basically destroyed everybody. There are not a lot of close games for Utah fans this year outside of BYU and entering the fourth quarter against Texas Tech. So that's not been a hard season for Utah fans to watch. BYU has not had that. BYU has not trounced most teams until 2 of the last 3 weeks when they did crush Iowa State and then they did crush TCU. So can you keep that going? Can you crush Cincinnati on the road, who's a borderline top 25 team, and beat them by 25 points?
I don't think any of that matters. And I don't think that the committee is going to pick Utah over BYU if they're both 2-loss teams. But the truth is that only one Big 12 team's getting in.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't care about that.
So the way for BYU to get in is to beat Texas Tech in the conference title game, because I don't think the dog and pony show isn't going to break their way.
Probably not.
So the blow out this team and blow out that team, and can Utah jump them? The answer is no to all of the above. It would have to be a complete cluster in the other leagues for the Big 12 to get more teams in. That's how it is.
Now, while Cincinnati is a game that obviously BYU fans are paying attention to this weekend, they're also going to be looking around the rest of the college football playoff rankings and who those teams are playing. And we can just run over it very quickly. This weekend, Alabama, who is ranked number 10, one spot against ahead of BYU, has Eastern Illinois. Obviously, that's just one of those weird late SEC non-conference games that they're going to crush. Notre Dame is taking on Syracuse. That game's at home. You would expect Notre Dame to win that game. The big one is Oklahoma at home against Missouri. That's a huge game. If Oklahoma loses to Missouri, they will fall out of the top 10, and BYU will be sitting there at number 10. And then Oregon does host USC. That's number 7 versus number 15. I don't think we have a good sense of whether or not Oregon's any good.
I'll tell you what, Bert needs to work on the tie-breaking scenarios.
Okay, yeah.
This is like reading the Bible.
I'm sure.
I'm
Yeah.
confused already.
Yeah.
It's 10 pages long.
Uh-huh. The Bible's longer, 10 pages long.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to think of something dense. Option, guess what?
This is quick. This is a good read. Just knock it out.
I was thinking of dense.
Yeah.
And War and Peace seemed like too much of a layup. Okay, the tie-breaking scenarios, it goes from A, being head-to-head competition among the 2 tied teams, and then it goes alphabetically down. What do you think? What letter do you think coin toss comes in at? At what point do you think we get down to coin toss?
F.
G.
No, G.
You were pretty
ambitious.
The tricky thing is that's just for 2 teams.
That's
in a
just for
tiebreaker
2
scenario.
teams. Yep, that's
in a
it.
3-team scenario, I don't think the head-to-head matters. I think it leans on strength of schedule.
Well, it's an entire paragraph for multiple teams under just the A scenario. Buckle up, Ben. This is going to be a minute. The records of the 3 or more tied teams will be compared based on winning percentage in games among the tied teams. If all teams involved in the tie did not play each other, but one team defeated all other teams involved in the tie, the team that defeated all other teams in the tie is removed from the tiebreaker, and the remaining teams revert to the beginning of the applicable tiebreaker process.
So the situation
i.e.,
there is...
I'm not done. 2 teams or 3 or more team tie. Also, if all teams involved in the tie did not play each other, and no team defeated all other teams involved in the tie, move to the next step in tiebreaker. So that was all A, and we can actually go down to E.
That's a moot point because Texas Tech did play BYU and Utah and did beat them both. And
we're not talking about Texas Tech. We're talking about all the 2-loss teams. That's if Cincinnati beats BYU, this becomes relevant. If BYU wins, it does not.
For who makes the conference
For who
championship
makes
game.
the conference title game.
Yeah.
So Texas Tech status does not matter.
Yeah.
Unless
BYU is going to beat Cincinnati, so this doesn't matter.
Unless they lose. But if BYU loses to Cincinnati, then all this matters because then you've got Utah, BYU, Arizona State, Cincinnati, and Houston.
Well, thankfully, Cincinnati's atrocious, so BYU's going to steamroll.
Well, we can just fast forward to Monday. Ben, we've got Friday to come.
We can.
Say, dude, I don't know. We'll get back to football.
Yeah.
Maybe. Coming up, Nick Olczyk is next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a blowout victory on the road against Baylor, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return to the Hill for a showdown against Kansas State in the final home game of the season. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then, catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, it's a scam. Always. Scammers love gift cards because they're just like cash. They use fake stories about prizes, overdue bills, or emergencies to get you to act before you think. But no real business, government agency, or friend will ever ask for gift cards. Learn how to spot and stop these scams at aarp.org/gift cards. That's aarp.org/gift cards, paid for by AARP.
In the heat of battle, your squad relies on you. Don't let them down. Unlock elite gaming tech at Lenovo.com. Dominate every match with next-level speed, seamless streaming, and performance that won't quit. Push your gameplay beyond performance with Intel Core Ultra processors for the next era of gaming. Upgrade to smooth, high-quality streaming with Intel Wi-Fi 6E and maximize game performance with enhanced overclocking. Win the tech search. Power up at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-279-1414. That's 800-279-1414. 800-279-1414.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Satake talking about LJ Martin looking a lot better this week.
Well, it's good. I think the physical part of the game is what he does, and so I'm not sure if he was ready altogether on when we played Texas Tech. I think maybe we could have benefited from him resting a little bit, but the moment was too big. He wanted to try it, and how can you say no to him? So it does make a difference when you get to heal a little bit. I think sometimes people think that the bye week is a magical healing week. Sometimes things take a little bit more time to get better, and we've seen that. I mean, we've had guys that have been banged up, and they're playing a lot better now than they did a few weeks ago or a couple weeks ago.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396 at Kenny J's.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's talk a little Mammoth hockey. Joins us on Thursdays. Of course, plays a key role in the television and radio broadcast for the Utah Mammoths. He's our buddy Nick Olchek. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, Nick.
A key role. Very
Key
nice.
role.
Very nice. Giving me some added, a little added boost of confidence this morning. Thanks, boys. Great to be with you. Great to be back in Salt Lake City after a quick 2-game road trip down in California. And very, very excited to be able to get back to the Delta Center here tonight, considering that's a place where the Utah Mammoth have been very good this season.
Minus the third period against the Sharks, it does not feel like the Utah Mammoth are playing well. Am I wrong about that? And what have you seen that has lent to so many losses lately?
It's been a tough stretch, and you guys know this in other sports, and your great listeners know this from having watched hockey and other sports. It's not the first tough stretch, and it ain't going to be the last. Okay, just to set the scene, just to give a little reality check. Like that's the reality of the 82-game grind, especially this year, where it's such a heavily condensed schedule because of the upcoming Olympic Games. So, with that being said, to me, it's about how you find a way to get through without allowing something to snowball to where you go through a stretch where it's 20 games long. I think this homestand is coming at a really good time, considering that, the Mammoth have struggled more on the road this year than they have at home. But I look at especially the last 2 games, where it's been the fine margins that have been the reasons or a couple of the contributing reasons for the losses. How about in Anaheim? I thought Utah I thought they played a strong game. I mean, unless I need a new pair of glasses, I thought they played a strong game. And how they pushed the pace when they had the lead in the third period was very encouraging. And then you talk about a small margin where you have a couple of guys get extended as they try to make a play on the puck to get it out along the boards. Anaheim wins the battle. One pass beats a couple of guys, and then it's a 2-on-1 right at the net front, and there's just nothing Karel Vejmelka could have done in that case as Troy Terry banked it home for the game-tying goal with 4.1 seconds to go, and then Anaheim went on to win in overtime. And in OT, usually it's I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it's kind of a crapshoot in overtime. One guy gets caught up the ice, he tries to make a play, he falls, whatever it is, late coming back, and there's always going to be an odd man rush the other way. So then in San Jose, just felt like it took too long for Utah to get to their game. And notoriously this year, they've been a team that starts really well. They start games on the front foot. They dictate the pace. They force the opposition to adjust to their game. But I think it was a combination of just not shooting enough, wanting to do too much. And when you go through a tough stretch, because this team has some highly skilled players, that's one of the thought processes is do too much. Try to do everybody else's job and yours. And when this team's going good, everybody is, I wouldn't say siloed, but they're doing their job to their very best ability. And with how that game finished, I thought Utah got better as the game went on. They started to shoot more in the third period. They get rewarded as J.J. Peterka came good there in the third period with a pair of goals to tie it. And then in overtime, another small margin. A change that was a bit late from the captain, and J.J. Peterka coming on the ice. But that's one of those strange ones where I don't know if you want to place blame on both guys. You could sit there and say, oh, yeah, you got to get off the ice quicker after Clayton Keller had a long shift. And then J.J. Peterka coming on. Sometimes you'll see guys not touch that puck because for those of our newer fans that don't know, it's going to be too many men if the player coming on the ice touches the puck before that same player coming off is still on. So, maybe a case where JJ could have, in the peripheral vision, saw that Keller was not off, and maybe he waits to touch it. But again, it was a bad pass. The play happened very quickly. You're just basing everything off of your reaction. So a long-winded way of saying that I don't think this team is far off from playing their brand of hockey and being more consistent. But lately it has been those fine margins that has been the reason for the results.
All right, Nick, I hope this question makes sense. But I grew up...
I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that.
All right. I grew up playing baseball, right? And if we were in a slump or if you were in a slump, you put your hat on sideways or snorted the foul line or something stupid to get out of your slump, Ben grew up a skateboarder. God knows what they do. What do hockey players do to break out of a slump?
We weren't snorting anything. Whoa! Why am I getting a bad rap here?
So what do they do? Well, is there superstition or what do you do to get out of a slump?
Yeah. In the experience I've had and being in and around the game since I came out of the womb, sometimes guys are more hard-headed in tough times and they think that I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing and eventually I'm going to break out of it because if I've done X, Y, and Z with my routine for so long, it's gotten me to the National Hockey League. It's gotten me to play in the league for a while. But other guys that maybe have a little more maneuverability in that mindset, sometimes you'll eat something different for pregame meal. I don't know. I've never heard of these guys snorting anything, no matter what it is. But sometimes you drive a little bit of a different way to the rink. Maybe you take a couple of extra turns just to kind of throw things off and maybe come to a little reset. Sometimes when guys are struggling, especially individually, they'll change the color of the tape on their blade. Or maybe they'll switch. I mean, most of these guys are creatures of habit in terms of how they get dressed. But, sometimes you're just looking for any sort of little thing to give you a little boost mentally. And I've actually in my past, I've heard of stories where guys will sometimes play a game, drive into the rink. Because some of these guys carpool together. Now, this is not a story from Utah. It's a story from way back in the day where they'll play a little game driving to the rink where it's the no stopping game. So if you are the one driving in the carpool and you at all bring the car to a complete standstill, you owe every guy in the car $100. So even if you're approaching a red light, you gotta throw on the brakes a little early. You gotta slowly crawl your way up. But as soon as you put that car at a dead stop, that's where you owe everybody else in the car $100. So just fun little things to try to get back on track. But I'm at morning skate right now, guys. There's hooting and hollering. The guys are in a good mood. They know that they're trying to break out of it and that they're glad to be home. So I don't think anything super crazy, but sometimes in stretches like this, guys do little things like that to try to kind of come back to equilibrium.
Why are the Mammoth not very good on the power play, and how do you fix that? What makes a good power play?
Yeah, a great power play. You look at all the best in the league. You can look at the likes of the Vegas Golden Knights who have 5 shooting threats and scoring threats on their top unit. You look at a team like Colorado where you've got McKinnon and Makar on one power play. I just think that the best in the league keep the penalty kill very honest, even amidst their pre-scouts. So going into each game, the coach that's in charge of the penalty kill, because you've got the head coach who oversees everything, and then it's one of the assistant coaches that runs the power play and the other that runs the penalty kill. So going into each game, they're coming up with pre-scouts and notes and diagrams as far as what the power play wants to do. Also, what the other team's penalty kill wants to do. So, but when you look at the top power plays in the league, when everybody is a threat or you have multiple threats that are guys that are there to shoot, and you can't, as a defender, you can't sit back and think, okay, that guy's not going to shoot, so I can sit back and play the passing lane and cover the other guys because we know he's not going to shoot. I just think that the best power plays in the league are those where there are multiple threats and everybody is a threat to shoot the puck. And I think lately for Utah, they've had some looks, yes, but they have had a little bit of a tough time, especially in the last couple of games, of getting that sustained pressure in the zone, but then shooting pucks and then recovering them back. I mean, you could pass around the perimeter and the outside until you're blue in the face, but it may be a sexy number at the end of the game showing that you had X amount of zone time on the power play, but if you only had 1 or 2 shots or no shots at all, it was kind of all for naught. So, you got to work hard. And by that, I mean, when you shoot it, you got to be able to be there to recover pucks quickly and win those 50-50 battles because you do have that extra skater out there. So I think more shots, and that's what's going to open up those cross-seam plays, the one-timers to Gunther, the pass from the top from Sergachev to Clayton Keller. I just feel like there's so much skill on this team. There's so much skill on the power play that at times they want to pass the puck into the back of the net. So anytime you're going through a struggle, whether it's a power play, whether it's a guy that's going through a slump, simplify. That's the thing. And that's not to say turn into a robot and don't make plays. It's take what's given, and especially in terms of a power play, when you shoot the puck, you force those penalty killers to have to respect. And then when they respect, they're naturally going to sit back a little bit more, and that's what's going to open up those passing lanes.
Nick, we appreciate you and all of your wisdom. Thank you for coming on with us.
You guys are the best. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, Nick.
Back at you, Nick. That's our buddy Nick Olczyk, the Mammoth and the Golden Knights tonight.
Apparently Sean Dursey back in a regular sweater at practice today. I don't know if that means he's available, but I would imagine Sean Dursey's getting closer. I'm going to be at the game on Saturday against the Rangers.
All right, stay tuned.
Go find Nick.
We've got more. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a double overtime loss, Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to become bowl eligible as they hit the road for a battle against Fresno State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 7:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, have you ever, I'm sure you've been in a building or something like this or someone's home where if you are, I don't know, in the half of the room that's close to the door leading outside, you need a parka. But if you're in the half of the room that's close to the heat vent or whatever, you're stripping down to your skivvies. You know what I mean? Where it just doesn't make any sort of sense. You know, there's a lot of that going on, and Doors and Windows could solve all of that for you.
Yeah, it's the perfect time to upgrade your home with new windows and new doors. You can give your home $1 million feel regardless of where you live or what your budget is. And one of the nice things that Peach can do that we probably don't talk about enough is there are rebates available from Rocky Mountain Power and Enbridge. So if you are thinking about the cost and wondering, hey, does Peach actually do this? I hear the word custom a lot. Are they actually still involved in some of those rebate programs? They absolutely are. So come on and have Peach out to your house for the free in-home visit. They will look around. They will tell you what options you have available to you, not just windows and doors-wise, but rebate-wise, efficiency-wise, they're going to be able to help you out.
All right, so call them like Ben suggested, 801-566-1255. Have them out for free, 801-566-1255. You can also get started at peachbuildingproducts.com or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Coach Witt giving his thoughts on Kansas State quarterback Avery Johnson.
Athletic quarterback. We had a week off from an athletic quarterback last week. It's more back to the kind of quarterbacks that we faced most weeks this year, where the quarterback run game is in play. They got a physical offensive line. They're a little more 12 personnel, 2 tight ends than most teams that we've seen this year, so that'll be a little bit of a change as well.
This update is brought to you by our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to California for a chance to get bowl eligible against Fresno State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Want to remind you to join Hans and Scotty G coming up tomorrow at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. RGS Exteriors.
Do you think Kansas State's going to bounce back?
Probably not against Utah
No,
on the road,
I don't mean
would
this
guess.
weekend or next weekend. Do you think this is just what happened to Utah last year, where Utah was, 5-7 to end the season, and Kansas State just had a bad year randomly? Or do you think the shift in how money is spent and Texas Tech being good and some of these changes around them is going to maybe lower them a tier, drop them a tier compared to, BYU and Texas Tech, who I think financially are going to be the class of the Big 12 going forward, and then there's going to be a few other teams behind them that stay competitive?
Well, let me put it this way. You can win at Kansas State, and I don't think that changes. We can debate on what level that you can win at, which is kind of what you're getting at. But you can win at Kansas State. They've got a ton of fan support. It's the biggest deal in that part of the state.
Yep.
You can, Bill Snyder had a really good thing. Bill Snyder, right? Am I getting that right? Had a really good thing going for a long time. Remember, he retired and then came back and won again. You have to obviously have the right person involved, but I would put them very much in the Utah category in a sense that you can obviously win there, but are they going to have financial advantages over other teams in the conference? Probably not. So you're going to have to do more with less. I think that's true at both Utah and Kansas State in comparison to the programs that you just mentioned. But is that possible? Sure. Absolutely. Would it surprise you if either Kansas State or Utah won the league next year?
No. No, they're both.
Or the year after that? No, it wouldn't. But they're not. Neither school is going to have a financial advantage over the top of the league. Maybe they have a financial advantage over some of the league, but it's not going to be financial advantage over the top of the league. So you have to rely on that good program. Does that fundamentally change with the new rules? I don't think it does. I think both Kansas State and Utah have been in that category for a long time and have been really good. Utah did not have a financial advantage over the rest of the Pac-12.
No, it did not.
Utah did not have a financial advantage. They had more so in the Mountain West, but they did not necessarily have a financial advantage over, say, Colorado State. It was probably pretty similar. So I don't think that's changed. Utah's finances have probably gotten better, but not that much better.
No.
So
Certainly helps this year that they're playing good.
they're still in the category of diamonds in the rough, making great players out of good prospects. I mean, that the rule of that game hasn't changed for either school. And if you're asking me, are both schools capable of continuing that? I think the answer is yes. I think Kansas State can be consistently good because there are the tools there to be that. But are they going to be the dominant team in the league? I doubt it. I don't think Utah's going to be the dominant team.
No, I don't think so either. And you know what the nice thing is? You know, Texas Tech is doing what they're doing this year, and BYU looks fabulous. I still think it's going to be hard for teams to completely pull away from everybody else around them.
Certainly
even
year
with
after year.
Huge advantage, financial advantages.
Yeah.
Because it is still going to come down to injuries in an extraordinarily violent sport. And I do wonder week to week or even just team to team how big the gap is in quarterback play at the college level. There are some, but
gap between what? Team to team or like college and pros?
Team to team. That the best college quarterback, how much better are they than the average college quarterback? Versus the NFL, the best quarterback is way better than the average quarterback. You know, that is a major differentiator that year in and year out, you're going to be competitive. Whereas I don't know if the team with the best quarterback in conference wins every year.
I don't think it does. No, I don't really care who Utah's quarterback is. I don't really care who Kansas State's quarterback is.
So when we talk a lot about the financial aspect of it, it certainly helps, and it'd be nice to have 7 $1 million players on your team versus 3, and that's going to be a realistic, valuation for some of these teams and what they can pay at the top of their roster. But yeah, I kind of
that depends on the program. That absolutely how valuable the quarterback is different everywhere you go.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that actually kind of flattens the odds a little bit more than it does in the NFL. Like we're saying, where you have your salary cap ish, and if you have Mahomes or you have Brady in his prime, you're just going to be better than everybody else.
That is not true in college. No.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
Did Peyton Manning win the championship? No, they won it the next year with T. Martin, who was. I mean, T was fine, I suppose, but was not the quarterback Peyton Manning was.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's part of it. It's absolutely not all of it. It's not all the story in the NFL either, although it is more. It is more of the
What
story.
are the Chiefs? They just lost to throw picks. That's the worst quarterback in the NFL going up against the best.
Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl.
Don't laugh, Christian.
By the way, how would you like to be Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer when every time somebody brings up a crappy quarterback that won the Super Bowl, that's like you're the poster child for that. Like the poster child for hope of like 90% of the NFL. 90% of the NFL doesn't have a dude at quarterback that is Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, and they're going, yeah, but look at Trent Dilfer.
It's a little bit the Brian Scalabrine thing, right? Brian's he's a longtime Laker. Played for the Celtics a little bit. He played for the Lakers? Maybe he never did.
He played for the Celtics a lot.
Did play for the Celtics a lot. And his argument is always, I'm way closer to LeBron than you are to me. Do you understand that? As a fan who makes fun of me for being in the NBA for a decade or however long Brian Scalabrine played, he's definitely right about that. But it still is still a backhanded compliment, even when he's paying himself. It's like, yeah, you were the worst player in the NBA for a long stretch. So yeah, Trent Dilfer, the worst quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl, and he's going to be like, yeah, I still got the ring, and everyone's going to still say, yeah, but you were the worst one ever.
It actually was a bad thing for him to win. Because now
probably
he's
wouldn't
not
trade off of it.
Now he's not known as pretty good NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
He's known as
the worst to ever win
clown who won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's his legacy.
It's a funny one.
It is a funny one. Clown who won the. It's kind of like the 04 Pistons, the team that didn't have any good players that won the championship.
Yeah. Though I think there's more respect for that in basketball because it's more of a team thing, which obviously the funny thing is so is Trent Dilfer's. But you don't talk about it like, well, what a great team. You say worst quarterback to win.
It's used as a way to compliment his team. That's the other weird part about it.
But really undercut him.
It's undercutting him to compliment it. Like that team was so good They had a bozo like Trent Dilfer as their quarterback and still won. Warren Sapp was so good.
Yeah.
That Brad Johnson was the quarterback and they still won.
Yeah.
That's his legacy now. I would have rather not won. I'd rather be known.
Anonymous, pretty good quarterback.
Brad Johnson, pretty good quarterback.
5-year starter.
That's it.
Yeah.
Instead of clown who won the Super Bowl. All right.
Every
tuned.
team trying to win with a bad quarterback. Like, well, if Brad Johnson.
Hey,
did it-
Brad Johnson, you see that guy? He could barely move. Could barely throw it.
Bo Nix, I see you as the next Brad Johnson.
You see a guy like Brad Johnson in the grocery store. You know what I mean?
Bo, you have Trent Dilfer written all over you.
We see Dilfer-like future for you. Good team, clown quarterback, overly successful.
That could be you.
That
It is
could be
funny
you.
because if they win the Super Bowl this year, it is exactly that.
Well, that's what Peyton Manning was, and
Well,
he
Peyton
gets
Manning
and
was,
he gets
absolutely was.
all sorts of credit.
He absolutely was.
He was
the worst quarterback.
He was so bad.
That might have been the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. That era of Peyton Manning was so brutal.
Way to not jump on that fumble, Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Good career move for you. All right, stay tuned. We'll have top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And
Oh.
you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
SLC Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over $400 off, making it our lowest prices of the entire year now through December 31st. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no exercising, no injections or surgery. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. No more losing weight and gaining it all back. Help reset your metabolism and keep the weight off for good. Go to slcfatloss.com and save big now through December 31st only.
Alex here. I found the exact program that works for me. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off during that full year. JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year. But hurry, limited spots available. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Season's greetings start at the Garden Restaurant. Our fall menu and delicious food captures the essence of the holidays ahead. Stop in or order online for pickup. Have you tried our favorited jalapeno pork sandwich yet? It's perfectly balanced with sweet and spice and enough to satisfy any craving. Now let's talk turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches are delicious, and of course the fan fave, the turkey pot pie is prepped daily and loaded with chunks of tender meat, veggies drenched in a rich, creamy sauce hugged by a flaky, buttery crust. But that's not all. Home-cooked, handmade baking is our standard. What's more aromatic than baked goods? From giant cinnamon rolls, cookies, bars, and our famous warm, buttery Limehouse rolls. Our chefs prep each little item with a little something that makes the garden so unique. It's fresh ingredients sprinkled with genuine TLC in every bite. Celebrate your season with us. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com. Gillette.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Tonight at 10. The cooking, the decorating, the candles. Things are dangerous this time of year.
The holidays are absolutely busy for us.
KSL demonstrates the mistakes many of us make when seconds count.
We've all been told what not to do when fire strikes. Tonight, we show you what.
It's a story firefighters want every Utahn to see. Holiday Fire Hazards, live and streaming tonight on KSL News at 10.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready? All
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. By the way, I want to say a quick shout-out / apology to Mark.
Okay.
Who reached out on the Snap Talk. He says, because I was saying that Christian thinks I'm old because Blink-182's hit. I was in high school. Mark says, you are no spring chicken, Jake. I guess the fact that I remember Led Zeppelin from college rather than high school makes me impossibly old, right? Absolutely not, Mark. You are a young man. Don't you worry about it. That was my point, is that I was wrong when I was younger and viewed it that way.
Mark, when do you get on Medicare, my man? When does it kick in for you? Is that Medicaid?
Medicaid.
Medicaid. Medicare's the other one. You wait until you're 65 to retire, or you're going to go to 70 and try and get those extra benefits? Just ask Mark.
I don't know. I think Mark's a young man. I'm sure that decision is way in his future.
I don't know. You said he was listening to Zeppelin in college?
Are you clowning Mark right now?
No, I'm just saying he's old. It's not a clown thing.
I like you, Mark. Ben doesn't.
I like you, Mark.
It's not my fault.
Yeah.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, we touched on it a little bit earlier in the show, but we've got all eyes in the Big 12 on BYU at Cincinnati.
Really, who plays in the conference title game likely hinges on that game.
Well, as I've said, I think a strong opportunity for BYU to win this game. I just think they're a lot better than everyone else. I do think we are seeing the cream of the crop really separate itself from the rest of the Big 12. And I think there are 3 good teams. I think there's 1 elite team. And I think BYU and Utah are both really close to each other. And BYU beat them head-to-head, so BYU is better than Utah this year, and I don't think that's crazy to say. But, yeah, I think there is 1 really, really good team in Texas Tech. I think they are everything they were billed to be. And BYU and Utah, and then the rest of these teams I think are going to get squashed. I think the one thing that BYU and Utah and Texas Tech will have is they're really tough. They're really, really tough teams. And I think the rest of the Big 12, as much as we tried to change this narrative or kind of seemed like that narrative was changing, it's a bunch of soft teams. Cincinnati's soft. TCU is soft. Baylor is so soft. And then you look at West Virginia and Central Florida. Maybe Arizona State has a little bit of oomph. Curious to see what Kansas State looks like this weekend, but I think coming into Rice-Eccles has been a buzzsaw for everybody else, so I think they're going to run into that same problem. So I think that's what is the differentiator between the top teams, those three that I mentioned, and everybody else in the Big 12. And then the advantage that Texas Tech has is they just have a little bit more talent all over the field. And they paid for it. That's the goal now. If you can pay for it, you can be better, and Texas Tech has paid for it.
I don't think Texas Tech is unbeatable, and I certainly don't think BYU is unbeatable. Cincinnati has a quarterback, and they're getting a receiver back, and they're starting running back. And if BYU has a leaky defense, which we've seen at times this year, then it could be interesting for them. So I think their offense needs to move the ball because that's what they're going to have to do if they make the conference title game. But I by no means think that BYU is going to automatically beat Cincinnati. I didn't think Utah was going to automatically beat Cincinnati, and it went the way that it did, but Cincinnati's good enough to beat anybody in the league.
I disagree. And when was the last time BYU's defense looked leaky at this point?
Well, Iowa State, it looks super
maybe the
leaky.
first half against Iowa State?
Yeah, it looked super leaky against Iowa State.
2 quarters on the road against Iowa State, including obviously the big touchdown right out of the gate from Iowa State, which was, most of their points. In the first half, they 17 points, so not exactly. But they weren't against Utah. They gave 27 points in double overtime to Arizona. That's fine. 27, holding a team under 30 is good, knowing that they have to score to extend overtime to get to double overtime.
I don't count that game for the offense or the defense for that matter. That game was so weird. You remember the weather?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can take from that game.
I disagree that BYU has a leaky
They have
defense.
had a leaky defense.
They haven't given up 30 this year. They've given up 30.
Well, if Cincinnati moves it, and that's an if.
Well, Cincinnati would be the first.
If TCU moved it, they would have stood a better chance. And
or
they did
Utah,
not.
or
so,
yeah.
Yeah,
or
obviously
Iowa
it's
State.
an if. But Cincinnati's quarterback is capable.
Maybe. Taking BYU 25 points. BYU by 25. I wish it was a better game. I do. I wish I could sell that this was a better game. It's not. Cincinnati stinks. They're amongst the rest of the Big 12, which I've argued stinks all year. And I think they do stink. I think Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech are really good. I'm glad they all got to play each other.
What's next?
Number 2, we've got a tale of 2 Rasputins in Dallas.
I spent half my day reading Tim McMahon's article at ESPN.com yesterday. I just joke because it was really long, but it appeared to be very well sourced, Ben. However, I am often at least somewhat skeptical when it comes to anonymous sourcing. But anyway, I thought it was well done.
Well, it's worth noting that after Nico Harrison traded Luka, he called Tim McMahon to explain why he traded him. So that is the type of weight he carries in Dallas right now for sure. And Tim is really good at his job, So he had all of this stuff he's talking to is probably directly from the people involved.
It reads that way, but I don't know because nobody really put their name on it. So I'm not sure. But it was a good read, and it was an explanation of some things that have been out there. And it starts off with an anecdote about the night the team was sold, which is kind of funny, where Mark Cuban walked around the game telling media, team, everybody, what was his line? The only difference is my pocketbook. Everything else stays the same.
Mark had what he calls a handshake agreement that he would basically stay in on the same role, the governor of the team.
And the Adelsons would just stay in Vegas or something.
They would be the money, and he would be the face.
Yep.
And while they had a handshake agreement, none of that happened.
Well, that's what Mark told everybody. And that's actually key because Patrick Dumont showed up the next day and talked to the team, and he said, I'm running stuff, and Mark's cute, but there's a new sheriff in town. So Mark told everybody he was still going to be in charge. That's not exactly what Patrick Dumont said.
Right.
No. Say it the other way again.
Dumont.
I liked it.
He's one of the 3 Musketeers.
Patrick Dumont. That's what he said. So anyway, from there, all of a sudden, Ben, there was a battle of the Rasputins. Mark Cuban went from owner to potential Rasputin, and Nico Harrison wanted to be the new Rasputin for the new owner, who, by the way, reads in this piece like he has no idea what he's doing. Or at least that's the impression that I came away with. One of the Ishbia types. He was like, I'm going to be making decisions now, and then just has no clue what they're doing. And so the whole story is really about a purse fight over who Patrick Dumont is going to listen to.
Yeah.
And Nico throws Mark Cuban under the bus for losing Jalen Brunson and then making a trade for Christian Wood, who apparently Jason Kidd didn't want and Nico didn't want to do it.
And it didn't work out at all.
But Mark was like, these are the moves for us. And the Nico perspective is that Mark would come in and out of the picture. And 1 week he cared and wanted to do everything, and 1 week he didn't. So Nico goes up to Patrick Dumont and says, Mark has no idea what he's doing. Listen to me. Let's do what I want to do for a little bit. And then he made those trades for Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington. And then Dallas goes to the finals. And so Nico, at this point, completely pushes Mark Cuban out of the room to the point where Mark is just, how did Tim describe it? A glorified season ticket holder. Can't even get Dumont to pick up the phone. Because Nico is the official Rasputin. Then comes the Luka Doncic trade, Ben, where Nico comes to Patrick and says, we're doing this. We got to do it in the middle of the night. We got to do it in total secret or it's not going to happen. And Dumont now at this point has total faith in Grima Wormtongue. He's like, yes, I will do this disastrous move because I don't have a better angel telling me Nico once lost Steph Curry from Nike because he's an idiot.
By the way, very strange that right after Nico got fired and left, Steph left Under Armour and is wearing Nikes right away. Like,
he's going to be a Jordan guy, right?
I'm sure it's a coincidence. I'm sure it's a coincidence, but I really thought that was a funny thing to be like, I'm going to go back to Nike now after Nico gets fired and everyone sees what a clown he is publicly. That's the moment I'm leaving Under Armour.
I didn't even put those pieces together.
I'm
That's
sure
brilliant.
It's a
I hope it's related.
But it's very funny. Anyways, neither here nor there.
I hope it's related. So then Dumont doesn't know any better, and he backs Nico throughout all the fallout from the Luka Doncic trade. Mark Cuban says he wasn't consulted in any way, shape, or form. That he found out about it through, I don't know, some random phone call. Now, Ben, what happens? Nico gets booed and the fire Nico chants rain down and he talks to the kid at the game. And then he fires Nico. And the conclusion of the ESPN article, of course, Ben, is Mark Cuban firmly takes his place at the side of Patrick Dumont as the Rasputin he now is. And apparently Mark's say in the building is relevant again.
Is back again. We will see how that works out. Patrick Dumont has done some weird stuff. Now, look, I'm actually a little bit mixed on this. I think the headline sounds worse than it actually is. Patrick Dumont is saying that he wants to have final say on when Anthony Davis can actually return to the court.
That was a weird subplot in there that I almost brushed over.
So this is an interesting thing. Again, this is the owner saying, I want to have final say of when my guys actually return to the court. And while, again, that's going to raise red flags a la, who is it, Dable for the Giants saying, like, you're going to go play whether you have a concussion or not. I think this is the opposite of that. I think Nico Harrison, thinking his job was at risk, which clearly it was, wanted Anthony Davis back on the court as quickly as possible.
Yep.
And Dumont says, we're not looking to keep your job alive. We're looking for the overall health of the franchise. And if keeping Anthony Davis out for another week or two is beneficial for him and the franchise long term, we're not going to let you make that choice.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because that was the final straw, was that little incident. And did you read in there that Anthony Davis and his personal training staff were pushing for his return, and Dumont actually said, no, the medical staff for the Mavericks think that this could lead to an Achilles tear. So
take your time.
Well, at very least, if I were giving Anthony Davis advice, get rid of your training people.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Your training people are pushing you back to save the GM? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And
again,
the team, for once, is the one putting the brakes on?
He's got a calf strain, which is what Tyrese Halliburton had
So
last year.
I don't think the owner is going to have to approve everybody's return to the floor, but I think what he was saying is we're re-empowering our medical staff.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to let Nico and Anthony Davis's cousin or something decide if he's going to play or not. Imagine if he came back and ripped his ACL or his Achilles.
I think Mark Cuban has been obviously great for the Mavericks. I will be curious if he still has it and what role he plays and actually how much Patrick Dumont wants to have here. again, one of the things you and I have talked about, Christian would never know this. The Dallas Mavericks were the current Sacramento Kings of the NBA throughout my entire childhood.
Forever.
The 80s and 90s, they were the biggest joke in the NBA. They couldn't put one foot in front of the other. And if they did something right, they immediately did 2 or 3 things wrong to undo that work, which is what the Kings do now. They are not guaranteed success just because they went from Dirk to Luka, and now they have Cooper Flagg, and you hope Cooper Flagg turns into one of those guys if you're in Dallas, but it is not guaranteed that they belong atop the NBA, which is generally where they have huddled over the last 20 years.
Man, if I am Dumas, I'm doing what the new ownership did in Denver, and that's just canning both of them.
Yeah, everybody's
We've got a problem inside the front office between the coach and the GM. They're both terrible. Fire them both, please. And you can fire Mark Cuban now. How awesome would that be?
Everybody's out.
You're on Shark Tank. Well, guess what? You're no longer a part of the Mavericks inner circle. Goodbye.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of fulfilling.
Yeah.
All right. What's next?
Number 3, the Utah Mammoth have played the most road games in the NHL. They're back in Salt Lake City for a 4-game homestand starting tonight against the Knights.
As Nick Olczyk has said, there's an abbreviated schedule right now because the Olympics are coming up, and now NHL players are going to be able to leave to go play in the Olympics during this break. So it's going to push games earlier in the season to be more conjunct. And then as a result of what's happened at the Delta Center, they had to start a little bit later because there were some concerts and things still scheduled. And they're balancing a schedule with the Jazz. So yes, they've been forced to play some early road games. I would imagine that's all tied together, which has not been necessarily beneficial for them. So returning home, Delta Center, they've got a mini homestand here, including Vegas, New York coming up on Saturday. See if they can get back in the win column.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. The nice part about these things is it all balances itself out based on whatever reason. I would be interested in reading the book of scheduling stories in the NBA, NHL, or I mean, it's probably less prevalent in baseball and hockey, but like San Antonio, the team has to be on the road for 2 weeks because of the Texas State Rodeo or whatever it is. Like the Lakers have to be on the road for 2 weeks around the Oscars? No, not the Oscars. Is it the Oscars?
It was something like that. I can't remember what
or
it
the
was,
Grammys or something
like
along something along those lines. I mean, what, doTERRA bullies the Jazz out of the building?
Mm-hmm.
The Mouse, Disney on Ice bullies the Jazz out of the building, and the Mammoth for that matter.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see what's the most
Trans-Siberian Orchestra. They kicked the Jazz out for 2 months leading up to Christmas.
I'd be curious to see what the most unique one is. You know, does Oklahoma City have to be on the road because of the state pie eating contest or something?
Sure, yeah. Famously.
I mean, you can't bump the pie eating contest. It's Oklahoma City. This is what we got.
Yeah.
I have, you know.
It's got to be the rodeo. Texas road trip is notorious. The Spurs road trip.
Yeah, it's long.
It's long. It's like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's long.
Do it every year.
All right, Christian, how do you pronounce this, Christian? Christian Raoult, host of Locked On Kansas State, is going to join the show next. We'll talk about what Kansas State's bringing to town.
Yep.
Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The holidays are upon us and Thanksgiving is here. If you're looking for something great to do with friends and family this Thanksgiving weekend, how about making the reservations now to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, where you are going to find the very best meal for the holiday season. And we have two Ruth's Chris Steakhouses in our immediate area. One is in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, where you can enjoy all of the festive activities and the vibrancy of downtown, and then have the great meal waiting at Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, skiing is in our future. The mountains are beautiful at this time of year, and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse has a location at Hotel Park City. It was just last month that Dee and I celebrated our anniversary there, and we had a wonderful evening. Don't miss the opportunity to celebrate the season at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And don't forget, a gift card is a perfect stocking stuffer.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Isaiah Glasgow with his thoughts on playing a night game on the East Coast.
You get the 2-hour difference. It's still like we're playing at 8:15. I feel like most of our games this season have been 8:15, getting home at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So, I don't know. At this point of the season, I feel like we're already used to it, and it's, I don't know. I feel like the Cougs play better at night.
Cougars at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection this Thanksgiving. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. 801-230-5396. Send them a text. 801-230-5396.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to talk some Kansas State football, getting ready for the Utes in Kansas State this weekend. Joining us now, host of Locked On Kansas State, Christian Rao, with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Christian?
Hey, man, thank you so much for having me on. Really excited about this game. It should be a good one for Utah fans, that's for sure.
So I guess that puts into place where you think Kansas State is coming into this. I keep watching and waiting for Kansas State to be, the big spoiler in the Big 12 because of how much hype there was and excitement going into this season, and a thought that they were going to be one of the true contenders. And they'll get a little momentum, and then it seems to get dashed. And they did not play well against Oklahoma State, despite the fact that they had won, 2 of their 3 before that. So where is Kansas State as a program heading into this game this weekend?
Yeah, the program full of peaks and valleys. There's no doubt about that. And I'm right there with you. I've been waiting for them to play spoiler as well. But this Big 12 conference is just such a dog-eat-dog conference with the parity from top to bottom. You never know who's going to win every single week. And I think Kansas State has a chance to play spoiler. But when you look at this program, it's just they've fallen flat this season. Season expectations was being a Big 12 contender. I had them as a potential 10-2 team, something that maybe potentially Utah will find themselves at the end of the season. And injuries, luck, and just really the lack of what they thought the talent might be on this squad just didn't show up. There was a lot of issues with this squad, and I think they're starting to get a taste of what this new NIL and transfer portal era really is in the Midwest.
Give me the Avery Johnson story, because I did not, he's a great player. I did not anticipate the headline of his season this year being about his dad punching his brother. So tell me, why hasn't it been a special year for him?
Yeah, the Dublin curse takes a whole different kind of track this year, right? With that happening, no, honestly,
a little bit. No, in all seriousness, it just hasn't landed.
100%, and something landed there, but not that. Well, in the case of Avery Johnson, I believe he's a great dual threat quarterback. I believe he has the talent and the caliber to do it. But this year, I think the surrounding talent around him just wasn't good enough. And obviously with the departure of Dylan Edwards doesn't help. And he never played a single offensive snap in that Week 0 game against Iowa State in Dublin. And the coaches were really adamant in the postgame to say how much they really focused on their play calling to be surrounded around Dylan Edwards. And it was just something that they could not surpass the rest of the season. I believe Avery Johnson has the tools to be a great quarterback and maybe potentially be a quarterback that plays on Sundays and some days. But overall, I just don't think he has the talent surrounded him this season. Wide receivers injured. Wide receivers have been an issue for him his entire collegiate career when it comes to drops and just the amount of sheer talent on there. And then on the offensive line side this year, they did a great job in the pass blocking department, but the run block is not there. And he needs complementary football, and he just didn't get that this year.
I'm trying to think back to Utah's season last year, and it just felt like a lost year entirely, and they only finished with 5 wins and didn't make a bowl game. And I would think Kansas State, regardless of what happens this weekend, is still going to win the last week of the season and go to a bowl game. Does this just feel like a lost year? Does it feel like a bad omen of things to come, or does it feel like something different entirely?
I think you can look at it from both edges of the glass here. I think you can see it as obviously being one of the worst years under the Chris Kleiman era. Even if they win out and go 7-5, this will be their worst season under Chris Kleiman if you take away the COVID year. But then if you look on the bright side, a 7-5 record is the worst year you've had under Chris Kleiman, and that's still a good spot compared to what some of the other programs are in the Big 12. When you look at some of the other programs with longer tenured coaches, like, for example, before this season started at Oklahoma State. So you can look at it from both edges. Obviously, the amount of income and revenue bringing in from the other in-state school in Kansas, bringing in near $300 million to start recruiting and bringing in other things and be more of a football-minded school does not help in-state recruiting. So long picture, I think this could be maybe a wake-up call for Kansas State.
If it goes Kansas State's way this weekend and they pull the upset, how do they do it? What do they want to accomplish?
Oh, man, it's got to be stopping the run. And I think that's just the easiest way to say it. Utah's second best in the country in stopping the run. That's usually a category when you're on the podium for running offenses. That's usually reserved for service academies, right? And that's finding some way to do that this year. Utah's just been absolutely incredible. Kansas State has not been great against stopping the run. They're 77th in the country. In doing so, that's not a great number when you're a Power 4 conference and you're sitting there in the middle of the ranks of the country and stopping the run. They've lost a lot of have a lot of injuries to their linebacking core. Austin Romaine, star player for Kansas State, out for the rest of the season. They're going to be having a lot of troubles, I think, in this one. But if they can find a way to slow down the run, maybe force them to pass and get them to have a couple turnovers. Kansas State, before heading into that Texas Tech game a few weeks ago, did lead the country in takeaways. So if they can limit them on the running game, slow them down on the explosive runs, maybe cause a few turnovers, I think I like their chances to stick around with Utah.
What does their summer look like? What big decisions need to be made?
I think the number one decision will be, obviously, if you can find a way for retention. That's something that they worked on last year when they started off 7-1, and then the wheels fell off against Houston towards the end of the season. They wound up only getting to 8 wins on the year. And then I think if you can find a way to get retention, transfer portal, bring some of those star players back, then you ultimately have to look at the coaching staff. I don't think you have to look at the very top of Chris Kleiman. I think he's been a great coach. I think he has the respect of the program and the culture. But I think you might have to make some moves at the coordinator position, especially on the offensive side with Matt Wells.
Matt's a name familiar around here, certainly. I was startled when I saw the stat. Maybe I got to pay closer attention that Kansas State has beaten Kansas 17 times in a row.
That's right. Yeah, the Sunflower Showdown streak, 17 years in a row. Last time Kansas has won that game is 2008.
Wow. Is that more about Kansas State or Kansas, would you say?
Well, I think initially it was about more of just Kansas not being a football club, but they've definitely turned it around in the last couple of years with Lance Leipold bringing it back. And now I believe it's more of Kansas State, the fact that they've really focused on, building their program and finding it to be respectful, being a Big 12 contender year in and year out, despite what's happening this year. I think you have to probably give credit for both teams and both programs for what they're doing, but overall over the last 17 seasons, that's definitely been Kansas State's sweet spot.
Well, thank you, Christian, for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it. Let's hope we get a good one this weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having us on.
Thanks, Christian. Christian Rao, host of Locked on Kansas State.
I agree with him that it's probably more likely that this is what happened to Utah last year, and not quite with the level of injuries Utah has suffered. But Kansas State certainly has not escaped the injury bug. At least they had their starting quarterback. But the glass half full, glass half empty, which I think a lot of people, myself included, were looking at Utah last year and trying to figure out what was to come, is that whether they go 7-5, which would be winning out, I don't think they're going to beat Utah, 6-6. If that's the worst your program has been, you've still got a very good program. And Utah's disaster year last year, unfathomably poor, was 5-7, which is not uncommon for most programs. So their ability to turn it around quickly with getting a couple of big transfers in really helped Utah, and Kansas State should be able to do some of that.
I would think so. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
And you've got your quarterback coming back, and Avery Johnson is still a top half of the league quarterback.
Well, it depends on what you're asking him to do, but yeah, I get your point.
You can have a good offense with Avery Johnson.
They've done it.
Yeah.
He's done it.
So that's it.
Yeah.
I don't need him to play on Sundays. Great if he does, but that part of it doesn't really matter to me at all.
No, he's proven he can win. He's proven he's competent. There's no doubt. That's why I asked what the story was.
Yeah.
And apparently it's a LeBron-type scenario where you blame his teammates.
It's everybody else.
It's everybody else. No, but that may ring true. And they had, I think, been trying to throw him too much, and I don't think he's that.
Agreed.
So it depends on how you use him. But, yeah, more than capable.
I don't think it's a good design against Utah.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Utah's had quarterbacks run it all over them before. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it could.
I honestly still think the weakness of this Utah team is when teams can't throw the ball. You know, Baylor in the first half was able to stay in that game because they could open up Utah's defense by throwing the ball, confusing Utah's corners, who are good. They're not great this year. And that opens up some opportunities to get some big runs, as is the design. Teams that want to run on Utah, I don't think are going to have success.
All right, we wrap up the Jake and Ben show. Get you ready for Hanson Scotty G. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. There was no Texas Tech hangover for the Cougars as they took their frustrations out on TCU. Now the Cougars hit the road for a huge Big 12 battle against Cincinnati. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden,
Locally made, just for you.
and cherished for generations.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Bird Ficklin on his relationship with offensive coordinator Jason Beck.
Trust Coach Witt. He told me trust. He's going to get somebody in here that will place the ball in the best players' hands. With Coach Beck, that's what he's been doing. I think he's been getting the ball to his best players on the field. And you can see from week in, week out that it's been working really well, especially playing behind the O-line. But Coach Beck knows how to do that. He knows how to put the best players behind the O-line for them to keep getting better throughout every week and to keep growing as a team.
Utes at 50, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it coming. The Aggies head to California for a chance to get bowl eligible against Fresno State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
All right, stay tuned.
Jake Scott is the Trent Dilfer of this radio station.
Still,
that's funny.
Still on the radio station.
Shout out to Kevin. Hilarious. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, I want to, let me put it this way. I think for young athletes, it's okay to believe in yourself, but maybe don't believe in yourself too much.
Sure. A little humility.
Well, I've got an example for you. Okay. Did you see this headline? Shiloh Sanders is being sued by his former lawyers for $164,000 plus interest.
Mm-hmm.
They represented him in a case where he beat up a guy to the point where he broke his neck. Like bad news. This is back in Texas. The case went to trial. He pled guilty. There was a judgment assessed of nearly $12 million. And Shiloh then took out bankruptcy. And then there's been some other stuff. But now his attorneys or the law firm is suing him to get their fees.
Uh-huh.
And I just wonder if this is a case where before Shiloh beat this guy up, he thought, well, I'm going to be a superstar NFL player. I mean, even if I get fined or have to pay this guy off or whatever, it's just going to be a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, he's a free agent after being cut by the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, thinking he was going to go on to superstardom may have worked against him because now he's bankrupt and owes $200,000.
Certainly believe in betting on yourself within reason. You know, you do need to have confidence that you belong and you can go out there and achieve things that maybe other people around you don't think you're capable of doing. But Shiloh should have had some understanding that he was not going to have a life in football for to make most of his money. You know who I really credit a lot? LeAngelo Ball, who absolutely rode the coattails of his brothers. His dad kind of helped him get jobs here and there, and then shifted and said, you know what, I'm going to bet on myself as a rapper. And has actually turned into a somewhat successful musician, no longer trying to play for whatever G League team his brothers are affiliated with the main roster. That's a good shift for him. And Shiloh is very much the LeAngelo of the Sanders family, even though Shedeur might be closer than we think, and doesn't know when to stop. Doesn't know when to take his next career move.
It must not take a very smart person to make it in the rap game.
I think there's a lot of different ways to make it.
The only reason I say that, and I mean the only reason, is because if you're dumb enough to steal something in China, then you are not a smart person.
Correct.
So
LeAngelo had some flaws.
I do not think it takes a smart person to make it in rap if he has made it in rap.
There's a lot of dumb people doing a lot of big things.
I don't disagree.
So Shiloh, if he's a dumb person, needs to find his next thing. But it's not going to be football. And beating up people is generally never a good idea, unless you're going to be a boxer. But I don't think you should be a boxer either, unless you can fight Jake Paul and get one of those multi-million-dollar Netflix fights.
Dude, look at those sunglasses. You should totally put those in your pocket.
These in my pocket. Isn't your family famous? Didn't your family have money? Can you afford these sunglasses?
You know you're in China, right? I mean, I would avoid breaking the law in any other country, but that one in particular.
That was a toughie. But yeah, it'd be tough. You may be the Trent Dilfer of this radio station, but at least you're not the LeAngelo Ball of your family.
Great point. If I go to China, I will keep it on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
You know, I went to Mexico a few years ago. You know what I did?
Not steal?
Kept it on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
You know where I didn't want to end up?
Mexican prison.
Certainly not. Let alone Chinese prison, where the president of the dang United States has to get you out.
Not really an ally either.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got talking about the Ball family.
Well, loser younger brothers.
Okay.
Hey, Shedeur's making his first start this week, though.
Against the Raiders.
It's going to be a hell of a game, really.
Yeah, I think this between Genty and Shedeur, we're going to see who wins Offensive Rookie of the Year this year. It's going to be decided this weekend. Hey, he hit the over. A lot of people over/under. One game started for Shedeur, and he's going to hit it. So,
by the way,
looked awful in game one. Now rookies look awful in game one. I'm not going to sink him for that. We'll see. It's going to draw some eyeballs.
Sometimes there's those storylines to let you know that some members of the media are shilling and not necessarily delivering a honest opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that there were a select few people out there who were saying that Shedeur was treated unfairly because he was not given reps with the starting team before last week's game? Did you see the cavalcade of like career backup quarterbacks who came out and said,
yeah, that's not a thing.
Yeah, we don't get reps with the starting.
Why would we?
That's the starting quarterback gets the reps with us. But like, there were these 3 or 4 big names who were like, "It's an injustice."
Yeah,
Shedeur didn't have reps with the starting.
How could you expect
and it's like,
him to be ready?
It's like he's the backup quarterback.
Yeah,
they don't get reps with the starting team.
Fourth string. He started the year fourth string.
He was
practice squad.
But they were complaining about specifically last week where he was the backup quarterback.
Right.
And they were saying he failed because he was not properly prepared by the coaching staff because he didn't have reps with the first team in practice. So anyone saying that, you can discredit their opinion for now on because they're shilling for a player or family. Or
You'll
whatever.
have to forgive me because I stopped paying attention to Browns football 21 years ago. Had Dylan Gabriel started before that?
Mm-hmm.
He had started a few games before this.
Yes.
Yeah, he had been starting.
Yes.
Still, you have to get Dylan Gabriel, the other rookie quarterback on the team, as many reps as possible. If he's the guy who's going to be starting, for him, more than a Joe Flacco who's 40 years old and has started,
But even
180 games in his career, 200 games in his career, Dylan Gabriel literally needs every snap. Shedeur doesn't deserve that snap.
Peyton Manning took every snap with
Yes.
the.
Oh, Joe Flacco was taking every snap.
Do you know why? Because all these geezers think they're going to live forever. So are they going to give the backup quarterback the snaps with the number one team? Absolutely not. If you want to think of it that way.
Right. Christian doesn't realize this. Christian's mic is actually unplugged. So he talks, and he thinks he's coming over the air, and he's just talking to himself in a room, but he thinks people can hear him.
Exactly.
Because we're not giving Christian reps.
No.
No, we're
Obviously not.
We're Flacco and Manning.
Yeah.
And I mean like Broncos Manning. And Bengals Flacco.
Yeah.
This is not Super Bowl Indianapolis, Super Bowl Baltimore. No, we're washed. But we're not letting Dylan Gabriel over here, Christian, get reps on this station. Not while we're here taking snaps. So we cut the microphone cord under the table. He can't see it. He's just talking into a tin can over there.
But I love that all these career backup quarterbacks are like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
I've had to go in games without reps with the number one team.
I don't always agree with.
It's called being a backup.
I don't agree with everything former athletes say as media members. They get certain things wrong. There are certain things about our job that I don't think they understand, that they are critical of. I do love this type of stuff. When a reporter or somebody tries to say, like, this is not fair or this is not how it should have been, and every player in that position is like, this is always how it's been. You're making something up right now because it has nothing to do with what you're saying. I always support that from former players. So a tip of the cap, too. Trent Dilfer, all the backups. Dilfer started. But, yeah, every other backup.
Super Bowl champion, Trent Dilfer.
Tyler Huntley doesn't get to be mad when he doesn't get reps over Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
and then the backup.
And there's a chance he goes into the game without those reps. Yeah, it's happened to him probably half a dozen times
Zach
in his career.
Wilson suits up in Miami, he doesn't get to be mad that he didn't get reps over Tua. Be like, well, I didn't play good. I didn't get to play with the starters. It's like, you're the backup.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So any like media person out there that was shoveling that, you know exactly where it's coming from.
Yep, agreed.
And by the way, they don't do Shedeur any favors when they do that, by the way.
Correct. Well, now he's getting all the reps this week, and it's going to be like, okay, so what was the answer? He got all the reps this week. Why wasn't he any good this week?
Max Crosby's going to put him 3 feet deep into the turf, and they're going to go, hey, the number one reps didn't seem to help you this week.
Again, I did not watch that Browns game. I did see the highlights of Shedeur, and it was just exactly the same stuff at Colorado that you can get away with when you can run around and just throw the ball. You can run around in the backfield forever because you're a better athlete than everybody. And you can just throw the ball up and Travis Hunter or the other wide receiver can bail you out. You try and turn and change directions in the backfield, and there's two other guys there. Yeah. It's just they multiply in the backfield when you hold on to the ball as long as he does. And, yeah, he's going to have to really learn how to just simplify his game and get it out.
All right, stay tuned. Hanson, Scotty G are coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a blowout victory on the road against Baylor, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return to the Hill for a showdown against Kansas State in the final home game of the season. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then, catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
man, it is in the air. Whoo! Can you feel it? Can you feel the intensity? Holy cow. I can feel the intensity. BYU with a big win or game against Cincinnati this weekend. Utah with a huge game against Kansas State this weekend. Utah State trying to find bowl eligibility with a game against Fresno this weekend. 2 games left in the regular season for both BYU and Utah in Big 12 play. Everything is tightening up, man. It is tight. You can feel it. I can feel the emotions from the fan base. I feel the emotions from my coworkers. I can feel the emotions across the board. It is tightening up. In fact, I don't know if I remember a time with more anxiety and anxiousness than we are in right now with where BYU is, where Utah is. I just feel like we are at an all-time intense time here in the state of Utah with college football. And it's a great time to be on air, man. It's a great time to be calling BYU games. And it is a great time to be covering the University of Utah because this is some great football being played across the board. BYU, incredible stuff. Utah, incredible stuff. And believe me, I get it. I'm right there with you. You know, every different fan across the board that's listening to this show right now, I'm with you. I feel the anxiety you feel. I feel the energy that you feel. You know, I feel the hopes that you feel. You're a BYU fan hoping that you can go undefeated and get into that championship game. You're a Utah fan hoping that BYU stumbles along the way and you get that opportunity. I feel it, man. I feel that energy. I don't sleep at night. I can feel it. Another guy that I know feels it, my former teammate at the Brigham Young University, fantastic running back with the Cougars, and the father of one Smith Snowden, the great corner from the University of Utah, joins us now. Will, how you doing?
Doing wonderful here. It's wonderful to hear your voice and to be online, to be live with you.
Well, it's nice to have you on with me, Will. And I was just talking about the energy across the state, buddy. And I know you keep up with those Cougars because it's near and dear to your heart. And I know you are absolutely with the U of U right now because your son's playing on that team. But are you feeling the energy in this state right now with these two football teams?
Well, yeah, I mean, energy is a nice thing to call it. I think that, you know, I sit around and, you know, I stay busy, you know, dealing with my business and trying to help coaches see the light of the alpha players. So, obviously, we're really connected at both schools, at all the schools in the state. So I love seeing guys succeed and play at a high level. But what a great time to be in the state of Utah. But the energy, I feel the tension in the air. You know, I can feel it with the fan bases. I think the players are enjoying themselves. They're playing hard. They're giving the fans what they deserve, hard play. And a lot of winning. You know, what's that? Between the two teams, BYU has 10 already? Yep. 9 already? 9-1?
Yeah.
And Utah's 8-2. So that's 17 wins just in state between those two. Bronco seems to be making some moves up that way. But the real energy that I'm feeling is that BYU-Utah situation. And, you know, everyone trying to figure out what it will take for Utah to get in if you're a Utah fan and what it takes for BYU. And what a lot of pressure on these coaches and these players, man. It's, you know, it just really is, but this is why you play the game. This is why you dream to get to this level of football. And the next 2 weeks are going to be quite exciting to watch.
Will Snowden, former BYU running back, he is the owner and operator of Alpha Recruits, does a fantastic job helping kids go from high school to the next level. He's been doing that for a lot of years. I know you work with a lot of family members, and I know Dre's involved. I know Christian works with it, but Alpha Recruits, how long is, I know that you've been doing this for a long time. How long has Alpha Recruits been around?
We've really been doing this about 13 years now, full-time, aggressively for the last 6-7 years. And it's been fun. I'll tell you, the changes are just,
they're drastic.
You know, I mean, it's drastic. We've dealt with it with me working with Rock, and just it's such a drastic change in how colleges are recruiting kids. But it's been a long time, and we're still kicking. And I've been on the phone for the last hour, bugging Boise State and Utah State and Idaho State and Idaho and Southern Utah and Sac State and USC. It's been a crazy morning, but we're trying to make things happen, and hopefully some good things happen for my guys. But they've worked hard and trying to get to the next level.
Just so everybody understands, Will's got plenty of placed players on BYU and Utah, as well as Utah State and others across the board. So I know that this means a lot to you in regards to these players. And Will, my hope for bringing you on today, amongst this tension and this anxiety, is to try to bring a little taste of humanity to these players, because these kids are individuals, man. These kids are still trying to do their classwork. They're still trying to live a social life. They're still trying to do their work. What kinds of pressure are these kids under nowadays? Well, maybe in comparison to what you and I played under, where we didn't get NIL money. We didn't have general public pressure. We didn't have social media. Kind of spread some humanity to what these players are dealing with right now down the stretch.
Well, we live in such a ridiculous time, right? And that's from our political leadership. And I'm not talking one side or the other. Be clear, no one attack me. But if we want to live in reality, we're living in a crazed time, right? And then you have all of these experts in politics. There's an expert in everything. Then it's just some guy at his house who likes to watch CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC, and then talk about it and, be an expert on it. And that's what's happened a lot with football. You have a lot of these football experts really attacking kids. And that's the thing. Like, I get it, but it's very strange for me because I played the game at a high level. I've coached the game at a high level. I've had my sons have been high-level football players. My father was a high-level football player. My brother was a high-level football player. Those guys played in the NFL. And you don't see a lot of players getting on here trying to trash players, right? And it's just kind of funny. I see these tweets and people attacking people like you. And before I even do that, I want the public to hear this from Will Snowden. Yes, I do like Scotty more than you. I do. But as far as the profession, there is no one in the world better at what they do than you. The way you're able to break down the film, the way you're able to actually talk about this game, particularly football, it's like it's really poetry. It's really nice to hear someone be fair with all the schools and tell the truth about football, because that's what this is really about. It's about football, evaluating the talent, evaluating the play calls on both sides of the ball, special teams. And I just love to listen to you and learn from you. And this is no joke. You do an exceptional job, and I want you to know it. But as far as the humanity of the kids, the pressures, they're getting paid. The second pressure is you have more media attacks than you ever have. I mean, it's funny. I this last weekend I was at the game and pulled up my Twitter real quick on a break, and I think Smith had got beat for a catch or something, and people are like, "This kid sucks. He's the worst." And it's like, guys, I don't know if they're real and I do think they're real because they probably don't understand that. When you play DB, someone's going to catch the ball. I mean, that's part of it. Just like you want your quarterback to throw it to your receiver. These things happen. They practice too. So I really think that the humanity, it's really sad for the kids. You have people tweeting at you, tagging you, and telling you you're a terrible person. My son gets these terrible DMs from people. I mean, it really is a disgusting time to be an athlete, but also the greatest time to be an athlete. So you got to take the good with the bad, and that's what I think the kids are doing. But they are under a tremendous amount of stress, and they're under the biggest spotlight you could even imagine being on. And I like to think of these people, you're fat and out of shape, and eating your burgers and your fries and your chicken wings. You got chicken wing juice running down the side of your mouth, and your phone is dirty, and you're deciding to attack these college kids who are just trying to make a name for themselves and trying to make you happy. So It's an interesting time, but I think the kids are handling it well. I have a lot of kids. I do a lot of NIL negotiations for kids and contracts for kids, and so I think they're learning a lot. I think they'll be a little bit more mature than we were when they graduate as well, because they've dealt with more things, especially if they're getting the right type of counsel.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great point. They will be definitely more versed in dealing with all kinds of things. So, Will, you and I kind of have to hear the noise. It's part of our business. You working with kids, me working with the media. And, I definitely feel when somebody misconstrues a segment and goes crazy on me, I feel those things. And we hear a lot of it. Do these football players hear all the noise, or are they able to shut these things out?
I think that there's just no possible way to shut it all out. The only way you can is not have a cell phone in 2025 and not have any social media in 2025, which is, you're kind of the nerd kid if that's, you're not the kid. They hear it. They understand it. Or someone else is showing it, or, families are upset and fighting, and then all of a sudden you see the kid sees the family fighting. I just don't think you can shut it out. So they have to be really mentally strong to deal with with really a bunch of eyes judging you. But they do have to realize that most of these people tweet or post about you under a fake name, right? They're not willing to come out as who they are and say, hey, this is who I am and this is what I'm saying. Because, in a court of law, they would get convicted every time, because most of the time they have no idea what the heck they're talking about. So I'm just stressing to the fans of all fans, and it doesn't matter if it's from Utah or BYU, Utah State. Everyone loves to armchair coach, armchair quarterback. They have all the answers, and most of them didn't play at a high level. They have no idea what it's like to have, millions of people watching you play a sport against other players who are very highly talented, who they've worked their tail off to get to where they are. So this is a real battle that these kids are facing. But as far as their ability to block it out, it takes a special type of kid to be able to lock that out.
My heart goes out to those beautiful players, man, and what they fight through. And it's incredible that, you're sitting with 2 losses at Utah, 1 loss at BYU, and you still feel and hear and sense the criticism, and it just feels like these kids, man, they're put in such a tough spot. And I get it. Nobody out there is feeling sorry for them anymore, Will, because people out there think that every one of these college kids is making $100,000 plus. And I do want to say that's definitely not the case. The money is really across the board is different everywhere with every single player. All right.
And without a doubt,
go ahead.
And without a doubt, sorry to cut you off. I do think that they, and at the end of the day, a lot of these guys are making a ton of money. But what does that mean? I mean, you make a ton of money at your job, or people make a ton of money, but people aren't going around knowing that you're not that good at your job, or when you make a mistake at your job, they're not calling you a loser or a bum or whatever these guys want to call you. So it really is sad for the kids, because they really are kids. Most of them, these guys are 18 to 22 years old. Brains aren't even fully developed, and you want to tear them down that way. But it's a sad thing, but also just part of what makes this sport great is, guys can really get invested, and, they buy the jerseys and they buy the tickets, and they want to support their team, and sometimes they go too far with their investment as far as emotionally losing it. So it's been fun, though. I mean, what a great year. And there's so much to talk about. 2 things. Utah has been exceptional. Brigham Young has been exceptional. The person I'm most excited about and impressed with this year is not Bear Bachmeier, because Bear has been exceptional. But I'm most impressed with Aaron Roderick. What he's been able to do consistently with this team, and most importantly with Bear. I think people take it for granted. Like he's put Bear in positions to really have him succeed at a high level. And my hat's off to him. He's done an exceptional job, and he deserves a lot of respect from not just me, but everyone in the state, everyone in the country. It's been impressive, and that's all I can say about it.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. And I was just watching the Texas Tech game again last night because my brain can't help but think forward, Will. So I'm looking forward, and I should be looking at Cincinnati. I have watched a lot of Cincinnati film, too. I watched the Cincinnati-Arizona game as well this morning. So I am doing my homework, but I can't help but do a little bit of forward thinking. I'm looking back at that BYU Texas Tech game. I went and watched it again. What Aaron Roderick was trying to do was protect Bear Bachmeier at all costs. Now, he left max protection in. L.J. Martin was chipping every out. There was a tight end that was staying in and blocking every out. They were giving Bear Bachmeier every opportunity to be able to release a ball or to find a gap to run through. Now, Texas Tech just happens to be so uniquely good that they were shoving the gaps full. But you are so right about Aaron Roderick. What he's built around Bear Bachmeier, how he's calling protections, calling games, calling quick routes, getting L.J. Martin working, and protecting Bear Bachmeier, it is a masterclass. It is a masterclass. You know, you could give, I bet you could give 50 other offensive coordinators Bear Bachmeier as a true freshman, and they're not getting out of Bear Bachmeier what Aaron Roderick's getting out of Bear Bachmeier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it really just comes down to vision. I mean, if you guys watch the concepts from last year to this year, it's all different concepts as well. What he was doing with Jake Retzlaff last year is not what he's doing with Bear Bachmeier this year. He was able to have a vision because I'll just tell you honestly, he had that vision as soon as he offered the kid. He did. Guys don't come in and become the number one at a Power 4 school within 7, 8, 9 practices. It doesn't happen that way. He had a plan, and he saw how Bear was the answer for them to go win this amount of games.
Wow.
And he deserves all the respect in the world for it. It was a masterclass in what he's done. I'm not like you. I don't get thinking too far ahead because I understand that this weekend BYU could lose to Cincinnati very easily, and Utah could lose to Kansas State very easily.
Two good teams, Will.
These guys are I mean, and all of a sudden you have a whole different conversation. I know it's a heartbreaking thing to even think about, but just like that, it can be gone. I've seen it happen year in and year out. We saw it happen last year. Utah has seen it where it's worked out well for them, where they got into the championship game and was able to win the championship game. So these guys literally have to take it minute by minute, hour by hour, and day by day, and stay focused on what the task is in front of you, because both of them could easily not be playing for a championship if they slip up. And these other guys want to win. Coaches are coaching for their jobs and other things. Players are playing for their contracts.
Yeah.
You
Kids are getting cut.
You've been in the NFL. You've been in the NFL. You understand what it is when a contract year is coming up. It's like, oh, dude, I want to make plays. I want to play hard. I'm trying to make my next contract a better contract. So it's changed college football has changed so much because a lot of these guys are, they're year to year on what they're going to get.
Right.
And some guys are literally playing for $40,000 that are starting for teams right now. And they're saying, okay, well, I want to increase my stock. Am I going to get into the portal, or is this school going to pay me what I feel like I deserve? So no game is to be taken for granted. So I'm not counting anyone into the championship until after game 12. And after that, then I'll have some excitement for BYU or for Utah, or it might be for, some other schools sneaking in because other schools didn't take care of what they needed to. Yep. So I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm focused on Arizona. I'm focused on Kansas State and focused on Cincinnati this week for BYU and Utah.
So you had an up-close and personal look at this Cincinnati team going against that Utah team. Utah handled them, man. Disgraced them, embarrassed them, destroyed them. When you look at this Cincinnati team, now BYU on the road, Utah had Cincinnati at home. When you look at this Cincinnati team, give me a couple of areas you feel like BYU could possibly have an advantage on Cincinnati.
Well, I think that in the trench, I think in the offensive trench, BYU is going to have a big advantage. I think that they're going to be able to handle Cincinnati's fronts. So I do think they'll be able to get it rolling, running the ball, which is going to be key. I expect Cincinnati to say, okay, let's load the box and try and stop the run and see if these receivers really do have the ability to be one-on-one receivers. That would be the knock on BYU. Not saying they don't have great receivers, but
that's where they're going to get tested.
Seem to do better. Yeah, but that's the test that you want to say, okay, these are zone route runners, right? They will kill you in zones, and also that we want to see if Bear Bachmeier can throw the ball accurately into tight windows, right? So I expect them to say, come up, let's press them, let's be really aggressive with them on the outside. But the question is, will BYU be able to move that line of scrimmage and let LJ and these guys get running downhill? But more importantly than LJ, can Bear Bachmeier get running downhill? Because when he's most effective when he can get running downhill using that big body and putting pressures on the defense. So I think up front they're going to have an advantage. I don't think Cincinnati's fully healthy on their D-line. So I would expect Roger's going to come in with some aggressive, running the ball at them, a lot of speed option at them, attacking the edges, and then taking his shots when he feels it's time. The biggest thing for BYU is to start fast in this game. The only thing that scares me about BYU getting out of this game being a loss is if they fall behind early. Right, Cincinnati is not a team you want to fall behind, because Sorsby is dangerous, very dangerous. He can throw the ball well, but he's really dangerous when he takes off and runs. And so the good news for Brigham Young is they have one of the best DCs in the country. I expect him to spy them with those backers, confuse them with pressures. But I do expect to see a really, really good game, and I'm calling it a 3 to 7 point victory for Brigham. So, but I don't think it's going to be, they're going to go in there and just spank Cincinnati, because I think Cincinnati's going to play with a lot of pride, and they're playing for a lot too. A lot is on the line for them. They are still in the hunt for the championship, and they're going to have a home crowd on a Saturday night. Should be quite interesting to watch.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. Getting on that flight tomorrow at 5:30, headed out to Ohio. And I'll tell you, this has been one of the craziest years ever. It's fun being in the booth and having a chance to call these games, but each and every game had such a unique character to it. And I know this one's going to have a very unique character. Last thing before we let you go, Will, tell me a little bit about this Utah football team. Like, what are these players and coaches' mindset? They're behind the 8 ball. They need help in order to make it to that championship game. But where are they mentally getting ready for Kansas State and to finish out a 2-game season?
Yeah, I think they're, one of the things that these guys have been in this situation before, so I think that's nice. Kyle, a lot of these guys on the staff have been in this situation before. They've got into a championship through the back door before, right? But they understand what they need to do. I think the kids are super focused. I think they have a lot of respect for the league, right? They're not sitting here thinking, we should have, or what could have been. It's a mature group led by a lot of great leaders. Obviously, you have one of the best coaches in the country, in Kyle Whittingham, leading them. And I think they're focused and really committed to putting on a show each week, playing sound football, that physical brand of football that they play, and trying to beat up on the man in front of you. So I expect Utah to play well this weekend. I expect them to finish well, because I think they are super focused on the task at hand. And I think that they obviously are fighting for an opportunity to get into the playoff, regardless if they get to the championship or they don't. So it's going to be really interesting. And one thing, everyone attacks the committee. It's not easy being on that committee. I had to ask myself the real question: how would I do this? If I was on the committee, what would I be saying? Really, without any biases, as you evaluate the rosters, as you evaluate the games, as you evaluate the defenses, the offenses, there's so much to evaluate. And at the end of the day, us as fans forget this is a business, and it's a for-profit business. And these guys have a lot of different things that they're doing as they decide how to put together this playoff. And and that those are with the at-larges that they're going to choose. So it's not the easiest thing in the world. I know it's easy for me as an armchair guy to sit back and say this is what it should be, but as you really evaluate everything, it gets really kind of grimy to figure out how this thing's going to go. So I'm trying not to think about it as much as I probably do. But the reality is it's going to be a great finish, and I'm glad to hear you on the call on Saturday night. And I can't wait to watch these two games this weekend. It's going to be quite fun.
Thanks for agreeing to do this without Scotty here. I hesitated to call. Yeah.
I went to prayer on it, to be honest. I had to see if, but Scotty understands what we have, and I really, to be honest, he shot me a text message and said, please, I know how it is, but please do it. And I said I would. So anyway, Hans, you do your thing, man. And I appreciate the Zone. You guys do a great job. Keep on being great.
Well, I appreciate the Lord blessing me with Will Snowden. Thank you, brother.
Have a good day, bro.
All right. Will Snowden, a former teammate of mine, one of my absolute best friends. I love that man. So very much appreciate him joining us. Ian Fitzsimmons, he'll join us next, give us a national perspective on what this committee's thinking right now.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. There was no Texas Tech hangover for the Cougars as they took their frustrations out on TCU. Now the Cougars hit the road for a huge Big 12 battle against Cincinnati. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smith's, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride.
Ian Fitzsimmons joins us. He's the #1 field analyst and reporter for ESPN Radio. He is the man. ESPN couldn't do without him. He's great at his job, and he's handsome. Okay, so, Ian, I'm looking at this picture here, and when I hugged you in the booth about a year ago, you don't look like this picture that I'm looking at. How much weight are you down?
I have no earthly idea which picture you're looking at, but I'd say probably the start of last season, I was 218, and the start of this year, I was 211, and I'm down to 204.
Atta guy. Look at you doing your thing.
Well, it's my wife, so let's be honest here, Hans.
Yeah.
So it was the end of the season 3 years ago, and I get back, and I'm close to like 230, man. I'm sloppy. I haven't seen my feet without a mirror since like week 8. And my wife looks at me at the end of the year, and I'm getting out of the shower, right? And she's coming in into the bedroom, and she just gets down to her birthday suit. She goes, "If you want this again, that's got to tighten up."
And so we start running. So we eat.
And that'll motivate a man, Bub. I mean, you're doing push-ups, but away from the table, right? I mean, you're running extra laps. You're doing crunches. Whatever. You know what? I want a cheeseburger. No, grilled chicken salad, please. Thank you, sir. Yep.
All the little differences.
Beer? Right? No, we're going to go water with a lemon. Son of a, yeah.
I live in that same world with you, in the exact same world with you, man.
Dude, she makes me, at the start of every college football season now, she makes me weigh in.
Because the traveling could be hard on a man.
Thank you, Hans. You understand it. A lot of people don't. You're in the airports, right? And can you order a salad? Sure. But you have time to sit down and eat the salad? No. Do you have time to hit Chick-fil-A on the run? Hell yeah. I mean, and then you get to the hotel, right? I mean, and it's press box food. Now look, we stay at pretty nice hotels, but I mean, do you want to order a steak or do you want to get the grilled chicken salad? Well, what the hell do you think you're doing? Until your wife gives you an ultimatum. And then you're passing on the steak with the twice-baked potato, and you're going with the grilled chicken salad. So there you go.
I'm right there with you, and no doubt about it. One of the things I wanted to start out with you today is talking about this.
Wasn't that, I promise you.
No, not that. Definitely not that. It's this 13-person committee and what they're currently up to, because I have felt since Tuesday night's announcements, I have felt like the committee is setting things up for BYU to fail. And it's unbelievable to me because BYU has done nothing but proven everybody wrong and only lost to one team that sits top 5 in the country. So help me understand what the committee's trying to do with BYU and as well what they're trying to do with Utah, putting them 11 and 12.
I wish I had an answer for you because I have no idea. And I'll be honest, man, like Hunter Yurachek, athletic director at Arkansas, he got thrown a curveball because he didn't sign up for this. And I feel for him because he's a new committee chair because Mack Rhodes, AD at Baylor, had to step down for personal reasons. When it's been very widely public, the personal reasons, grabbing a player and this and that and whatever else is going on off the field. So he steps down. And think about this. Hunter Yurachek is also in the middle of a coaching search at Arkansas. And now you're asking him to do this as well. I mean, and so he went out there and he looked like a robot, Hans. I mean, it was like he was reading from a script and he didn't have a pulse. And it's not on him. He has to go deliver the message that the committee voted on. He may not agree with it, but he's got to deliver it.
He's got to read the verdict.
I've sat in that mock committee on not once but twice. Now, the last time I did it was about 8 years ago. But it gets heated in there. Peter Burns and I didn't talk to each other for about, 4 or 5 months.
No kidding.
I mean, it gets that hot. Oh, hell yes. I mean, our job was like to go over the 2014 season, whatever the year was. That TCU and Baylor were vying as not only hated rivals, but they're vying for that Final Four spot. So they're 4 and 5. Remember that year?
Oh yeah, very well.
Yeah, and man, when I say Burnsy and I got into it, we got into it, and now we're best friends again. But still, it gets nasty in that room, and that committee has every analytic you can imagine. If you want to know which team in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes to go with a 1-score lead and they have the ball in plus territory, what's their third down conversion rate? What's their fourth down conversion rate? What's their score rate? They can give you all that. It's crazy. But I also like to rely on the damn eyeball test. And my eyeballs, let's start with BYU and Utah. Both of these teams. And look, I'm a big believer. Defense wins titles, man. I mean, you look at those Nick Saban Alabama coach teams. Yeah, the offenses got better, but man, it was always defensive led. Utah and BYU, folks, are both in the top 15 in points per game defensively. BYU's ahead of Bama. I mean, so is Utah. Utah is in the top 10. These two squads will get after your butt. I almost said a different word. I don't remember where I was. I mean, they will knock the ever-loving snot out of you. And so when you look at these two teams, man, and how good they've been, have they tripped up? Yeah. There ain't many teams that haven't. So there's only 3, as a matter of fact, and that's Ohio State, Indiana, and A&M. But to answer your question, what are they doing with BYU and Utah? I can't answer it. Hell, look what they did to Alabama. Let me give you a blind resume, Hans. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Resume A, 2-loss team.
Okay.
1 loss to a 500 squad. 1 loss by the committee standards to a top 10 team.
Okay.
4 top 25 wins, but according to the committee. 3 of those in the top 10, or 2 of those in the top 10. Resume B, 2-loss team. Both losses to top 25 teams by the committee. 1 top 25 win. Who has a better resume?
I would say B.
I completely disagree with you. I'm going with A.
I would go A because of the top 25.
That's the team I'm going with, and that would be Alabama. And the resume B is Notre Dame. How they put Notre Dame, I'm going to tell you right now, this is conspiracy theory, and like living in Dallas, Texas, I'm all about a good grassy knoll theory, Hans. So here you go. I truly believe this committee wanted to keep Notre Dame and Miami in 2 different tiers. Now, when I say tiers, folks, there's a block of sets that you start voting on. 25, I think it was to 21, and 21 to then it comes to a denomination of 3. I think it goes to like 18, and then or whatever it is, and then you start voting in tiers of 3. So you look at where they put Miami at 13, and then Utah, and then BYU. That was a tier. Then the next tier was Alabama, Notre Dame, and Oklahoma. Those are the 3 teams that you're voting on and where to put them. And so they did not match up. I think they wanted to keep Notre Dame and Miami separate from one another. Now, why? I have no damn idea. Is it the Notre Dame brand? I have no clue. But I think that is part of why Alabama dropped 6 spots on a 2-point loss to the number 18 by the committee, and they have 4 top 25 wins. I truly believe that's why BYU is at 11. That's why Utah is at 12. So when you look at BYU's resume, is it that much different than Notre Dame's?
Well, let me slide that in because I'll submit example C, which is a team that is currently 9-1. They are 4-1 against Power 4 teams with a winning record. They are 5-1 against FBS teams with a winning record. Their only loss is the current number 5, and they've got a win over current number 12. That's a pretty
and that would be
damn
the
good
BYU
resume.
Cougars. Yeah, you just went with the BYU Cougars. Yeah, I mean, so I think that BYU and Utah got caught up in the Notre Dame-Miami situation that the committee was trying to avoid for some ungodly reason. Just use the eyeballs, use your analytics, and also watch the damn game and rank the teams accordingly. Now, having said all of that, BYU fans, Utah fans, you have a simple solution: just keep winning. Because think about this. At this time last year, after the third reveal, Clemson was ranked 23rd in the country. Arizona State was unranked. You know where those two teams ended up? College football playoff.
Yep.
And Arizona State almost survived and advanced in the college football playoff by almost knocking off Texas.
Double overtime.
Keep stacking wins, and you still have a shot. Because look at this weekend. Last weekend, folks, was football Valhalla. From the start of college game day to the 10 a.m. mountain window, all the way until you're looking at the back of your eyelids. Then you woke up on Sunday, NFL Sunday. We had 5 games end on game-winning kicks. 7 games came down to the damn last possession. It was football heaven. This weekend, starting tomorrow, we got 2 great games, or really 3 great games. I was going to have 2 greats and a good, because one of them you might not like what I'm going to say. But there's only 2 games this weekend that you have ranked on ranked. That's it. And you know what normally happens in weekends like this?
Confusion. Chaos. Confusion. Yeah. I'm with you.
There's no doubt in my mind, chaos hands is a coming on Saturday.
Okay, Ian, before I let you go, I know you got to jump off here pretty quick, but before I let you go, there's a couple of games that BYU and Utah fans are looking at in terms of top 25 rankings. If USC were to beat Oregon,
ain't going to happen, but go ahead.
Would Oregon fall below BYU and Utah, or would USC go above BYU and Utah, being an 9-2 team with a win over Oregon?
This committee values where the teams are ranked currently, not when you beat them. And obviously that Penn State win at the time was a monster. We all saw it. We all witnessed it. That was a monster win. Oregon beat Penn State not once but twice. We talked about that, a long time ago now, because it feels like it was an eternity ago. But when you look at Oregon right now, the committee doesn't like them. I think they'd punish them even worse than Alabama. So the easy answer is I think they would fall below both BYU and Utah if they were to both win this weekend at Cincinnati and then against, obviously, Kansas State.
Would USC stay below them if they got that win?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer to that one. I'd probably keep USC below them right now. But Vegas has already spoken. They have Oregon as a 9.5-point favorite. Yeah. It's very rare where Vegas will dangle a little carrot like, come on, come take a little bite. Come on, and then they chop your head off, right? They're begging America to take USC. Give me Oregon.
See, I feel the same way about Georgia Tech, Georgia. Like, I don't think there is a world that Georgia Tech beats Georgia, but that would be Georgia's second loss, and that would be 2-loss ACC team, Georgia Tech, that has been kind of kept at bay as Miami is ranked as a 2-loss ACC team above them. But I can't figure out what that would do with the committee. Would the committee drop Georgia? Would the committee raise Georgia Tech? I feel like they'd keep Georgia above BYU and Utah as a 2-loss team, losing to Georgia Tech.
Well, they talk out both sides of their mouth right now, right? I mean, they're talking about head-to-head. Doesn't matter as much when it comes to Miami and Notre Dame, but they said the head-to-head did matter with Oklahoma and Alabama. So I can't answer that question because I have no damn idea what the hell they're thinking.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, Ian, it's a Skyline Chili 4-way day for me coming up on Saturday morning.
I'm a 3-way guy. You're going all the way?
I'm going all the way.
Hey, I hate to tell you this, Hans, and I pray to God I'm wrong because you know how much I love Kalani. I think chaos is a coming for you on Saturday.
Oh, wow.
Vegas only has BYU as a 2-point favorite. Remember that little carrot I was talking about? I think they're begging America to take the Cougars. Wow. And every now and then they lose that game, but BYU, be very, very careful. This is a scrappy Cincinnati team. Be careful.
There you go. Ian Fitzsimmons, best sideline reporter in the business.
I hope Fry Sauce takes care of Skyline Chili. There you go.
Ian, we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, brother.
All right, my brother. Safe travels. Enjoy Cincy.
You too. Bye. So you had to have that, huh, on the way out?
Ian's good.
So-
I don't see it.
You understand what Vegas does with these 2-point spreads, though.
Yes.
These 2-point spreads, that's Vegas's effort to force the money somewhere. I'm talking about a 2-point road trip spread.
Yeah.
They're asking people to force their money somewhere. But I think Ian's off his rocker. I love the guy. I watched the film this morning, and I know that they're getting a couple of pieces back. They're getting Goody back. He's a very good receiver. Very, very good receiver. Totally understand that.
Sorsby's banged up.
Sorsby's
not the same Sorsby. Utah broke him a little bit.
Sorsby is still broken from that Utah game.
Yes.
A couple of nights ago. So I understand getting Goody back is a lot of help. And the other guy people are talking a lot about is Evan Pryor coming back. And Evan Pryor is a good running back. And people think that he's better than Tawi Walker. I think Tawi Walker is a really good running back.
He's their leading running back. I mean, that's because Pryor's been out, but
I think what this does is it throws a little bit of chaos into their locker room with who's going to get the carries, because Tawi's really carried it. But since Pryor has gone out, they've gone 0-2. So my guess is they look at Pryor coming back and they're like, ooh, let's put him back in. Lloyd, I don't see it. I just don't see it. If that happens, then Ian's right. Chaos abound. It will be a complete beep show here in the state of Utah. Because
and BYU,
the committee wants it so bad. They would bleed themselves for it. They want BYU to lose that bad. They don't want BYU to be a problem for them. They don't want a one-loss BYU team to be their problem. They want BYU to take care of themselves and eliminate themselves with a loss. And that would just be horrifying to me. It'd be horrifying to me to see Utah eliminate themselves with a loss and remove themselves from the committee, because the committee doesn't want to deal with Utah down the stretch. When Utah's beating everybody, I told you the point spread. They beat UCLA by 33, Wyoming by 25, West Virginia by 34, ASU by 32. ASU still in the fight. Colorado by 46, Cincinnati by 31, Baylor by 27. If they go 30-plus wins, the committee doesn't want to deal with them. They don't. They want them eliminated. Just take care of yourself. BYU, do me a favor. Force feed this frickin' committee. Make them sit there in complete disgust and anger with each other, like Ian was talking about. Because I can just see the entire 13-member committee laughing around the table if BYU and Utah are completely eliminated and they don't have to deal with them. Force them to deal with you. Force them to pay attention to you. And the only way to do that is take care of business. And look, Ian's good, man. Ian knows his game. And Ian doesn't get any credit. He didn't get any money for saying that on his exit. He obviously sees what Vegas is thinking. But I see what I'm thinking. I've watched a lot of film. We'll talk more about it as we jump into the Ute preview show. Trevor Riley. Is he in the building yet, Lloyd?
No, he's stopping in at 2.
So 2 to 3?
Yep.
So Wyatt's next?
We got Wyatt
at 1?
Yes. Or actually, I think it's actually supposed to be 1:30.
Okay, Wyatt Thompson at 1:30. Trevor Riley coming in at 2. That Trevor Riley, the legend. The man that can dig up and stir up all kinds of issues, Trevor Riley. I love that guy. I love him. I've been on air with that guy probably since 2010-ish, 11-ish. We've been on air for a lot of years together, so it'll be fun to catch up with Trevor. A lot coming on the Utah preview show starting at 1 o'clock. What you may miss coming up next.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a blowout victory on the road against Baylor, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return to the Hill for a showdown against Kansas State in the final home game of the season. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then, catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So I got to tell you what I love about America First Credit Union. They got a hold of me a couple of days ago, and it wasn't to cut a commercial. It wasn't to be at one of their branches, one of their locations. They got a hold of me and asked me if I would be at 2 of their different charity events. They've got a fundraiser that's coming up to raise money for the needy through the holiday season, and they've got a bunch of donors and boosters put together, and it's a big charity function to raise money for the most needy in our state. And they were like, "Can you be there?" And then they asked if I could be at the Warm the Souls event, which is incredible. It helps provide new shoes to the kids in need, and I was able to be a part of that event last year. Hopefully I can be there again this year. It just depends on how this football schedule lays out as we move forward. But this is what America First Credit Union is all about. They're about community. They started here in Utah in 1939, and they've ingrained themselves into this community. And I love what they do for our kids. I love what they do with our money. I've got multiple accounts. Just open up another account with America First Credit Union. That's how much I love them. You could get started. In fact, open up a new account at America First Credit Union. They'll put $100 in for you. Find them at americafirst.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a huge Big 12 battle for the Cougars as they head to Cincinnati for a showdown against the Bearcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Oh, did you say Kenny J's?
Yes, I did.
I put an email into Kenny J. I have requested a brisket and a turkey breast for Thanksgiving. I am hosting only 2 families for Thanksgiving. Me and my sister-in-law and her amazing family. And they will not know that I got the brisket and the turkey breast for Kenny J's. They're going to think that I smoked both.
They're not going to know the difference because it is so good.
It's so good.
It's
and
like it's homemade. It is homemade.
It is homemade. And you know what's awesome, Lloyd? I will be picking up the Kenny J's barbecue the morning of Thanksgiving. So it'll be wrapped and foiled and all freshly smoked and then ready for me to put on the table at 1 o'clock for Thanksgiving dinner. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's barbecue. Skip the stress, bring home the slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. You can text 801-230-5396. If you just text that and say, hey, I want a turkey breast, hey, I want a brisket, you'll pick it up Thanksgiving morning. They'll have it all ready for you. And you will be the hero of Thanksgiving. Big thanks to Ian Fitzsimmons. Huge thanks to Will Snowden. Appreciated both of those conversations, actually more than they'll ever know. Really do appreciate it. Things line up pretty nicely for me tonight, Lloyd. No Jazz, no Mammoth, so it clears the way for Thursday night football. And my Buffalo Bills will be taking on the Texans.
Your Buffalo Bills. You know, I told you long ago, like when I actually like the Buffalo Bills because they're that lovable loser that always has their heart broken. And
the lovable loser.
Yeah, so I actually have been rooting for the Buffalo Bills. I'm okay with it.
Well,
I've gotten past the blowout they had in the wild card against the Raiders in like the comeback.
That was a while ago.
It was like 90. It was in the 90s. Yeah,
I've gotten over it. High school.
Yeah, I've gotten over it.
Well, you should be over it. That was a long time ago.
When you're a Raiders fan or any type of NFL fan, a real fan, then you hold on to things like that.
Well, don't hold that against my Buffalo Bills. They're coming off a really nice win against the Buccaneers, trying to position themselves for division and conference championship. We'll see what the Bills can do tonight. Bills and Texans kick off at 6:15, and it's on Prime Video. I'm going to fully admit something, and I'm going to do it sheepishly. I like the Prime Video broadcast.
The crew that does it?
I like the Prime Video podcast. I don't like their pre, half, and post. I don't watch any of that crap. Never watch any of that crap. I'll turn audio on and off. I like to see the game the way I see the game, so I'll turn audio on and off. But I like their video angles. I like their clarity. I actually don't mind the Prime Video broadcast.
You don't like Fitzmagic and Richard Sherman and that broadcast and Whitmore?
I'm not.
I know you're not a pregame, postgame guy, unless it's our guy Christian Esparza and Alex Napolis breaking down.
I do love that pre and post,
right.
and I do love my Inside the NBA.
Yeah.
You just, the thing is, I can sit there and listen to an NBA crew talk, and I'm like, oh, I learned things. I listen to these football guys, and I'm like, what? What are you talking about? He needs to get his hands in the right position. What? Okay.
It's kind of gone the way of like Tony Romo. There's been some, like, Tony Romo is having a very bad year. Like
I've heard that.
I've
heard that.
Oh, he's had such a bad year. There was this big story. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. And it was he had that great year that got him, and he was all knowing. He knew and all of a sudden he doesn't know anything. I don't know how it got so bad.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that people just love to glom onto negativity. I still like him.
Do you? He's had some weird things
him.
that like some of the clips are a little odd when he went into a weird voice. And
I saw the one where Sui Matea ripped the helmet off a guy.
Yeah.
With the Chiefs, and he's like, "Give me that helmet." He started doing their two voices. I've seen it, and
And you liked it, okay.
I'm like, man, I think people just love to dig up negativity. But he's not as good as he was. That's the problem. He set the standard high.
He did.
Because he was brilliant.
Can he still break down the game a little bit? Yeah, but he was predicting plays before they happened.
Yeah,
and it was like, wow, okay, this guy is a ball knower.
Yeah. It was fun. There you go. Thursday night football, Texans, Bills. You should have some fun tonight. The Mammoth and Jazz get another day of rest before they both get going on Friday. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We start the Utah the Mammoth have a game tonight. What time do they have a game tonight? Oh, they play the Knights tonight. Oh, I thought that they got one more day of rest because I thought they had 2 days of rest, but I guess that game would have been down Tuesday. All right, Mammoth in action tonight. Take a quick break. We come back. We start Utah preview show next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in the massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Oh! Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have 2 dogs because you gotta open the back door and let 2 dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Dampier, play action. Sold it! Touchdown, Bentley! 1 for 4 on 3rd down. Picked off, going the other way, and Elijah Davis will not come back. 65 yards. We tried to tell you, these corners are ruthless. And Parker, no one was there. He's gonna go untouched. Too easy for Wayshawn Parker. 64 yards. Ficklin in at quarterback. Ficklin with the fake, he will run it. Picks up a block on the right side. Ficklin, the hezzy. Oh, shoves the defender out of the way. Ficklin still motoring. Come on now, the kid's a star.
You can see why the University of Utah is passing the eyeball test. They are doing some amazing things on the football field. The last 3 games, they have been on fire. I feel like that rivalry game lit this University of Utah team on fire. Beat Colorado 53-7. They beat Cincinnati 45-14. And right there, you got some calls from that Baylor game on the road. Still a difficult team, a dangerous team. And they beat them 55-28. And they did it in grand fashion, too. They did it however they wanted to do it, Lloyd. Whether it's Elijah Davis stepping into a pass, which one of the more beautiful reads that you're ever going to see. He bowed over the top of the screen and stepped into that thing and goes for 6. Or it's just the amazing performance by Wayshawn Parker, who I've been talking about. Think about Wayshawn over the last 3 games. Wayshawn, his stock is rising. And what's crazy is, watch when Nakari Rogers comes on the field. They put Nakari Rogers on the field typically in red zone play. And he's dynamite. You add in Bird Ficklin as the unpredictable, not even wildcat, because he's still got every ability that a quarterback would need, but you're rotating Bird Ficklin in, which I'm speaking from a defensive tackle point of view. When if I put myself in a 3 technique and I'm watching Utah with their personnel exchanges, that makes it really difficult for me, because if I see Bird Ficklin step in behind center at shotgun and I see him flanked by Wayshawn Parker, or if I see Bird Ficklin at quarterback and I see Devin Dampierre split out, or I see Devin Dampierre quarterback and I see Ficklin offset or Ficklin in the slot, there are so many things that it puts me in a blender.
What I'm hearing right here, Hans, is that Jason Beck he's found a lot of weapons.
Yeah.
And he is keeping defenses really off balance with his play calls, how he uses these guys. Don't forget Daniel Bray, who came onto the scene and has become, all of a sudden, some of the things, the looks that he gives, you have to be wary of what he's going to do. And before you know it, Wayshawn's just running up the middle, in a wildcat. I mean, there are so many different looks right now that the University of Utah is showing, and defenses don't really know what they're going to do, what they're seeing.
And they've kind of eliminated the defensive player wrinkles with Bray and the emergence of Bray and Ficklin doing so well. They've eliminated a lot of it. You'll still see Lander Barton from time to time in a blocking H-back set,
and had they seen this earlier on, I think that would have been eliminated earlier too.
Probably. Now I want to ask you a question. When is the last time you've seen Utah with a higher ranked offense than a defense? And I'm talking about scoring offense is higher ranked than Utah's scoring defense. Number 6 to number 10, by the way. Number 6 scoring offense and number 10 scoring defense. Like I said, the eyeball test is there. This offensive line is cranking. Number 10 in total offense at 478 yards. Number 35 in total defense at 327 yards. Still very good on both occasions. When's the last time we saw an offense higher ranked?
Maybe would have been the Urban Meyer years. That's the last time I would think that we would see a Utah's offense.
It hasn't happened in the Kyle Whittingham era.
No, I don't think it has happened in the Kyle Whittingham. Maybe there, and I highly doubt that in that time with oh my gosh, why am I going blank on the quarterback? Snoop, the quarterback for
Tyler Huntley.
Tyler Huntley, thank you. Maybe Tyler Huntley. They had a pretty potent offense at that time, but I don't think it was higher ranked than the defense.
That was part Troy Taylor, wasn't it?
Part Troy Taylor and a little bit part, I believe.
I think it was mostly Troy Taylor. I'll have to go back and look.
I
just remember when they were going through the quarterback options, Troy Taylor was making that decision. But we just have not seen an offense do what they're currently doing. The last 3 games putting up 53, 45, and 55 points. It's really impressive. I talk about it being the number 10 ranked offense in the country. It's the number 2 ranked rushing offense in the country, 278 yards of rushing. Now, the passing is definitely down the list. No question about it. Passing, number 96. Their rushing is keeping them up. The 199 in passing gets them up to the 478. But just understand that this is one of the highest ranked offenses that from the University of Utah that I've seen in my 20 years here in the state of Utah. And you have to give credit to Jason Beck. You got to give that kid credit. I call him a kid because he played football way after me at BYU, and I think of him as a kid. But he's a grown man, and he's doing grown man things with this Utah offense. Utah's got a big game coming up against Kansas State this weekend. Huge game. Utah still controls a lot of their fate. They know that they got to put up big points, big scores. They know they've got to have big separation. Can they do it against Kansas State? Wyatt Thompson, the Kansas State play-by-play man, joins us next.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a double overtime loss, Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to become bowl eligible as they hit the road for a battle against Fresno State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 7:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Riley Jensen, college football expert.
I don't think anybody wants to play Utah right now. I don't think BYU wants to play Utah right now. They just have settled into who they are. They have a real identity defensively and offensively right now. And my gosh, they are a really good football team right now. I don't see anybody on the schedule for the rest of the year that's going to give them any problems. There's a real chance for them to get everything that they wanted even after that BYU game, just because of the way that they're playing. You look at their body of work right now, and their only losses are to teams ranked in the top 11, and they're really putting together a resume that could make an argument. All you can do if you're the University of Utah is take care of what you can take care of, and then hope you put enough pressure on everybody that makes decisions, and that's kind of a fun position to be in.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to California for a chance to get bowl eligible against Fresno State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Ute preview show, and we've got one of the great voices across the country, one of my all-time favorites. I've worked in the booth with him, Wyatt Thompson, the play-by-play voice for the Kansas State Wildcat. Wyatt, how are you?
Hans, I'm great, man. Great to talk to you. Looking forward to coming your way this weekend. I couldn't ask for more. I'm doing really well.
Well, it's great to have you on air out here in Utah, and obviously a big game coming up. Utah needs it with a passion. Kansas State needs it with a passion. You know, Kansas State has struggled a little bit this season. Just talk about where you had this Kansas State team, White, and maybe the level of achievement that they've had to this point, and just your feelings on this team through 10 games.
Well, it's a good question, because when you go back to July, I think everybody was so excited about K-State football and thought they could vie for not only a chance to get to Arlington, Texas, but maybe even be a playoff team. I think everybody thought that was what was capable of getting accomplished. But it's at the end of the day, they have just been a team that has been up and down and pretty inconsistent in almost all areas. Yes, injuries are part of it, but it's not the only factor for sure. But I just would say they just haven't been as good in some areas as I think everybody thought they might. I would give you an example as the offensive line. You know, they lost a young man right before the season started that was going to be their starting left tackle. Probably missed on a couple of guys in the portal. We missed DJ Giddens, who is a fantastic running back, especially when you consider, too, that Dylan Edwards basically played about a game and a half, and in the full game he played, he had 166 yards. So it's a little bit all over the map, and if I'm being honest, I don't think the defense has been quite as good in the front as everybody thought. So there are reasons for it, no question about it.
Well, Kansas State still has bowl eligibility on the line coming into this game. They sit with 5 wins, and they've got to find one more between Utah and Colorado to make it to a bowl game. How meaningful to them is that, and how much do you think they come out to Utah and play with that in mind?
Well, I think they have to be really good to go to Utah and have a chance to win. And I think they, because of the inconsistencies and coming off of I'll say a pretty bad performance, especially offensively last weekend in Stillwater, despite winning 14-6, I think they'll be cut in and ready to go. But I think, if I'm being honest about it, I think they have not, again, I go back to that consistency part. They're going to have to try to get something done offensively in the run game against Utah and not be one-dimensional away from you. Their corners are really good. I mean, they get a big-time pass rush. There's a lot of issues there. And then I think the one area of the game that nobody's talked about from our side here in Kansas is the offense of Utah and kind of hitting their stride. I think Dampier's been great. I like Bird a lot. Wayshawn Parker's really good. Ryan Davis has had a heck of a year. They have 2 pro offensive linemen. There's a lot of things to like there. So I'll just say it this way, Hans. I've been doing K-State football for 24 years. I cannot remember. I'm not saying it hasn't ever happened, but I cannot remember K-State being a 17.5-point underdog anywhere. I just can't.
Wow. Yeah. It's a very good Utah team. It is. It's a very good Utah team. And I'm with you. I was shocked with Kansas State. I mean, even from the opener out in Dublin against Iowa State, and all the way through that Arizona game and losing to Army, it just felt like this isn't the Kansas State team I expected. Am I wrong in saying, Wyatt, that Kansas State lost a good amount of senior offensive linemen from 2024?
They did, and also maybe as important, they lost their offensive line coach, Connor Riley, to the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think much was said about that at the time, but here we are, 10 games into a 12-game schedule. People are starting now to talk more about it. Connor was also in his first year as the offensive coordinator, and as most offensive coordinators goes, I think he took a lot of criticism for some of the things that he did on that side of it. But I want you to make no mistake, that guy is one of the best offensive line coaches in the country, and that was a big, big loss. Player-wise, they lost a couple of guys that are really hard to replace. But I do think no one has talked nearly enough about the impact of losing not only Connor Riley, their offensive line coach, but Tremaine Carroll, their head strength and conditioning coach. They lost to USC over the summer, and that's a big deal too.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this team's turnover situation, because one of the things when I was going through numbers and just looking at this matchup, Kansas State has forced 24 turnovers. That's an incredible amount of forced turnovers, 12 interceptions, 12 forced fumbles, and it's just been impressive. What are they doing so well to force all these turnovers?
I've asked that 100 times, and basically what I get is after about the first 3 games, it's been emphasized more, and the defense has played a little bit better. I mentioned a moment ago the defensive line maybe hasn't played to the standard everybody had hoped for, but that's not to mean they've been porous. They do a pretty good job of run stoppage most of the time. And again, you're going to see this inconsistency word come up again. Pressuring quarterbacks most of the time. Injuries have hurt, though. That last week we played for the first time without Austin Romaine, who is a really, really good middle linebacker. And I think our guys feel like he could have a chance to play at the next level. He will miss the final 2 games of the regular season with an arm injury. We also lost our best pass rusher in Toby Osinsami a few weeks ago. So that's been impactful. And we've had young corners. One of them has been terrific, Zayshawn Rich. The other has been a little bit more inconsistent, but I think is going to be a very fine player. Both are just sophomores and replacing guys that you guys would remember. Jacob Parrish, he's basically starting for the Buccaneers. So we did lose some skill, too, no doubt, from 2024, 100% right.
How's Avery Johnson holding up through this, and what kind of resolve do you think he'll have in the final 2 games of the season?
I think it's a good question, and I don't know that I necessarily touched on that bowl eligibility thing as much as I should have a moment ago. I think it is the team's focus now. It isn't what anybody wanted. I don't know that the fans are talking about it as much as the players. But this is a team and a program that has been pretty prideful over the last 30 or 35 or 40 years with Coach Snyder and then into Coach Kleiman. And I think they want to be a bowl team. So they're motivated by that. They understand it's been a disappointing year, but we'll see how it goes. With Avery, I think Avery has been, in a year of inconsistencies, he has been relatively consistent. He, by his own admission, played poorly last week in Stillwater, said it was one of the poorest games of his career, but he's been, for the most part, pretty good. He hasn't run as much this year as he did a year ago when he rushed for 600 yards, but part of that is the difference in coordinators, too, and just maybe a little bit different philosophy. Throwing it better, though, and probably doing so despite the fact that, K-State has had some injuries there, too. J.B. Bradley has been in and out of the lineup. Jace Brown, we lost him for the rest of the year last week in Stillwater. So, again, you can from this conversation tell it's been a little bit all over the map, and the results are kind of the same, frankly.
How have you felt about the way this Big 12 is shaped up? Texas Tech, obviously, at the top of the heap at 7-1, 10-1 on the season. Got BYU sitting at number 11 in the country, 6-1 in the conference. Utah 12 in the country, 5-2 in the conference. Houston and Arizona State, they sneak back into the top 25 at 23 and 25. Yeah. Your thoughts on the way the conference is shaped up, and in years that you've been calling games in this conference, where does it kind of rank in terms of being a tough conference?
Well, let me start with that by saying how impressed I am with the job that Texas Tech has done this year. It's one thing to go out and spend money. It's another to put all of those guys together and be as good as they've been and as consistent as they have been. And they've had, I think their defensive front is as good as any that I've seen in our league in the 24 years I've covered the conference. You could argue maybe a Texas team here or there, or maybe an Oklahoma team here or there, but they're really, really good. And who doesn't like Jacob Rodriguez, right? They've done what they're supposed to do. Everybody, I tried to tell, from my time at Colorado State, I believe I had a pretty good feel for BYU and Utah were eventually going to bring to the league, and I think that's come to fruition. They are both really good, very well coached, physical, tough, and you've seen them ascend towards the top, and I don't think they're going away. Both of those guys are good men. They're good coaches. So they are what they are, is what I tell everybody. Cincinnati has surprised me. I think they did a good job in the portal. We thought Sorsby wasn't really good last year, but the truth is you get some weapons around him, he's pretty good. Arizona State's had injury things, but I think Kenny does a really good job. So there's a lot of things to like about our conference right now, and I said when Houston hired Willie Fritz, it wouldn't be long until they were bowl eligible, and not that I have all the answers, fellas, but that dude can coach, and they're pretty decent. They're so much better than they were a year ago offensively, and everybody sees it. So I think the league, and especially in the upper half, is pretty good. And then you go down even farther, Iowa State, Kansas, they've had some issues, but I think they're still, capable of being pretty good football teams from week to week, but just not as consistent as those that we've talked about before.
Do you feel like it's going to be a two-bid league, Wyatt? It sure feels like the committee is positioning for it to only be a one-bid league.
Yeah, and I hate that because I think this is just me. I think BYU deserved to get in last year, and didn't make it. I still haven't had anybody that can explain that to me, why SMU was in and they weren't. I get the conference stuff. I understand. But I'm just talking about, they beat them head-to-head and on the road. Come on. So I hope they make it. And if they don't make it, I'd be all for Utah getting in because I think they have that kind of football team. I think this league at the top end does deserve to get to. If you're going to put, 5 SEC teams in, and I'm not picking on them, but and I don't think the you got to have an ACC team, right, and a group of 5 team, but everybody's speculating about that too. I would tell you, I don't know that there's a group of 5 team that really should make it this time. And you could argue that's probably true for the ACC, but that's not the system. So I would just say this. I think it is really a difficult thing for the committee. But, man, I'll as bluntly as I can say it, I'm going to be hugely disappointed if the Big 12 doesn't get 2.
I agree with that. I think they deserve it. I think they need it. And regardless of what happens in front of them, I'm hoping the committee sees it and understands it because I do think it's a great conference. And, I would like to see it proven on a national stage with opportunities against Notre Dame and Oklahoma or Alabama or Ole Miss. I feel like all of these teams would match up really well with these teams. And I'm just hoping that they get the opportunity. Well, Wyatt, how long has it been since you've been to Utah? You came in not too long ago. What was it, just last year or was it 2 years ago?
Well, I was there last year for basketball, but it's been a long time since I've done a football game at Rice-Eccles, and I'm anxious to see it. One of the years I was there many years ago with Colorado State, but that's been a long time ago. So I'm pumped up for this one, and I know it's been an up and down year for us, but I know Utah. I'm anxious to see Utah in person. I've studied the heck out of them, and I think they're really good. That'll be a major challenge. I know that.
That's Wyatt Thompson, Senior Director of Sports Broadcasting and the voice of the Wildcats at Kansas State, and one of my very good friends. Wyatt, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you.
You're the best, brother. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Hopefully we get to see you soon. There you go, Wyatt Thompson. I like it. He talked about it. This conference deserves a couple of bids. The committee has positioned it so that they don't get the 2 bids, and it's a little bit heartbreaking at this point. Now, the good news is BYU can go out and prove their worth, and Utah can continue to prove their worth. Blowing out Kansas State and blowing out Kansas would be another big signal that they deserve an opportunity. But I'm kind of bummed with the way the committee has positioned this conference at this point, kind of making it a point that Texas Tech might be the only one in. And to think that ACC and the Big 12 would be a 1-bid league each is really frustrating, pretty devastating. So hopefully some of these games fall apart. Oklahoma losing to Missouri. I don't think Notre Dame's going to lose to Stanford or Syracuse. I would hope that one of those would happen. Maybe Auburn shows up against Alabama. That'd be great. Maybe Mississippi State finds a way to beat Ole Miss. I don't know. You got Georgia Tech at the end of the season. Georgia Tech's number 16 in the country. Georgia does have 1 loss. I don't even know. If Georgia Tech were to beat Georgia, would Georgia fall below BYU and Utah? I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to do that. Now, they're a 1-loss team. They've lost to Alabama. They sit at number 4. If Georgia Tech beat Georgia, how far would they fall? And then what would happen with Georgia Tech? Because Georgia Tech's an ACC team sitting at 9-1. Miami's currently the highest-ranked ACC team at 8-2, but Georgia Tech's sitting right there at 9-1. So I don't even know if you want Georgia Tech to beat Georgia, because then are we looking at possibly 2 ACC teams? You get so close to the end of the season, and these conversations get really convoluted, really difficult. And you can rack your brain and keep yourself up at night trying to guess what a stinking committee of 13 people is going to do with a very good league. But one thing I know for sure, over years of experience, they find a way to mess it up. Just like Wyatt Thompson talked about leaving BYU out last year. It just feels like they're always finding a way to jab at these conferences. So fingers crossed. Hope the committee does the right thing. We know what the committee should do. We know what they are responsible for doing. I just don't know. The way they've got a position does not look good at this point. All right, big thanks to Wyatt. We'll take a quick break. Come back. More Hans and Scotty on the other side.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. There was no Texas Tech hangover for the Cougars as they took their frustrations out on TCU. Now the Cougars hit the road for a huge Big 12 battle against Cincinnati. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've heard Scotty and I gushing about the delicious beef from Bar W Beef. You can find them at barwbeef.com. Couple of things, and I know it's always spread out, and people are like, what exactly is Bar W Beef? Are they a restaurant? Are they about beef? Okay, Bar W Beef is about processing and shipping beef, homegrown beef. Most of these cattle, born right there in Spanish Fork Canyon, raised on our ground and our grains by our ranchers and processed in Nephi. But then we got Bar Dubs. Now, Bar Dubs is the grill and restaurant. It's also in Nephi off exit 222. It's a quick stop. It's delicious food. Now, I want to point this out. Bar Dubs is now doing a Thanksgiving feast. They're doing a premium Thanksgiving feast and a regular Thanksgiving feast. The premium comes with prime rib and turkey. The regular comes with turkey and all the sides and fixings. You can order your entire Thanksgiving meal through Bar Dubs, or you can find all your amazing beef at barwbeef.com. $150 or more gets you free shipping. That's barwbeef.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ben, you yesterday had a strong opinion about the Utah quarterback situation with if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Because right now, the argument for Devin Dampier is we're playing at the level to win a Big 12 title. Why would we change the most important position on the field for what has been some bright flashes but is a relative unknown? And I like Bird. I don't know what this decision's going to come down to. What I am confident in is they're both going to get $1 million offers this summer.
And whether you want to say that this decision between the two needs to be made today or needs to be made in the offseason, the rubber will meet the road. Because I don't think they can commit that portion of their salary cap to two players or their budget or whatever. You're not going to pay two quarterbacks crazy amounts of money. You need that money for the linebacker.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback.
The boss turns 66 on Friday. Is this his last game in Rice-Eccles Stadium?
I don't think you should make the decision. Do we have to move along from Kyle Whittingham because there's the threat of losing Scally?
No, they won't move along, but Kyle may do it for the better interest of the program.
That's the one thing that you've said today that I would agree with.
And then maybe he want to reconnect with his alma mater and advise that football program.
What the heck is wrong with you? You went so far off the reservation just now.
We were just brainstorming things that he could possibly do.
I didn't think it was that weird, Frank. He does stuff like that all the time. I just think it's a day that ends in Y. I think you're making too big a deal out of it.
Let's continue to work in reality here. I mean, I don't know what in the world just happened.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a huge Big 12 battle for the Cougars as they head to Cincinnati for a showdown against the Bearcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
There's two things that make me emotional. One of them's Kenny J's Barbecue. They're going to make Thanksgiving really easy for you and unforgettable. You can order your Thanksgiving slow smoked turkey or brisket by texting 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Just text Kenny J and just say, hey, I want my turkey or I want my brisket for Thanksgiving. The other thing that makes me emotional is the guy that's sitting in studio right next to me, because I've watched this guy grow up from day one. I remember you showing up at Utah's campus in 2010.
That's about right, 09-10. Yeah.
And I remember you being a real problem on the field in 2011.
Yeah.
Was it 2011?
Yeah,
You had 3 or 4 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery.
Well, I just say that we ended Jake Heaps' tenure here. That was my claim to fame in the rivalry. He went on and moved on somewhere else.
Yeah, that was Trevor Riley was the problem. And that was some early, like, Kyle Whittingham, Morgan Scally defense.
Yeah,
got really aggressive with the edge player.
Yeah, I would say Kalani and Coach Scally and Coach Witt were trying to devise a way to compete in the Pac-12 defensively. Yeah. So to your point, we were very aggressive and trying to make plays in the backfield.
Well, and that kind of, and I know that some of that had been designed previously, but that design of the edge rusher, which you did a lot of that, where you would step up and rush off the edge, was that post Paul Kruger?
So that's how I got here. Okay, I originally signed with Mike Leach in Tech. Okay, when at Texas Tech in 2006.
You signed with the Pirate?
Of course I did, dude. I got a crazy story about that recruiting trip, man. One time, my uncle Kurt Salisbury invited me to a rugby reunion, okay, in the Bay Area. Okay, Leach was a rugby player at BYU. So I'm 17. My dad's like, yo, bring your DVD. Just give him the tape, okay? So it's me, Kyle Salisbury, and Kurt Salisbury. And, Kurt, because you probably know Sean Salisbury.
Yeah, very well know Sean, yes.
And Sean should have been a Cougar. Okay? If Sean was a Cougar, Steve Young would have never been. He would have been a tailback, right?
That's
he would have
wild.
been. He would have been the white tailback that we always saw. He would have been Luke Staley. But anyways, what happened was Leach and I and Kurt, we hang out till 3 a.m. and he's chewing and carrying on and we're talking, and so we're swapping stories. And I slip in my DVD. He watched it that night. Okay, he had the bring a DVD player to the hotel, and so the next thing
Pirate watched it.
The Pirate watched it. He said, "Yo, I'm gonna offer you. You're offered." I was like, "What?" So Mike, I was going with Leach, but when Leach won all those games, they ended up not remember they didn't want to re-sign him to a big contract.
That's
okay?
right.
And then I came on mission. And I was like, my dad and Kurt were like, "Yo, you need to look at this again." And my brother AJ had been walked on at Utah as a basketball and football player, and they loved him. And so we put that together, but then Leach got let go the next year. They were looking for a way to get him out. Remember Craig James?
Oh, yeah.
Adam James in the closet,
man.
Very,
very well.
Coming out of the closet, Adam James.
Yeah.
That's right, dude. And so now I end up a Ute. And then
that was a bad deal. Because I felt like Mike was done wrong. Am I in the wrong?
Dude, you don't win 11 games at Tech and not get an extension. Hey, what is that, dude?
I will tell you, it was my former trainer that his name got thrown into that whole mix.
No.
Yeah. Do you remember Steve Pincock?
No, but this sounds about right. He's a BYU guy, isn't he?
BYU guy, but he was there.
I know Pincock's, right? I know Adam Pincock and Eric.
Yes.
The Deacon.
Steve is the absolute goat of all goats when it comes to training. He was my trainer at BYU. He was so good. And his name got brought up in that whole mix. Like he was responsible for putting a guy in a heat closet.
Yeah, that's just how it goes,
like,
man.
No. Like, you got to put him in a dark, quiet place. That's what you do with concussions.
That's right. The whole thing was the thing because Leach is crazy. Okay, he was crazy. God bless him, right? His family's fantastic. Sharon.
Very, very unique.
But West Texas, as we're seeing, right, they're serious about ball. They're very nice people, but they're ranchers, and they're and we're seeing what they're doing, dude. They're beating everybody up, man.
They're very serious, and they're putting a lot of money into it. They got this former alumni that's just dumping money into it.
We need some of that.
And they got some ballers, man. But it gets me emotional, Trevor, because, I think you and I were on air together maybe 2012-ish. I was doing interviews with you while you were playing. And then you did some radio with me, 2015, 16-ish?
Yep, that's right. I was subbing in a little bit. I remember our famous call. I called into your show one day. We talked NIL before it even happened.
Yeah.
We were talking lawsuits and NCAA, and
yep.
You guys were on the forefront of all that. There was differing opinions, but it's just amazing. That was a decade ago where we're at now, isn't it? Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, 10 years ago.
We were talking about this never, and now we're here. It's like, yo, this is like Vegas and Miami had a baby, and that's NIL, dude.
I can't help but think about how much money you would have made.
We all
I know I would have made money.
You would have made some money, dude. As a lineman,
because I was wild, I was crazy, I was opinionated, I was everything that BYU wanted to really tamp down. But I was out there, and I know you would have made some bucks because you were a baller.
I was okay, man. But linemen who have a personality, they're worth their weight in gold, man. Linemen who can get out there and speak and do it. I mean, look at what Trevor Matich has done, and he's a real reserve guy. That guy, he's like a pillar of ESPN, dude. He's a big guy who can speak, and you've always had that ability.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. So I've watched you live so many different lives. It's been a blast just to watch you. You live this NFL life. That was awesome. 4 years, 5 years, 4 years.
I played 4 years, and then I gave Dennis Erickson 6 months with the old Stallions. Remember that?
Oh yeah. What were the Jets like? What was that Jets organization like?
So I was talking to Sione Puha yesterday, Bishop. I was at BYU's practice, and we were talking. I said, in a couple years, you and I are going to go run the Jets. And we're going to save me, you, and Dennis Thurman and Rex Ryan. We're coming back. We're going to save the Jets, dude.
Yeah, because you're the alumni.
And maybe we'll bring Spence and Dave Checketts with us, okay?
Yeah.
And the whole Checketts family. They're Jets fans.
Bring some money.
We're going to bring the Utah crew, the Jet crew, okay? And by the way, my deceased younger brother, his name was Jet. Okay. 6 years old, passed, 2000. But I'm a Jet for life, okay? And so what's it like being a Jet? It's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
From the top down, it's a complete disaster, and they need to redo the whole thing.
I don't understand what happened with you in New York, because I know you played a lot of games your first 2 years. You know, I know that they extended a lot of love to you, and then it was like, oh, well, no, we're moving on.
So I was the highlight of my career. I was the special teams MVP, and I got this on tape, right? My buddy sent it to me from a banquet we had. They voted me, the coach, as the MVP of the 2015 New York Jets special teams unit.
Dang.
We won 10 games and didn't make the playoffs. That's about sums up my career.
Hey, but if you can stick in special teams, I've seen it, man.
So,
you can make it forever.
That's exactly right. So we had a guy named Mike McCagnon who was our GM, and Todd Bowles was our coach. Todd loved me, I think, but they started doing some experimental things with guys. They brought in a guy named Mike Caputo. So they brought in these big guys that look like you, and they were transforming them into special teams guys. And so I wasn't the GM's guy, right? I was Rex's dude the year before, and so they let me go. But I ended up in New England, and I found my niche and my little role as a throat slitter, a professional mercenary of sorts. And the Jets are just a place where they don't. You ever been in a room where someone's running a meeting and you can tell this guy doesn't really know what he's doing?
Yes.
Okay, that was a feeling that you had constantly being at the Jets facility. Have you ever seen The Office? It's like I'm watching an episode of The Office,
oh, yeah.
right? And there's different guys throughout the day that's Steve Carell right there. I've seen that before. That's Michael Scott, dude.
Dudes acting like they know, but they just don't.
And then they're doing this weird behavior. And so you see the coaches they've hired and the weird things they've got. The Jets are a place where the Bucks used to be, okay? Or they're a place you go to die. Justin Fields just got benched.
When they drafted Zach Wilson, did you just know?
Oh, my uncle told me. So my cousin was a quarterback with him, Rhett Riley. They were at BYU together. He was a walk-on. And my uncle said, Keith, he's like, dude, he's not ready for this.
Oh, boy.
And not because anything more than
it's a miserable
a guy like Zach was, 21, a pure junior. He came out early. A kid from Draper area.
Yeah.
And you're going to send him into basically a lion's den of garbage, of NFL garbage.
Yeah. It was impossible for him to make it.
And I think Cleveland's like that too now. So they should hang out together. My buddy Shador, he's getting a start against Vegas this week.
Yeah.
I talked to Shiloh last night. We might be going to the game.
Are you serious?
What, dude? Shador,
you think he's going to make it? Because if it wasn't Cleveland, maybe. But the problem is, Cleveland turns them out like New York turns them out.
How many quarterbacks have they had since? And they made the playoffs.
Well, they've gone through 3 this year.
And the last time I saw them being really good before was Baker Mayfield. They had a year or two. Yeah. They actually won a playoff game with him.
They had Chubb in the backfield. He was so good.
But they let Baker go, and now the Bucks, before they lose. But Derek Anderson, I think they haven't had anybody. And the Jets and the Cleveland. You asked me what it was like being the Jets. It's like being at a place where you know you're going to lose, and you're like watching a train collision. You can see it happening in slow motion. And that sounds a little bit dramatic, but when you really think about what I'm saying is that they don't have a plan necessarily on how to win on a day-to-day basis. When I was in New England, we had a plan every day. The owner's in the building every day. He's in the meetings. Monday morning, I saw Robert Kraft in the meeting, dude. Wednesday morning, he's in the meeting. He's in the back row. And that's how it has to be, dude.
Won it.
Well, his thumb's on it, dude. Yeah. So if you know the owner's paying you, he's in the locker room, dude. He's working out in there. Oh, shoot, I'm on my best behavior. I got Robert Kraft right here around the corner.
So was Miami right in the middle of that?
Miami was a nightmare, okay?
Was it right in the middle of that, or was it even worse?
Well, Miami was a nightmare because there's just too much to do, dude. Yeah. It's like Vegas, right? Yes. You know you're going to have problems in Vegas, dog. There's just too much to do. LA ain't much different, but Miami is Latin America, okay? And I used to work in Tijuana, all right? Venezuela, Cuba, Puerto Rico, they have a huge influence down there. And so the nightlife, and it goes without saying. Different animal.
It's a different animal.
And we had a guy named Adam Gase as our head coach. Now, Adam never played college football. And Adam was a Saban guy from Michigan State and from LSU. And so he stuck to the offense, and we had a great special teams corner, Darren Rizzi, who's in Denver right now, killing it. But we had a linebacker who didn't show up for the first game. Lawrence Timmons did not show up for the first game. We had a hurricane deal. We had to cancel the first game. We get sent to LA. We spent a week in Dallas where Dallas practices in Oxnard. Then we come down and play the Chargers. We opened up Home Depot Arena. It was when they moved it from Qualcomm. And we go to get on the bus. We had walkthrough. Lawrence Timmons is nowhere to be found.
Oh, my gosh.
We're driving from Oxnard to downtown LA.
At the highest level of football.
We just paid him $10 million as a free agent from Pittsburgh.
He's not there.
And so they're like, Trevor, I was in the practice with him. They're like, you got to get ready to play. I said, I haven't had any reps. I said, okay. So I start getting ready. Now, they didn't bring me up, but they found Lawrence the next morning at the airport, headed back to Pittsburgh.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, and so what happened is Miami it got a hold of him. He had a place down there. And so New York was crazy because it was kind of weird. Miami was insane because it was like Miami Vice in a lot of ways. And New England, that was the spot, dude. That was stable. That was stability.
Let me tell you, Indianapolis, the Colts, very stable.
I could see that.
Yeah, it was very stable.
How about this new owner? That woman is unbelievable.
Yeah, she's incredible. She's incredible.
Do you think she's the real deal or is it fluff? She's really down there doing it, looks like.
I think she's the real deal. People don't like her putting the headset on. I like it because I want my owner invested and involved. You know, when I played with the New Orleans Voodoo, Tom Benson's granddaughter was our owner. Yep. And she was in our locker room. She was on our sideline. She was in our business. And we like that. We want the owner to know what we need so that they can give us the help that we need.
And give you the help much quicker.
Yeah.
You don't want to wait till you already lose to fix the problem.
So when she's sitting on the sideline and has her headsets and she sees an issue and she's like, has this been an issue for a bit? Yeah, there's been an issue for a bit. All right, well, let's get you some help. And look, the Colts are starting to pick things up a little bit.
Well, that's fantastic.
All right, we're going to take a quick one. Trevor Riley in studio for the next hour. We're going to go 2 to 3. It's all Utah talk all the time. We're going to jump into this Utah football team, talk about this team in general, talk about the matchup against Kansas State, give you some thoughts and ideas on what the future can look like for Utah. That's all coming up here on Hans and Scotty on the Utah Preview Show.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey. Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All I know is when they write the movie of Trevor Riley, I want to write the movie. I want to write the movie. Hey, Lloyd, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna tell you the actor that's going to play Trevor Riley.
Okay.
Miles Teller?
Oh, he's cool, man.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah? Miles
That's
Teller.
not where I was originally going.
Where were you thinking?
Well,
I want to write the movie. I'm gonna call Miles Teller. I'm gonna say, hey, look, this guy is Mr. Eclectic. Everything football, but everything business.
The thing is, I always say yes. Okay, that's why I'm a hoe in that way. Excuse my language. I will say yes to pretty much anything because I think I can do it.
Yeah, you give up anything.
And so sometimes I lose, but sometimes some crazy stuff happens and it's fun.
Well, I'll tell you, man. Lloyd and I sit here and we follow your life, and we're like, man, it's like 007's life.
No.
Like you fell off the grid for a bit in Hawaii.
Yeah, well, I went out there and I got my life in order. I had to get divorced. It took me years to get divorced. Got that figured out. I had to get remarried. Had to get re-spiritual again. I had to go back to where my roots were.
Well, and really, it feels like you've reconnected with the spirituality. I mean,
well, Lloyd, you going to read that Book of Mormon I gave you or what?
Well, of course, I've already started.
Trevor Riley just brought in a Book of Mormon.
Come
on, Lloyd. Give me.
Your problem is you already think that I haven't read it already.
Oh, have you?
Okay, respect.
But have you asked in solidarity? That's the thing, Lloyd.
With the full intent, okay?
Yeah.
Moroni 10, brother. We need you to, we'll get you on that, okay? But in all reality, I went there back to Mississippi after that. My kids were still down there, and I went there this summer, and I was going to law school at Mississippi Law College. Jesse Boone has some cousins down there in the stake presidency, and I started going that way. And then Chris from Screen Protect, Chris Helin, he called me and said, yo, my whole staff quit. We talked about 60 days before the game, and the players, and so all that jazz. Everybody kind of knows. If you don't know that story, we started a junior college football team, Salt Lake Community College,
which was awesome.
We went 7-1. We went 5-1, but two teams they didn't want us. We went 7-1. We got 2 forfeits. But that's where I'm at now. Is I'm trying to figure out the next step. You know, we need money at Utah. Talk about the Utes. We got a $5 to $6 million windfall right now on NIL. We have no We have no money outside revenue share that we're spending on kids. And so we got negotiations coming up. We got a real problem. Right. We got a problem right now that we got to address.
Interesting.
Or it's going to be a thing where we probably lose some players and we don't get to sign who we want. So we're trying to organize and figure that out as we speak. And the Islanders come in because we got a ruling from the NCAA that you can play for our club team and still play for the Utes in the same year. So if we get a bunch of full-time students at Utah, now Utah can expand their roster to 30, 40 extra guys, albeit they're walk-ons, right? We'll train them at night.
Keep them played.
You already know, dude.
Yeah.
And now if you're broke, at least you got some land you can farm on. My goodness.
Like a feeder league.
That's it.
Interesting.
And then, the next step, I talked to UVU. We need a team there. We need a AAA team there, dude. This thing's got to become. And I saw the Raiders are now sponsoring Utah high school football. I saw them in the stadium. They got ads all over the place.
I'm seeing it right now.
I think it's streamlining towards the
TV.
European model that I know you love talking about soccer hands. I remember you used to work at 700. You love that RSL soccer at 1280, dude. But this is a soccer model we're looking at here. Okay, that's what I really think. If you're broke, you buy land and you farm it.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we got to do.
So Utah needs money.
Now, guys, we need money now. And I say money, we need a sustainable way to have monthly income. I want to start this club called Club 22, Club Deuce Deuce, for our boys Low, right? And our boys and our running back, right? If we had a club where every two, we got $22 a month from 22,000 people, that'll cover it. What we would give you is we'll train your kids twice a month on Saturdays. All the players and ex-players will come out. If you pay your dues, bring your kids, man. We're training them all throughout the valley. We got place. We'll bring you on recruiting trips. It'll be a sweepstakes. We'll get the whole team involved, and it'll be a club thing. But we got to start organizing almost like a family, man. We got to solve this thing, or we're 13th in the country and we're last in spending. Go figure that one.
That's tough. And I know that there are some players that gave up some money to stay on that roster.
And not only that, there's some players.
Am I accurate in
100% on that, okay? We got some hometown discounts, especially from the tackle. Lomu gave us a nice discount. I think that these guys, the Utes meaning, they got everything it takes, sans a couple receivers, to really take it to the next level, Hands. I know you've seen some great teams. You've been on some great teams. We're a Reggie Wayne away. Now that's not you know what I'm saying. I dare not say Marvin. Marvin's special, right? But we're a guy or two away. We're Tim Patrick and a Vele and a Covey away. We're not losing a game this year, dude.
Yeah.
And that's how close it is. So if we don't get this money, you know what happens, right? We start turning into the Jets or Cleveland or Oakland Athletics or the Raiders.
Money.
Quickly. And so if you run it like a business, like our boys in San Diego used to do, right? That was the big knock on the Chargers. They always used to run it as a business, and they never would do what it takes. We're right there. We're at that precipice where we got to decide, Hands, are we going to take this leap and be big boys, or are we going to go back and be hustlers?
Are there laws and limits with this stuff, with the NIL?
No.
Because, I know that they've got this new committee that's engaged that you're going to have to submit your NIL deals to. They have to approve the NIL, and then you get the $21 million in distribution. But I've said this from the beginning. People are going to figure out a way around it.
Who's going to just tell the NCAA to see in court? When's the last time they won a case?
They don't.
So I wouldn't even worry about it.
They don't take it to court.
And so
they back down.
Here's how it works. You have to justify these deals. So they're trying to eliminate this by saying you have to have justification to pay a guy $2 million to do radio ads. How are you going to do that? What they do is they load up like 10 or 12 deals for one guy for small amounts of money, and they submit them all. And so you need a third-party vendor, and ideally somebody who has licensing rights, and you could really take this thing to another level. But you have to have, to your point, someone has to pay these kids who's not the school. The school is not really involved here. I'm not talking about the school. The school can't technically pay any more money than they have. What we need is donors, and we need a collective group of people, meaning fans. We should run this thing like a club. Pay $20 a month, 22 for 22, baby. It's lunch money. Once a month, go out and walk for 22 minutes. Pick up some trash, honor our young fellas, right, and send some money to your team. Because we got to pay these cats so we can stay relevant.
Well, there is a case to be made. For instance, Spencer Fano, he's a junior. Lomu is still very young. Is he a sophomore?
He's a junior, man.
He's a junior.
Highland High School, Bo Riley. My brother trained him in high school.
Yeah, so Caleb Lomu, he's still got some time. There is a point, Trevor, where you could argue and make it more interesting and more lucrative to stay in college. I'm going to tell you right now,
100%,
I would have stayed at BYU for an extra 5 years if I'd have made money doing it.
I agree with you on that.
Because I don't ever want to leave the logo. I don't ever want to leave the campus. That's my life. That's your life. The U of U means, I'm sure it means a lot more to you than, the Jets or the Patriots or Miami. BYU means a lot more to me than the Indianapolis Colts.
That's the fact, man.
Because they just used me up. If I could have stayed and made money, I would have. Now, that just wasn't the case in my day.
Well, let's just do this scenario. And Lloyd, I'm sorry to put you to work a little bit. If you could look up what a third-round pick gets in the NFL, it's slotted. Third or fourth-round pick. If I'm slotted, I think
it's around 500,000.
Okay, so cool. So if I'm not a third-round pick, right? I call it top 100. If I'm not a top 100 guy, I'm coming back. I'm gonna get more money out
because
here,
the
dude.
only thing that's guaranteed third, fourth-round pick is the 500. That's it.
That's it. And they cut those guys sometimes. Not only that, they don't usually start you when you're, that. Fourth to seventh round drafted, they do if you're good enough, but it's a harder road to play right away.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to get paid, you're going to get paid less to play less. Why would you do that?
It's shocking some of the talent I see leave college and not get a whiff. They leave. They even get drafted, fifth, sixth, and they don't get a whiff.
I mean, look about Bradley and I. Bradley and I was a surefire thing at edge.
Unbelievable sacker.
Okay, he's got the sack record at Utah, and that's saying something now. We've had some dogs now. He's the prez of Sac Lake City, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Him and Nate Orchard. Nate had the single season he has career, but both those guys.
And Dimmick was right there chewing.
Dimmick was right there, but both those guys, right, especially Nate. Nate was a second-round pick. Nate had some neck injuries, some other stuff, but Nate I thought should have been an inside linebacker. Okay, he reminds me of a guy like Fred Warner. I would have put him in the slot, and he was a receiver in high school. I wouldn't have made him a warrior, a fighter up front. And Bradley, he should have played special teams in college. Right? He didn't want to do that. A little bit heavy. And so anyways, he got to the league, and he had to play teams. But you think about a guy who should have been probably a defensive end and could have made it. I thought for sure Bradley was going to make it, at least as a rotational guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm not crapping on Bradley. I coach Bradley. I'm just saying
he's great.
It's an example of what we're talking about.
It's tough to make it.
If you're the champion of the Sac Lake City and you can't play edge in the NFL, wow, that's saying something.
Well, there's so much money to be made now in the college game. But let's talk about this University of Utah team, Trevor, because they've done some incredible things this year, and more specifically, the last 3 games have been just blowouts, whoopings. They came out of that rivalry game with an intensity that we hadn't seen going into the rivalry game, although they did have a couple of big wins. They beat West Virginia 48-14. They whooped Arizona State, who was a top 25 team, 42-10.
Asterisk there, Jeff Sims.
What's that?
Levitt didn't play in that game.
That's right.
I would give an
Sam
asterisk. Because
but Sims.
Real quick, how much is he going to go for? He just left ASU, dog.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting. Do you think that's a coaching quarterback combo?
I think that.
Do you think that those two go together?
I just think that kid is worth every penny. He's beat Texas Tech, BYU, and Utah.
Yeah.
And he's been to the playoff.
And just so everybody's aware, when Arizona State beat Texas Tech, it was a final drive, about 1:30.
He's the man, dude.
Sam Levitt found Jordan Tyson down the sideline, and they worked it into the end zone, left about 20 seconds on the clock.
And I sorry to cut you off, but to talk about Utah, right? We're chasing those players now. Are we chasing? Are we buying or selling?
Yeah.
And then we talk about this team. Kyle Whittingham got more involved, I bet. Okay? Kyle, Kyle's a friend of yours.
Oh, yeah.
I would bet and when you're a head coach, you don't always, you got to leave your guys to do their work, right? Coach is really good about that. And
Coach is really,
he's good.
He lets people do their
farm
thing.
your own land, right?
Yeah.
But if you got a problem, I'm going to come in and fix it.
Yeah.
And so whatever the issues were, I think the team is playing with the soul of, I call it Fred Whittingham Sr.
Oh,
that's how they looked to me the
Fred.
last couple of weeks, okay?
Yeah, Big Fred was nasty.
We look like 95 Nebraska with Frazier. When 15's in there playing quarterback for us, we look like the lefty version 95 Nebraska. We're killing people, and we're running the ball, man. We can't even throw. We're whooping you. We're telling you, we're not going to throw. Stop us. And we're shoving it right where you know it's going to be, and they can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
The question will be, though, is when we play a real team. If we get a chance to play a real team, and I say that with all due respect to our schedule, if you look at our schedule, we haven't really beat anybody who's a great team. We lost to BYU and Tech. We beat ASU when they had a backup quarterback. Beating West Virginia and beating Arizona or beating Baylor. Those are 500 ball clubs, man. I want to see if this thing's going to work against a great team.
You're talking, that's the stuff that energizes me. I get goosebumps because that's what competitors want. And I'm looking at the same thing with BYU. I call color for BYU. I love what they're doing. I want to see them match up. I'd love to see them against Notre Dame, Oklahoma.
That's right.
That's why I got to refocus my energy because it's like, no, just take baby steps. Get to the college football championship.
That's right. Get to the playoff,
conference championship.
The conference championship.
And then move on from there. I look at Utah, and you're 1,000% right because they're on the edge of having talkability, but they've got 2 losses that just sit and weigh on them with Texas Tech and BYU. Yep. 2 heavy losses, But then you see them rebound, and they beat Colorado 53-7, and Cincinnati 45-14, and Baylor 55-28. And now I'm like, wait. But see, that's why I think the College Football Playoff Committee, they're looking at eyeball tests.
That's right.
And they're looking at this and they're like, wait a second, this team is blowing up, and they're dominating people. Do I think they can get there? I don't know, man. I don't know, Trevor. The more I think about it, I think the committee wants to make the Big 12 a one-bid league.
Well, if we get
the committee just wants a one-bid league.
Here's the other thing. If BYU gets in, they'll be hard-pressed to put another team from the state of Utah in there. That's my personal opinion, okay? Another thing I'll say is there's precedence here for Utah because of Florida State a couple years ago when their quarterback went down. They had the wins and losses to get in. They didn't let him in. Their quarterback got hurt late in the season.
Yeah.
And we're on the opposite side of that. We look unstoppable. And so if that continues for 2 weeks and some things shake out, if we're sitting at 10-2 with an average 30-point win margin,
yeah,
and we're top 10 in defense, top 10 and top 5 in rushing, you want to see that team on the big stage. The only issue I have is if we're going to be the Naval Academy, we might as well go all in, dude. Why throw it 16 times? How about just throw 8?
Yeah.
I'm serious,
You're
dude.
saying just go.
Why don't we just go,
look
dude?
Look at what you got. I mean, the 4 runners you've got.
Come on, man.
Nakari Rogers. Well, actually, it's 5 runners.
The 21's good in the red zone.
Wayshawn Parker.
He's the man.
Bird Ficklin, Devin Dampierre, and Bray.
And 13, that's right.
He's been unbelievable. I don't hate it.
And we got the other kid, Nate Johnson. Oh, yeah, he's coming off the bench. The quarterback who runs a 4-3 or whatever.
Nate's another freak.
We got 5 guys' hands. We could run the bone and kill people.
Well, it'd be interesting to see. And you know what? I wouldn't put it past Jason.
Heck no, he's unbelievable.
What have you thought about Jason?
I had the pleasure to have dinner with him the other night at the facility.
By the way, Jason Beck, offensive coordinator for Utah.
I told him this to his face, and I'll tell you this. If they went out, he's probably going to be a head coach. I mean, that guy is an offensive guru. Right? He's winning with no receivers, dude. And he's winning with a short quarterback. He's doing things that are fantastic, and he's done it for years now. He's put it on display. I can do this at any level. I did it in New Mexico. I'm talking about his offensive prowess. Like, they're killing people in the run game hands.
Oh, yeah.
They're killing people at 2 different places. Someone's going to grab him. And maybe even if I was an NFL team, I know it sounds a little bit crazy. I don't know what his passing concepts look like because, gosh, we haven't passed it for the whole season. But he's a guy who is finding a way no matter what he has. He's I would say, MacGyver. Okay, he's MacGyving right now. He's figuring out a way to get it done at a massive level. They're not just winning; they're blowing people out.
Yeah, they're blowing people out. Right now, number 2 in the country in rushing yards per game. The only team above them is the one you're talking about, Navy, and that's all they do.
And they're being talked about for getting in. So we could do what they do. We got better players.
Right now, Navy's got 482 rushing attempts for 308 yards per game. Utah is 449 rushing attempts at 278 yards per game. Right below them, Air Force and Army. So, your top 4 rushing teams are Navy, Utah, Air Force, and Army. So, Utah's got 449 rushing attempts. Air Force has 539. Army's got 553. Just going to your point, like you're saying, just push the run until somebody stops it.
Okay, so if you're gonna like blackjack, you're gonna bet on 16 or you're not. Take your pick. That's how I see this thing kind of. You're either gonna hit or you're not gonna hit. And not to get too down the gamut, I'm just saying you have a choice to make on any given play. Do we run or pass? I remember I was sitting with. Do you remember Pepper Johnson from the New York Giants?
Oh, sure.
He was our D-line coach in New York. So we were sitting in the sauna one day late after practice, and he says, "Man, one of my teammates." We were talking about one of his teammates. Okay. He says, I had to tell this guy, we're talking about on the field, how you don't want to have too many people talking. He says, I got a guy on this field saying, watch the run, watch the pass. I said, watch the run, watch the pass. So you have 2 options. And when we pass the ball, we had 3 jump passes the other day, 3 of them. We completed them. 3 jump passes. We ran forward and not on the goal line. We're jump passing this thing like it's 1920 Newt Rockney.
Yeah.
I'm saying lean into it. I mean, it's working, so I don't want to be too critical. But when we face a great team, if we start trying to pass the ball against Tech, look what happened. Yeah. They ate us up, dude. Point. They ate us up. Let's just try to mow them over, and we'll be patient with it and play defense.
Hey, you were at Jack State?
I was at Jackson State.
You know who's number 5?
Who? Jacksonville?
Jackson State.
Are you talking about Jacksonville State or Jackson State? Jacksonville is in Florida.
Were you at Jackson State?
Jackson State's in Mississippi. That's FCS. Jacksonville State, the head coach, was with me at Colorado. That would be the D coordinator, Charles Kelly, if I'm not mistaken. He was our D coordinator at Colorado. But
what is he running? Is he all wishbone?
Well, I don't know, man. He was never been a head coach. Right? His dad was a great high school coach in Alabama, but he was with Saban for 9 years. And he was at Tennessee, but they're over there running some stuff at Jacksonville.
Well, they're putting it together. Trevor Riley in studio, Utah preview show. Just talking about going all in on the rushing game. I don't hate the idea. Let's expand on that a little bit. We'll talk about what Kansas State does well. Could their defense possibly stall out the run? We'll answer that question next and much more. That's Hanson Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a blowout victory on the road against Baylor, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return to the Hill for a showdown against Kansas State in the final home game of the season. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then, catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Tonight at 10. The cooking, the decorating, the candles. Things are dangerous this time of year.
The holidays are absolutely busy for us.
KSL demonstrates the mistakes many of us make when seconds count. We've all been told what not to do when fire strikes. Tonight, we show you why. It's a story firefighters want every Utahn to see. Holiday Fire Hazards, live and streaming tonight on KSL News at 10.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a huge Big 12 battle for the Cougars as they head to Cincinnati for a showdown against the Bearcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Athletic quarterback. We had a week off from an athletic quarterback last week. It's more back to the kind of quarterbacks that we faced most weeks this year, where the quarterback run game is in play. They got a physical offensive line. They're a little more 12 personnel, 2 tight ends than most teams that we've seen this year, so that'll be a little bit of a change as well.
The legend Trevor Riley hanging out in studio with us through the Utah preview show. You hear Kyle Whittingham right there. How's Kyle Whittingham hanging? How's he doing? How's he holding up through this?
I think he's going through a range of emotions daily between his family, which he has there. He's a family guy. He always says blood's thicker than water. So I start with Coach Wood. I say family, right? His family's always around the building. So
all of them,
man.
Yeah,
even cousins, everybody. I love that about him. He's the godfather. And then he's also worried about legacy, I think. He didn't told me that, but I would bet he is. Everybody is a little bit. What am I leaving behind? The third thing is the state of the team. It's probably higher than legacy, but it's in there. And he's probably feeling pretty good about that, right? They look good. I mean, right now we're going to win out.
Yeah.
We're going to win these next 2 games, okay? And then so now we're 10-2. That's only happened a few times in the history of Utah. We got a shot to get into the playoff. But then I think he's worried about, what are we going to do if I stay? How's that look? I don't know if he knows if he wants to stay or not. I think he's going to stay.
I think he's going to stay.
We're ranked 13th in the country, Ute fans. What more do we want?
Well, Trevor, I've talked about this a lot. I think he's going to stay.
Yeah, well, he should. He's making a lot of money, and he's doing a good job. He should stay.
He doesn't look worn out.
No.
He still looks happy. His team's still productive.
But I think he should.
I think he's going to stay.
Here's my hot take.
But what does that do to the defensive staff?
Well, this is what I was at. My hot take would be if I was Coach Witt and I don't get this money right off the field, I'd take another job that has the money. I'd take this show on the road and let Scally take over. I'd leave with 10-2 and say, I left because they couldn't handle it. And I'm leaving them in a good position. They got Morgan. He's got the energy. You can do all this new crazy stuff. Let me get to one of these blue bloods and show you all what it's all about.
If he had the Texas Tech money.
Yeah, how about UCLA coming and grab Kyle and bankroll him $10 million? I bet you'll win. I'll go with him, for heaven's sake.
Just putting the money out there and buying the talent.
Well, that's how it is now. TCU, we saw this. Okay, TCU started this off when they came out of nowhere and made the final. And then we beat him at Colorado the next year, first game. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
I should have quit coaching after that. I was so happy. But the point is we've already seen this. Texas did it last year. They bought their way in, right? Texas Tech's doing it this year. So it seems to be a commonality with Texas, right? Maybe, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kyle deserves big money.
You got to have the money.
Kyle deserves bankrolling, guys. We need to bankroll this guy outside of the revenue share, and right now it's not being met. And I'm telling you, if it isn't met, if I was Coach Witt and I was Bruce Tollner, right, who was his agent,
you'd leverage him.
I'd get the heck out of Dodge and say, I love you. I'll see you when I'm done.
And go where there's money.
I mean, absolutely. Why would you not? You can't. It's just baseball. Do you want to be Oakland or Tampa Bay, or do you want to be the Yankees and the Dodgers?
The Dodgers. Yep. Where's your payroll? Kyle Whittingham addressed this 4 years ago. and said the top 25 will reflect the top 25 payouts.
And guess what? Look at the top 3. Look what Indiana spent on their coach. Look what they're spending off the field. Look what Ohio State's doing. Oh, my goodness.
I guess if you just take a look at the top 5, you might have the biggest spenders in each conference.
And
SEC biggest spender, the Big 10 biggest spender, and the Big 12 biggest spender.
There you go.
You don't have an ACC team in the top 5, so they would be excluded. But you've got 3 of the biggest spenders. Would you assume about that? Because Texas Tech definitely got the money.
Yeah, of course, dude. Texas Tech.
Indiana's pouring the money into the program.
Well, they've switched to a football school. Bob Knight died. Now he ain't. That's a football school now. Indiana's a full-blown football school. They've done it 2 years in a row, and they got a quarterback first round. And going back to your point, how's that look if you're looking for Clemson? How'd that work out for Dabo with that idea, what he had? We're not going to do NIL. Well, that's a good idea. How's that working out?
Yeah, he said my players are going to be here for their 5 years. Their eligibility, it stands here. Everybody else is cutting players.
That's how it is, dude. We cut 60 of them at Jackson State and Colorado, and everyone thought we were insane, man. That's just how it is, dude. This is pro ball, and this has to be more like a pro ball model. We need a president of the team who's going to make money for the brand, off the brand, to pay for the players. We need that. If we don't have donors, we need that. This has to be an NFL type of run situation.
Well, right now they've got a really great team assembled, and they're playing some really good football. They've got Kansas State this weekend. I teased this. Kansas State, their run-stop defense has been pretty miserable. They sit just below halfway in the country. They're 77th, giving up about 155 yards a game. So it feels like Kansas State's defense is primed for the picking.
Yeah, I would say so. We're going to run for 400 on them, it sounds like.
It feels like that's a situation where, okay, so do you have to put up a little flash?
Yep.
Do you have to, what's your mindset if you're Jason Beck, if you're Morgan Scalley, if you're Kyle Whittingham in this game against Kansas State?
We want to be in the 40s. They want to be in the teens, that minimum. Right? We don't want them in the 20s, and we don't want to be in the 30s. We don't want anything like that. Right? It doesn't look good. We want to be in the 40s, 42, 17. That's what I like to see, man.
Look at the scoring offense and scoring defense nationally. Utah's number 6 in scoring offense, 41.1 points per game. They're 10th in the nation defense, 15.6 points per game. All right, so just take your average and go 41 to 15.
There you go.
And you got yourself a pretty good situation. I asked Lloyd this. I want to ask you this. When's the last time you saw the offense higher ranked, more productive than the defense at Utah?
It's been never. I think it happened maybe once in the last 20 years, or maybe 08.
That's what Lloyd was thinking.
09?
Lloyd was thinking
04?
maybe Tyler Huntley, but I don't even think Tyler Huntley.
I was on, or Kyle's year in 08. Our offense is pretty potent with Brian Johnson and the crew. We'll have to look into that. 08, 09.
But it feels like that defense was more the staple, no?
Dude, the best defensive I've ever seen at Utah is 2018. That was Julian. That was Fotu, Penasini, Barton, McGidry, Jalen Johnson. I mean,
that was a really good defense.
Terrell Burgess. I mean, these guys are all starting in the NFL, a lot of them, and they were killing it, man. We were killing people, dude.
That was a really good defense. 2004, probably the last time offense had more production than the defense. It's got to be.
Yeah,
I don't think it's happened in Kyle Whittingham's tenure.
Well,
and Jason Beck has brought something new. And to your point, it's like, okay, you want to keep these guys together. You want to keep this staff together. It's going to cost you, because I've got to imagine Jason Beck, where he's putting up 478 yards of offense, and he's been in and out with different injuries.
Yep.
It feels like Jason Beck has just really grabbed the nation with what he's doing offensively.
He's going to be a head coach, if not this year, the next year, if he scales properly, if he continues what he's done, which I think he will. He seems like a man of God and a man who doesn't lie, and I think that goes well in coaching, right? I think people ask around about you, and if you have high integrity, which I'm pretty sure he does, right? Did you play with him, or did he went to BYU?
He was just after.
So does he have that reputation down
very
at BYU?
Much.
So
very much.
That's taken care of. The production's on the field. He looks the part. He ain't bald like me and you now. He's got some hair. Okay?
I know.
He's young.
He's still young and handsome.
Okay, he's married with kids. I mean, he's going to be a head coach, or he's going to be in the NFL running an offense.
Yeah, he's a beautiful family man.
Yeah,
he's got a beautiful family. Jason Beck's done a fantastic job getting things going offensively for the University of Utah. So do you have any concerns about this Kansas State team?
I mean, the quarterback is supposed to be a slick Willie. They paid him some money, right? But
Avery Johnson.
He's shown himself to be just what he is. He's an above average guy. Okay, he's good.
But he makes mistakes.
Well, I'm ready. We got Morgan Scalley, dude. I ain't worried about all that. We got Morgan Scally, bro. Yeah. And we got the defense that's running to the football now. We're running to that. We got Jackson Benny. Landon Barton still hasn't played his best game yet. And he's been getting better every week. I'm excited. And he's got John Henry Daly. I'd like to see some more production out of the D tackle room, but that's not really what the scheme asks for. That's just what I like to see. I like to see TFLs. It makes my life easier as a linebacker.
Where is the strongest position group defensively?
I would say DB. Okay, corner specifically.
You go DBs?
I mean, those guys are playing pretty well.
Over Jono, Damuni, Lander?
Well, the problem I have with that position in general is that if you're not having big havoc plays, then you're just kind of filling a role. You know what I'm saying? I want to see havoc plays. That's TFL, sacks, picks, forced fumbles. That's what I want to see.
That's
on
John
defense.
Henry Daly.
Okay, D-ends have been fantastic.
Yeah.
If you separate them
Cash
from
had
the
a nice
D-line,
sack last week.
the D-end room has been fantastic. Okay, D tackles, like I said, they've been lacking. They're young, okay, and they got a leaky Vimai. He's older guy, but that's not really the scheme.
They've also been in and out of lineups.
Yes, that's exactly right. Kafusi's playing now.
He's been available here and there. Vakalahi has been available here and there. Yeah. But when those edges are going, when you got Logan Fano and John Henry Daly going, those are two really good edges.
Yeah, they are. And Logan Fano's been playing better, right? He's paid now. Okay, so I expect a lot of him. I told him before the season, I want to see 8 sacks with that salary. And that's how it is now, Hans. You know that's how it is, dude.
I know.
He's good, right? And I want a little bit more out of him. Okay, I know he's got too bad. I want a little bit more out of him, dude.
It's bizarre to think about this. And I'll just take you behind the curtains. I had a conversation with one of my teammates from BYU, still my best friend. We hang out all the time. And I was talking to him on the drive here. And we were laughing about Hawaii. Both he and I are going to be out in Hawaii later in December. And we were laughing about it because we took a trip out to Hawaii with BYU to go play Hawaii. And they said, don't get in the water, don't be on the beach. He and I snuck out of the room.
Of course.
You know, we were out there with 15, 20 teammates. We sat and baked in the sun. I had like a 2nd-degree sunburn underneath my pads. We were dehydrated. And I said to him, I said, Carlos, actually, no names. But I said, Carlos. And you know Carlos.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you know Carlos. But I said, Carlos, if we were paid like these players are paid now, there's not a chance we'd have been out of our rooms.
Nah, man.
That money makes the difference.
It does,
because
dude.
Your name is on it. Your livelihood is on it. Some of these kids are making enough money that they can bankroll for the rest of their lives.
I mean, I could, dude. These guys are making above average players, and Power 5 is making over $200,000 a year.
Over $200,000 a year, and you've got a lot of guys that are pulling in that $750.
That's
it. If you're a Power 4 FBS team, and you're a starting left tackle, you're going to be making about $750,000.
And that's just how it is. We talked about slotted draft positions. It's getting to that point. I was on another show. We talked about where the market is heading. And when NIL first started in 2021, I always say this because I give him a shout out. Antoine Owens, we had the first ever NIL deal.
Yeah.
Air Pomade.
Lloyd and I were talking about that. You were talking NIL way before anybody.
Just because when you get at the culture, I believe culture comes from the bottom. In any place, right, culture always starts at the bottom. It resonates with the rest of the people, but everyone at the top is too busy trying to figure out what happened already at the bottom. And when I went to Jackson State, I saw the lawlessness, which was the NCAA. Okay, there was more lawlessness down there than I've ever seen. Not specifically the school, at the level of play I was at. And so when you start thinking about how things are going to scale, right? Eventually, it's going to get up to the top, dude. That's just how it is. If there's no rules at the bottom, there's going to be no rules at the top eventually. And now we're here where the NCAA hasn't won a court case in a number of years. And basically, nobody even cares what they say. You don't even have to take an SAT to get into school anymore.
Yeah, they don't even want to push
They don't even care, dude.
You know, you look at the quarterback for Vanderbilt right now, and he essentially just told the NCAA, like, well, I'll sue you.
I'm just going to keep playing.
And they backed away.
Yeah,
and that kid is really good.
We almost had him at Jackson. Nobody wanted him.
What is he? Paiva?
Paiva was at a junior college in New Mexico, okay?
I knew that he was at New Mexico State. Because I called a bowl.
Maybe that was it. I thought he was.
I called a bowl game with him.
So he hit the portal. I don't remember where he was at first, and we almost had him on campus, and then the boys grabbed him. But he was a guy who's he competes, and he's another guy. I don't know how good of an NFL player he might be. I don't think
so.
But he competes, man.
But
he competes.
Yeah, he's a college baller.
That's the guy that we can get those guys at Utah, right? We can win with those guys at Utah. We just need some money to pay them.
Take a quick break, come back. We'll wrap things up here with Trevor Riley. It is your Utah preview show on Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
University of Utah Health has helped me and my family so many times. It's where I send my friends and family. University of Utah Health, best orthopedic surgeons in the business, bar none. They're the men and women that I'll send my kids to for knees, shoulders. I'll send my friends to for backs, hips. My mom, she had a full hip replacement. Dr. Peters at University of Utah Health, full hip replacement, did an amazing job, had taken such great care of her. And for the last 7-8 years, she's just been incredibly healthy with that hip. I've watched different knee surgeries, different shoulder surgeries, just on family members. University of Utah Health, they'll help you put together a game plan to get you back to good health. Dr. Travis Mack is the top surgeon in the state. When it comes to orthopedic surgery, nobody's better. He's the guy that's helping with the Utah Jazz, the Utah Mammoth, RSL. He's helping the professional athletes get back to good health. He can help you too. uofuhealth.org. You can search by physician or need at uofuhealth.org.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have 2 dogs. Because you gotta open the back door and let 2 dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in, and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
Don't let the holidays be scary. Western Nut makes corporate gifting turnkey and easy. Custom selections or prepackaged, any size and budget. Stop in or call. Provide a list and they'll do the rest. It's a gift always in good taste. Western Nut.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let Kenny J's take care of Thanksgiving. Don't mess this thing up. Just text Kenny J 801-230-5396. Kenny J's Barbecue, perfectly slow smoked turkey breasts and brisket for Thanksgiving. Are you all turkey Thanksgiving, Trevor?
I am now. I got high cholesterol. No more red meat. I'll be a turkey all the way, dude.
What?
I'm turkey year round, dude.
High cholesterol thing?
Everything else is perfect in my body. My brain's perfect. I had an NFL brain and body. Everything's great. I got elevated. It's over 200. I got elevated cholesterol.
So you're off the red meats.
I'm off, dude. And cheese. I miss cheese.
Cheese is a killer.
I love cheese,
what about
dude.
eggs?
Eggs I can do. I just can't eat 10 of them anymore. I can eat 2.
Because I know you used to do 10.
Oh, I watched Rocky. Who didn't watch Rocky? I used to drink them raw back in high school. I thought it was tough. Tell my girlfriend, my ex-wife, I drank some eggs this morning.
I'm telling you, Lloyd, I'm going to write the story. It's going to be the Trevor Riley life story, man.
Just say yes, not to everything, but say yes to most things and see what happens.
Where do we start, man? Where do we start on the Trevor Riley story? Where do we even get started?
My daughter, okay, she's the force. Remember that my daughter, I can't thank everybody in Ute and Cougar Nation who prayed for my daughter when I was in college. She had cancer, okay?
Sweet girl. Eye cancer, wasn't it?
She had kidney cancer, lost her kidney. But we ended up having a good season, I had a good season. Right? We got through it, but we start here with the state of Utah. Man, all 3 of my kids were born here, and again, my daughter, I can't thank everybody for helping out with that.
How's she doing?
She's doing great. She's going to be president of the United States one day.
Shane
girl. Riley, okay?
There we go.
That she's going to be the one.
I love that. So we'll start with the family, start with the kids. All right, give us kind of a prediction of how things go on Saturday for the University of Utah.
Well, barring some special teams blunders or some trickery, we should have a 2-score lead going into half. And then by the end of the game, we should be, I see 40s to teens, somewhere in there.
Okay, now kind of predict, because I don't know, we're going to try to get you back in studio if we possibly can, but predict. So let's just say Utah wins the next 2 games. Predict their future.
Let's talk about USC. We got to talk about...
Because I think USC loses to Oregon.
Okay, so they got to lose to Oregon because if we both have 2 losses, they're going to let USC in probably over us. Okay?
And they'll keep a 2-loss Oregon team over it too.
That's another thing. Okay, so we got a lot of heat in that area, and then we got to hope and pray BYU takes an L against these guys this week.
They have to have that.
I think were they 3-point favorites against Cincinnati?
2.
So I think BYU will run. I think BYU will run them over.
Yeah.
I don't think Cincinnati's like that. I think they're a front-running team.
I agree.
So I predict us to not make the playoff. On odds-wise, if we go odds, it's probably under 50% to me. But I still think I'm rooting for it. I think it's under 50%, though.
If they get a Pop-Tart Bowl or if they get an Alamo Bowl, they get a nice bid, I hope that the matchmakers put a good team in there. Because you remember last year, BYU Colorado drew 8.5 million eyes at the Alamo Bowl.
Isn't that crazy?
I know you know that.
I played in that, or I was a coach in that game. And
how much tension was it just in that staff? That's insane pressure around that spot.
You talking about CU?
Yeah.
CU is insane. Their AD just resigned. Okay, Rick George just said, "I'm going to take an advisory role. I'm not taking the heat for this fall." And I don't think they're going to fall completely. I just think that they're having a bad year. And we talked about ownership before, right? This college football landscape has to have an owner. A team has to have an owner. If you're going to have money on the table, Hans, as a business owner, someone has to own the business. Right. We have a business that has no owner. How can it run properly? And at CU, who's the owner? Is it Dion or is it Rick George?
Well, it should be Prime, but...
So that's a whole other thing, right? Because in the school it's like, well, we need to keep control. And it's like, okay, well, that's why it's a hard deal. Even with Coach Witt, right now, who's in charge?
It should be Coach Witt.
Well, so you say should, but guess what? He don't have the money he needs. So he ain't in charge, really.
Yeah.
He's in charge of the team, right? But really, who's in charge of this? We're looking for, Coach Witt said in his press conference today, if you're donating big money to a program, you better believe you're going to have a say around here. He said that. He's looking for someone to own us.
He's saying, come in, bring your money.
Come on, man.
And let's do business.
I'm looking for some real live investor gamblers, right, who want to do something. I know how this works. We can get this done, dude. We need some money, and we're going to win. We're winning with no money. We're tied second for last in spending, gosh dang it.
That's unbelievable. All right, there you go, Trevor Riley. Trevor, thank you.
Thank you,
Let's
Weezer,
do this again,
Idaho.
dude. It's so good to have you in studio, man.
I'm getting fired up. Hey, let's go to the Pioneer Park right now and play some hoops, gosh dang it.
I don't know if I'll do hoops, but I'll hit some one-on-ones. Let's go get some pads.
Let's go, baby. We'll shoot some heroin and play some hoops, baby.
How crazy do you want to get?
I'm just kidding.
That's Trevor Riley. Big thanks to him. University of Utah taking on Kansas State this weekend, and you got all the insights right there from Trevor. We'll hand it off to the boys next. JJ and Alex right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access, so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in the massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now.
Let's go!
Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013 or biglou.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Ben, you yesterday had a strong opinion about the Utah quarterback situation with if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Because right now, the argument for Devin Dampier is we're playing at the level to win a Big 12 title. Why would we change the most important position on the field for what has been some bright flashes but is a relative unknown? And I like Bird. I don't know what this decision's going to come down to. What I am confident in is they're both going to get $1 million offers this summer.
And whether you want to say that this decision between the two needs to be made today or needs to be made in the offseason, the rubber will meet the road. Because I don't think they can commit that portion of their salary cap to two players or their budget or whatever. You're not going to pay two quarterbacks crazy amounts of money. You need that money for the linebacker.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At SLC Fat Loss, we get it. You've tried everything. Diets, shots, shakes, even advice from so-called weight loss experts on Instagram with no real credentials or real clients. Don't risk your health or hard-earned money with advice from strangers online. Our doctor-developed program has helped thousands of real people with busy lives finally lose the weight and keep it off for good. Get expert guidance with a proven plan to lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Lowest prices of the year now through December 31st, only at slcfatloss.com.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds. JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year with this $400 off holiday sale. But hurry, limited spots available. Do the program from anywhere you live. Get your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's another edition of JJ and Alex right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and Stevenson Sylvester are about 80 feet from me. But it's like a water everywhere, but not a drop to drink type situation. They're right there, but they're not here with me. You know what I mean? They're calling some games up here at Rice-Eccles Stadium. I get the same view that they do. But we're doing our show live from Rice-Eccles Stadium, the second state championship of the day, your 6A matchup between Corner Canyon and Lone Peak, a Region 3 matchup of these 6'2 Titans who have met up, of course, earlier this season. The only loss that Corner Canyon had all season long was to Lone Peak. And then Lone Peak wound its way through the playoffs to get back to play their bitter rival from just over the point of the mountain. So Lone Peak versus Corner Canyon, 7-3 in the first quarter here with 1:37 left. Hey, we're excited. Not only are we covering the high school football that's right here in the state, we love how big of a deal it's become. We love how talented these players are for the state of Utah and these prep players. Man, it's an awesome deal. You know what else we don't get to do very often is talk about soccer on this program. And, of course, the football is a big deal across the rest
football
of the world.
Is life.
Yeah, of course it is. Annapolis, don't you ever forget that I was the one who coined that phrase. So here's the deal. Man, what a view up here, by the way. I mean, I used to live up here right by the stadium, and I miss it up here. It's pretty. And I know that it's your BYU fans will go at you and tell you, no, this isn't the prettiest view in all of college football. And I don't think it is either necessarily because I'm a Washington guy. And, sailgating is kind of a pretty place up here. But, man, it is pretty. It's a beautiful day. And you got the dark clouds on the south. And then you have, the view of the Huntsman Center up here and just looking up to the foothills. And, man, it's awesome up here. And it's good to have this high school football as the backdrop as well. So let's kick off the program here. My producer, Alex Napolis, hanging out with me. Sam Farnsworth's going to walk up in just a moment. from downstairs. He's doing, of course, all the TV work, and so is JJ, and so is Sly. They're calling these games and streaming them live on KSLSports.com. You can also get them with the KSL Sports app, at KSL Plus, however you want to access the streaming of these games all day long here. So let's kick it off here, though, officially with the cut, and we'll talk a little bit of soccer here, and we'll tell you why right now. Let's get right to it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com, for all your trusted local needs in retirement. So here's what you've got, by the way. You've got a Jazz basketball game tomorrow against the Thunder. That's a big one. You have tonight Mammoth hockey. Man, they need this. They got to get this one tonight. And I know it's a lot to ask. You just say, hey, just start winning and start pulling some things together. Let's get this thing going. But you've got a lot on the plate, and so right after our broadcast tonight, you're going to get the hockey pregame. Well, let's kick things off here with a little bit of soccer. And, of course, Real Salt Lake. It's one thing, Annapolis, to roll out the schedule. It's another to finally be able to say, for the first time since he joined the MLS, that Lionel Messi is going to be showing up here into the state of Utah in April. That was part of the big schedule reveal. Lots of big names coming into Utah to take on Real Salt Lake. Will you please explain to me how big of a scale situation this is from a news standpoint, from the sporting world standpoint, from how big of a deal it is? And we're going to talk with Kurt Schmidt in just a moment here, but just explain to me for one moment here why this is such a huge deal that Messi's coming to town.
It's a massive deal because Messi is undoubtedly one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There is no other soccer player, I think, that has been able to accomplish what
It's only between him and the other Argentine guy, Maradona, okay? And you can throw Pelé out there, but I'm not into it, okay? So as a guy who is always talking about Argentina and Argentina soccer, man, I'm all about it. So huge deal. He's coming to town. And you know what's crazy about this is Messi coming to town. I was covering as a young reporter the moment that David Beckham hit the scene and came to this very stadium where I'm sitting right now. I can actually see the section I was sitting in covering Real Madrid coming to town. When David Beckham and Real Madrid came and took on Real Salt Lake, this is when they were still playing at this very stadium, on top of the fact that it was a huge deal. I just remember being a young reporter and going, man, I know this is a big deal. I know David Beckham's a big deal. I know what the implications are of a soccer superstar coming to the state of Utah. But, man, we were at the airport. I mean, that's how big of a deal it was for us covering it. We're asking him questions as they're getting off of the plane at the private airport there, and it was as big of a deal. I've covered presidents landing at the airport at Salt Lake City Airport, and it was like that. It was that big of a deal. So there's a ton of implications that come with this. I'm just excited to see how we can do this again and how big of a deal we can blow this thing up. And soccer is already going to be a massive stage, of course, here in the state of Utah and across the United States because the World Cup 2026 is obviously coming here. And as a young, impressionable teen, in 1994, when the World Cup came, we saw how big of a deal it was. It changed the focus. It changed the shift on how we viewed soccer, I think, in the United States. And now, 32 years later, it'll be this year. The World Cup is back again. Joining us on the program, Kurt Schmidt, sporting director for Real Salt Lake. Kurt, big news for you guys today. Awesome day with the schedule reveal. How you doing, man? Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, it's a big day. It's great to, on top of many things, it's great to get the schedule this early. But yeah.
Part of that's the function of, MLS is going to go through quite a change from a schedule standpoint over the next 18 months. Explain right off the bat here before we get to talking about Messi and how awesome it is that all these superstars could be coming through Utah this next regular season for Real Salt Lake. How big of a deal is it, this schedule shift that they're going to start seeing as of summer of 2027? That's not an insignificant move. It's not easy to do that kind of thing, but why have the owners of MLS decided to make that schedule shift?
Yeah, no, it's not an easy thing. It's something that's been very, very thoroughly vetted and considered. And, obviously, like any big decision, it's not, there's pros and cons. But the owners got together and decided that the positives will outweigh the negatives. And I think a big element of that is when the most important games, in any league, when those games take place. So our playoffs right now happen in a really crowded marketplace and go up against some of the most watched programs and sports leagues, that our country produces. So one of the big driving factors was pushing those playoff games, which are our critical games, into a May window where the owners feel that there's a better chance to garner the attention that those games deserve within our schedule. So that was a big part of the driving factor from a media standpoint, from a public standpoint. And then you get into all the soccer factors, and aligning ourselves with the world calendar just makes it easier to integrate and in a bigger way become real players and a real part of the international transfer market. And right now, and we were a little bit victims of this last year, where the big window in Europe, which typically if you're selling players, you're selling them generally to European clubs, and their big windows in the summer because that's their off season. That's when they're spending the most money, when they're signing the most players. And obviously, when you look at our teams, do we want to sell players in midseason? No, of course we don't. So aligning those transfer windows so that they're buying players when we're most likely to be selling players or interested in selling players should increase the opportunity to get transfer revenue in that way. And also on the other side, it should help us acquire players at lower cost, because now when we're signing the most players to fill our rosters, that's when players in Europe and throughout the world are going out of contract. And so the number of free transfers that you can pick up is a lot higher, which should reduce our player costs on the acquisition side as well.
From the acquisition standpoint, MLS relies a lot on being able to sign a lot of those big names that are coming out of Europe, and a lot of those guys are in the MLS this year. Of course, obviously, Lionel Messi's the name that pops up, and for the first time ever, we're crossing our fingers for that April 22nd date for Messi and Miami to come into Salt Lake City. How big of a deal is that going to be? I was telling our producer Alex before the show too, when I was a young reporter back in 2006, I was covering when David Beckham came to town with Real Salt Lake, taking on Real Madrid at Rice-Eccles Stadium, where I'm sitting right now. And it was an international event. It was like this crazy thing that, and knowing how big soccer is, but at the same time knowing, wow, I don't think we've seen something like this. We met that team at the airport. That's how wild it was.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a big deal, obviously. And a player of his caliber and his profile, it's maybe the only way to describe it is travel sort of with a circus, right? And so there's a lot surrounding it. There's a lot of media attention surrounding it. There's a lot of fans that surround it. And, he's going to bring that here. And, for the players, it's a phenomenal experience. When you talk about some of the greats in other sports and other fields even, there's not a lot of them that are around right now that you can touch and feel and talk to and be with and compete against. And, for our players to go to step on the field and compete against one of the best players that, or the best player that ever played the game, I think is a huge, feather in their cap or a memory for their career. Right now, we also obviously want to send him home sad and beat him and win that game. But it's certainly an experience that will be really tough for anybody to forget.
With the World Cup coming into town, obviously, with the U.S., Mexico, Canada hosting this 2026 World Cup, the field obviously getting expanded. This is already the biggest sporting event across the entire world, bar none, of course. But how much bigger and better, I guess, has it become? And then how big of a deal is it for us, for a country that, a lot of times will put soccer on that back burner? For us to be able to have the World Cup again, I have vivid memories of the World Cup coming to town in '94 as a teen, and just being like, man, this is as big as it gets. This is as important as it gets. I remember where I was when I watched Colombia fall to the U.S. and like that. I mean, I just remember thinking, wow, this is bigger than we could have imagined. How big of a deal is it now, 32 years later, to get the World Cup back here in the U.S.?
Yeah, look, it's massive. I mean, the easiest, or maybe one way to try to look at it is, in '94, that World Cup, basically the buzz around the sport sustained itself for 2 years until, and it basically launched the league that we're all working in and watching now in MLS. So, now obviously we have a more established, more mature league. And so the attention that this event will garner and the buzz that it'll get the sport, should give us a huge, huge boost. And I think that's massive. I think there's also an opportunity where, players from around the world, some of the top players with their national teams will come here and they might realize, I'd really like to play in this league, and not in 5 years, but tomorrow. So, I think coming off the back of that World Cup, you might see some of those players, sign for MLS clubs, and you'll see them play again in person in our league. So those are huge positives, and I think it's a really exciting time to be involved in this sport. And at the end of the day, and I think you said it'll be one of the biggest sporting event in the world, and I totally agree with that. I mean, no country really does sporting events and marketing and hype sort of like the Americans do, like we do here. And so when you combine that ability to hype and market and promote with an event that doesn't really need a lot of that to be big in other countries, the effect is exponential.
Kurt Schmidt, he's the sporting director for Real Salt Lake. You and Pablo both extended earlier this month to be with the club longer term. How much has the club turned a corner on you've got the change of ownership that happened last year. You've got the buzz around the team that has already been – this has been building for decades now with this team. What's the next step for RSL and making that next step to be as good as they can be at the MLS level and to be kind of getting back to the MLS Cup again and hoisting that thing up here in Salt Lake City again?
Yeah, it was a real tumultuous year with the ownership change and some departures earlier in the year, and it obviously didn't go at all how us or the fans wanted it to go, and the finish to the season certainly was a big disappointment. It was a disappointment for the players, for the coaching staff, for Pablo and myself. I've been in this league a long time now. I know you've got to get to the playoffs, and that gives you a chance to compete and try to win the trophy that everybody wants to win. But the way the season ended and finishing ninth place, that's nobody's target. That's nobody's goal, and our aspirations and our ambitions are much higher than that. And I think the disappointment that we feel and the motivation that it gives us to improve the team is sort of testament to what our expectations are, and the expectations of the fans, which they should expect a team that can compete for trophies, and that's our intention.
Jason Kreis, of course, is a name that folks here in Salt Lake know very, very well, and now that he's moved into that position of the president of soccer operations, how important is it to have recognizable names, people who know this market and know how big it can be here and the fan base here in Salt Lake City to have Jason with the team in that role now? Yeah,
I work with two guys that are club legends every day, and Jason and Tony Beltran. Mm-hmm. And Jason and I have built up a good working relationship. We worked together in Miami before I came here, and now over the last 2 years since he's come back to Salt Lake, we've been working really closely together on the team these last couple of years. And so I think that's us having that good relationship is really important in terms of how we move forward, and the support that that he and that ownership gives us to build the team that we need to compete.
Kurt, from like a fan standpoint, because obviously you've been around the game a long time, your dad being a long-time coach in MLS and just following the sport probably as closely as you've had to, when you see all the names that are on the docket, aside from Lionel Messi, what are some of the ones? I would imagine like a Thomas Muller, some of these names that pop up, you go, oh my gosh, we have these guys coming to Salt Lake that are playing right here under the lights in Salt Lake. Which one excites you?
Yeah, they're all exciting, honestly. When you see, some of these players that have played at the highest level up close, because everyone has access to games on TV now and all that stuff. But when you see up close what they can do and how they manipulate the ball and how quickly they make decisions and how athletic they are, it's just really impressive. It's a sight to see, and it's something that can even take you off guard. But yeah, Thomas Muller, Heung-min Son, those types of guys, those guys have been phenomenal since joining the league, for their teams, and it'll be great to see those guys play live for the fans.
Well, we appreciate it, Kurt Schmidt. He's of course, he's the director of sporting for Real Salt Lake, and he of course is signed up long term now. No choice but to get this club growing and better, and we're looking forward to what this next couple of seasons look like and how much soccer is going to grow just over the next little bit, and how much buzz Real Salt Lake and U.S. soccer and soccer in general is going to get over the next year here in the U.S. We appreciate you joining us, Kurt. Thanks again, man.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Kurt Schmidt, everybody. Hey, listen, Annapolis, don't pretend like you're not trying to beat the door down with as many soccer stories as we can get now. But you don't have to convince me much. I served an LDS mission in Argentina. Messi was as big as it gets, man. And it still is. That's a guy who's bigger than Maradona, man. I mean, he's better than anybody that's ever lived at this game. And when he finally brought a World Cup to his country, I'm telling you that people down there honestly were like, I can die happy now. That's how big of a deal it is.
Something similar happened last year with Messi, or in the last World Cup with Messi.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was. I've never seen how. And again, like what was funny is that the guy's been playing forever. I don't know. I mean, he's not the LeBron. He's not the LeBron Tom Brady type, but like he'll play as long as he wants and for like wherever he wants, And obviously, he's his own contract, like unto himself. Like he's the kind of guy that he can basically put himself into, whatever level of being able to be a part of, this thing going forward in the soccer world. He can kind of just punch his ticket. And I think people get the idea like, oh, he's old and busted, but he still walks onto whatever field he wants and scores whenever he wants, it seems like.
Oh, absolutely. Despite his age, he's still very similar to the Messi you saw 10, 15 years ago.
Right, yeah. All right, well, it's a big deal. State of Utah, obviously big deal because this is one that we're all trying to figure out with this. Do we have some breaking news that I got to get to right here? Are you going to hit the breaking news sounder? We can jump in on this thing. I mean, we're oh boy, what's going on with the Big 12 right now, man? According to Pete Thamel on ESPN, looks like or 24/7 looks like Baylor's expected to announce the departure of athletic director Mack Rhoades. We knew this was coming, of course. On leave with the school for personal reasons. Dismissing Mack Rhoades as quickly as you can will allow you to dismiss also Dave Aranda as quickly as you can, and I think that's probably the plan going forward. But the embattled, I love using that term. Anytime we can use that term in our business, I always love doing it. The embattled athletic director for Baylor, who's been on leave for a minute, is now going to be officially let go by the school, according to sources here. Joining me right up here in the booth right now before we get to our first break, Sam Farnsworth, KSL 5 TV. He just walked up from editing a bunch of TV for the state championship games going up at Rice Eccles, so he's nice enough to join me for a little while today. Sam, what's up, man? Everything good? Embattled, that's the word we use when somebody hasn't been good at their job and they've been controversy swirling around, and Mack Rhoades is one of those guys, man.
I mean, I think of the word embattled and I think of my day at work today is a little bit of an
embattled reporter. But Sam Farnsworth.
I don't feel in danger of my job or anything, so maybe I'm not using.
No. Embattled is more like the controversy surrounding it. You've just had to bust your butt today. That's all. Like you've just been putting on every freaking hat you could today. So
this is the job I love doing.
By the way, a little score update here from me from Rice Eccles. Lone Peak up 10-7. On Corner Canyon, and they just got the ball back again. Another punt, 2 punts in a row for Corner Canyon against this Lone Peak team. If there's one team that can get in their head this year, it's Lone Peak because they were the only ones who beat them this year. But Lone Peak had its own weird streaks of the. Why is it that Lone Peak can hang with Corner when everybody else can't? Even though Lone Peak had struggled in region play and they kind of worked their way back into the 6A championship in really unexpected fashion, right? Because they had lost 3 games in a row in region play. They came into the playoffs. They upset Davis up at Davis in overtime. And now they're playing. Why is it Corner Canyon has such a hard time with Lone Peak? It's because they know each other so well?
I guess, right? But you'd think that, I mean, there's other teams that know each other well that know Corner Canyon. Skyridge is one of those teams. Yeah. And every now and then Skyridge gets their number. Lone Peak, though, you can count on it. You know every time that these two teams face, it's going to be tight. For whatever reason, they've got the blueprint. Right?
Yeah, and I think part of it is they're not afraid of the physicality of Corner Canyon because they have just as big of dudes. You know what I mean? Like
right.
These are still crazy athletes.
This is
on
nuts.
These teams.
I don't know when the last time was you walked the sideline of a high school football game here in our state, but I mean,
I had to do a couple of the Game Night Live games this year.
I don't remember kids being this big when I was in high school. I mean, I'm just walking down there, even in the 4A game, Ridgeline and Green Canyon, you'd think, okay, these guys are going to be a little smaller, they're from Cache Valley, whatever, but they're not. They're still just as big. I'm walking down there, and on the first thought that crosses my mind is, are my sons even going to –
No.
They're not going to be this big, are they?
That was the issue, I think, with Davis is they don't have that size in the trenches that some of these schools do down in Utah, in southern Salt Lake counties in this Region 3, just massive. But again, like you said, I was the standard for how big. Like, I was the big guy on my high school team, and I was,
even these
in
skills
high school,
guys.
I was probably only 5'11", and I was probably
even these receivers and linebackers and
massive.
I mean, they're tall.
Well,
they're
the quarterbacks
thick,
are giant.
They're big.
Think about it. Yeah.
It's this state, and we talked about that. You guys have probably talked about it a ton on your show before. I talk about it all the time because I can't get enough of being how proud I am of our state. But this state, our state of Utah, produces so much great football talent, and it starts at a young age nowadays, with the Ute Conference and the other similar conferences in this state, the way they develop these kids now. But the talent that we see moving on to the next level, how many D1 athletes have we seen come through Rice-Eccles the last week and a half, right? With the 12 teams that were here last week, or however many, I don't do the math anymore. That's about right. I don't know. However many teams have come through this stadium, how many D1 athletes have been on this field that are going to go to the next level, and a handful of them are going to sniff the NFL even.
Well,
it's
you
crazy.
saw, obviously, the Pula kid last week making that catch. The expectations are quite high. I mean, his team's in the state championship now, and that's a guy who's committed to Utah. He's going to be playing on this very field. But, yeah, you're right. It's interesting how good the talent has become. Everybody else is kind of waking up to it, too. That's why they're getting stolen away in a lot of these big programs as well. When you see, like, these kids that have offers to 15 schools, and 2 of them are Utah and BYU, and then the other ones are, Alabama and SEC teams and Big Ten teams and your Oregons and your USC's, and it's crazy. All right, we're going to take our first break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We're at Rice-Eccles Stadium, of course, 6A state championship game in the background, and then we'll, of course, bring you the rest of JJ and Alex. Stay right here with us. We've got more to go around the corner. Mitch Harper's going to join us from Cincinnati in just a little while. We've got sound from, and we're actually looking over, Sam. Yeah. We can see the Utah practice field. They've got folks out there. This might be the closest we've ever been to being able to watch Utah practice right now.
Can we zoom in?
Can I get the binoculars out? Would we be breaking a bunch of rules? Yeah. We're actually watching Utah practice right now.
Let's see what happens.
Across the street. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. More to go. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Early slowdown spots on the freeways like southbound from Ogden to Roy on I-15 from the usual delays. Southbound I-15 heading from Murray down to Midville. The pace is also dropping below the speed limit if you're northbound on I-15 heading through Farmington. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. There was no Texas Tech hangover for the Cougars as they took their frustrations out on TCU. Now the Cougars hit the road for a huge Big 12 battle against Cincinnati. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home Plus Auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
From the first twinkle on Temple Square to the last toast of the night, make your holidays shine 10 floors up. The roof is now open. Perched high above the city in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, every table feels like a front row seat to the season. The anticipation is over, just in time for your merriest gatherings and special occasions. Now with an all-new design and an a la carte menu that wraps Utah favorites in a festive bow. Share a plate of our house-made Utah scone, pass the reimagined funeral potato bites, slice into your perfectly cooked steak, then stop and linger over local honey-drizzled desserts, berry cobbler, and chocolate pudding that tastes like holiday magic. The delicious menu doesn't stop there. Why not try our birria short rib, pork ossobuco, maple glazed salmon, shrimp scampi, and our fried chicken mac and cheese. All dishes made to celebrate togetherness. Elevate your traditions literally. Preview the new menu and reserve your holiday table at theroofslc.com. This is The Roof, where the holidays taste like home.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have two dogs. Because you gotta open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in, and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Got yourself Kalani Sitake talking about the improvement that he's seen from the defensive line this year.
Yeah, we thought they'd be good. We talked about developing them and getting them where they want to be. A lot of people question it. That's fine. We're playing really good football right now, and we're sitting in a really good spot. So D-line is improving. Everyone's improving. We're working on our depth. You're starting to see a lot of the young guys start to step up and understand the scheme a lot more. And when you're doing that and everybody's clicking and doing the simple things right, it comes back to the fundamentals.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. Kenny J's Barbecue, skipping the stress and getting your family that slow smoke perfection for the holiday is what you got to do. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Just text Kenny right now, 801-230-5396. That's right, that's his number, 801-230-5396. More to go. Let's talk about that college football playoff bubble that sits in front of us, plus the fallout of the Big 12 news of Mack Rhoades being let go as the athletic director. That is right now, happening right now. So stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is that you singing, Sam? That's usually my job. Usually I'm the one that's getting in trouble for singing on the air. Look at that. Sam Farnsworth joining me today on JJ and Alex. JJ and Sly are just down the – I could probably throw something at them down here.
Yeah.
I think that'd be rude, though.
Spit on them.
Obviously, they're calling a game.
No,
that's a big deal. Now, listen. Lone Peak and Corner Canyon locked up in a state championship game, the kind that you want, because there haven't actually been a lot of great games. The 4A game
is what I expected, but it wasn't.
It was, except for it was even worse. Ridgeline wins the state championship 56-0 over Green Canyon.
So
that's as big of a blowout.
So let's set up the next bracket. The winner of this and Ridgeline. Let's go.
Listen. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I watched.
I think Ridgeline could hang. With anyone.
You know what? They probably would win the 5A.
Yeah.
I think they would. I think that they would beat. Either of the 5A representatives here, and that's no disrespect to Springville and what's some names? Orem. But I watched Orem this year, and I was like, eh. But by the way, Orem is the team that back when they had Puka.
Ridgeline beat Brighton 41-0 this year. Brighton was in the 5A semis.
Right. Yeah. So do you remember back in the day when it was Cooper Legat quarterback, Noah Sewell in the backfield, and playing linebacker, Puka Nakua on that team as well. Or maybe it wasn't Noah Sewell. Maybe it was Nephi. Maybe it was Nephi. Nephi Sewell. Anyway, bottom line was there was a Sewell. I remember he got flagged for trying to hurdle a couple of different times in the state championship game. And they won 66-14 over Dixie in the state championship game. And you're like, well, this isn't very fun.
Yeah.
Make these guys play for bring up Millard or whoever. Millard High School, bring them up. Try to get Beaver up here. Make them take on some of the biggest schools. Let's go. I want to see this thing happen. By the way, as I mentioned before, the news that's breaking, Pete Thamel from 24/7 has tweeted it out, and all the sources are pointing to Mack Rhoades. We knew this was probably just going to be a matter of just kind of getting the paperwork figured out and working this thing out. But Mack Rhoades, who's been on leave as the athletic director for Baylor, after the alleged incident with him getting mixed up with Michael Trigg, they're tied. Listen to how wild that is. A verbal and physical confrontation that happened earlier in the season that came to light a few weeks ago, and then after that, he lost his gig as the what was he? He was the commissioner he's the commission chair for the College Football Playoff Commission. He had to walk away from that. He had to walk away from the athletic director spot at Baylor, and now it's just probably going to be a matter of time, I would think, for Dave Aranda to lose his gig as well. There's just no way that this thing's going to stay. And by the way, this is why these things come out when they do, Sam, because people want to have – they're fine absolutely just blowing up the image of their school right now to be able to go, hey, we just need to get somebody new in there, which is what they want to do, and I'm sure they want to get a big name. But it's such a hard thing to do right now, especially because I think there's like a record number of Power 4 positions that are open in the offseason. And so – who do you get if you're Baylor? It's a really hard thing to do, to try to ask somebody to come in, and if there's a long list of really good coaches who are available, there is a long list of schools that people probably want to go to before Baylor.
And so we're going to see the roulette happen here, right? The rotation, because some of these coaches that have lost their jobs are going to quickly find other jobs. We've already seen that. Penn State, Franklin, right?
Yeah, he's over at Virginia Tech now. He goes to Virginia
just got
Tech.
hired
Yeah.
already, right? So you're going to start seeing that. And the thing is you want to make these coaching changes sooner than later because of the way the transfer portal works now. If they close up that spring window, right? The way recruiting, all of this, the way all of it works, you got to get in on that coaching carousel ASAP. So you fire your AD. Feels like the coach has to happen ASAP for Baylor, right?
Well, it almost feels like that's the one that they want. Well, I mean, Mack Rhoades, I will say, he's been a problem for a lot of the big boosters and some of the administration. After the back and forth, I mean, he basically sent Kim Mullaney packing, right? Isn't that her name?
The basketball
coach. Mm-hmm. And he didn't get along with her, and that's a bad deal. That's one of the most historic coaches you've ever had at your program. By the way, as soon as wherever she shows up, she wins. So you run her out of town, and that's not the place you want to go. He screwed that up, and I think that a lot of people saw that, and that was kind of – and he and Dave Aranda are close. That's the big thing is, they're buddies, right? And so, anyway, it's a wild thing because now in the Big 12, you think about Oklahoma State, who fired Mike Gundy really early on in the season.
Right.
They're going to have to figure out a coach. And – you look at some of the programs that got new coaches over the offseason. You think about Scott Frost going to UCF, and you think about Rich Rod is Rich Rod 2.0. Those are two coaches who already were at a different place. They went off to try to coach at these dream places, and then in Rich Rod's case, he had to kind of work his way back. Came through with the FCS system again after being at the big schools that he was, and I think it's an interesting thing to see what West Virginia has done, what UCF has done, and all these coaches that weren't good enough at all these other programs suddenly will be, you hate to say it, it's kind of the one man's trash, another man's treasure type deal. Honestly, James Franklin is probably in a better situation at Virginia Tech.
Right.
That's a program he could build up. Baylor's a program he could build up. These are places that do not Baylor is specifically, and Oklahoma State is even part of this. There's money there. There's recruiting there. And so can you make it happen? Well, we'll see.
So this is what I'm curious to see what happens. I talk about the carousel, the domino effect here. As more and more coaches lose their jobs, how many of these coaches that have had relative success at the P4 level, how many of them are going to resurface in the coaching searches for some of these other jobs, right?
Everybody's name will come up because we have no creativity. We
Correct.
don't find new people.
Correct. And they want, this guy has experience at this level. He knows how to recruit at this level. He's won games at this level, whatever. Right. Even if they're not a coach that can win a conference championship, get yourself to the playoff. What are you looking for in a head coach? How many of these names are just going to resurface in these other jobs, number one? Number two, how many of these big coordinators at successful schools' names are going to start popping up in these jobs? Look locally here. Right? Is Jay Hill's name going to pop up again? People love Jay Hill in the coaching world, whether it's the right fit for him or not.
Hey, hit up Morgan Scalley. It seems like that job is not going to come up anytime soon.
Why not? If you're looking for, I get the contract, but if you are looking for a head coach, why not at least throw your line out there and be like, hey, Morgan, is there any interest you're interested that we can just at least talk? You've got to vet these things, right? So the top coordinators, and I think here locally, obviously, so you think Jay Hill, whether, he obviously loves the environment and the program that BYU has to offer for his family, not just for himself personally. So it's going to be harder to pry him away. It's going to take a little bit more. But he's going to be a hot commodity, I think. Morgan, maybe not because of his contract, but like I said, you still got to vet that. Bronco? No? Look,
no way.
I don't think so, but he's coached at the Power 5 level, and he did something with a program that was not doing well. He brought them back to relevance to an extent, right, at Virginia. He wins almost everywhere he goes. Maybe. I really don't think that's the route they go, but it's just all of these things all these thoughts kind of flood my mind when you think of how many jobs are opening up so rapidly. They're going to have to talk to a lot of people here.
It's a wild scenario to consider, but the coaching carousel in college is starting to get as stagnant and as nepotism filled and as non-creative as I think that any of these programs, or like, the NFL has gotten, right? Or the NBA. It's the same names we start to recycle over and over again.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, you get a guy in his late 30s who's doing a great job at some of these different places. You think of like your I think Alex Golish's name has come up a bunch. He's the next guy who's set to get a big P4 job. You think about Tulane's head coach, who is 30-something. Yes, and everybody loves like a young, kind of fired up Kenny Dillingham type. Speaking of a guy whose name keeps coming up, even though everyone talks about that being the dream job of his lifetime, and yet at the same time, a lot of times it's hard to try to figure out.
Money talks loud, and as we've seen, there's tons of it in college football.
Well, and
if they're willing to pay these buyouts,
let me tell you how much money it would have to be too. Because I looked into it, I was looking at this, and I was like, well, how much does Kenny Dillingham make? And so if you were to think about it, how much is Kenny Dillingham making down at Arizona State?
I don't know the answer, but I would guess $10 million.
He's almost to 10. Yeah. He's at like 8.5 after incentives.
Okay,
which $10 million is what gets you Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly got
$10 million is almost the baseline at the major programs.
It is
now.
not. It's you know what it is now. It's that 12 to 15 number. I think that people are going to have to do to be able to get there. And by the way, it's going to be more because in a case for whose buyout were we looking at the other day? Lane Kiffin. He has to pay $4 million to Ole Miss if he wants to leave this year. Now that of course is going to get worked into whatever school is going to pay it for him. And so add $4 million to the number that school is going to have to come up with, which Florida, LSU, they don't even care. You know what I mean? Like those programs do not care. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Almost halftime here at the state championship game, 6A up at Rice-Eccles Stadium. 4 seconds left, and Corner Canyon is at the Lone Peak 46-yard line. And it's 17-14. Lone Peak leading. They just punch it in after a nice little drive to get down. This will likely be the last play of the half here as Hila Makasuga steps up into the pocket, makes a throw, and it gets intercepted. Now can you get this thing down the field?
No.
I don't think you're going to. That's how the half is going to end there, right there. So, a little penalty flag on the field. We'll take a break, though. Either way, we'll take a break. Come back here with us. We've got more to go. We've got a Would You Rather. Stay right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a blowout victory on the road against Baylor, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return to the Hill for a showdown against Kansas State in the final home game of the season. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then, catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug. 5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kyle Whittingham talking about Devin Dampier, Bird Ficklin, how big of a deal it is to get those guys not just running the football, but also let's get the passing game going.
They have different styles. Devin gets the ball out extremely quick. He's got a quick release. He's able to go through the progressions a little quicker than Bird because he's so familiar with them. Bird maybe has a little more zip on the ball, tad more accuracy at times, but they're different types of throwers from the pocket. They're both outstanding, but just different. So I don't know if you can say one's better than the other. They both do it their way.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. How do you do it? Just give them a call right now. You can skip all that stress that your mother-in-law's putting on you. Bring home that slow smoke perfection. Pre-order Thanksgiving today. Give that text to 801-230-5396. That's Kenny. Text him right now. Get that smoked turkey or that smoked brisket. 801-230-5396. Would you rather up next right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Jeremiah Jensen is calling this 6A state championship game between Lone Peak and Corner Canyon. This one just hit halftime, and Sam Farnsworth, nice enough to dip in here. We're all hanging out at the stadium. If you want any of that coverage, of course, you can stream the game on KSL Sports. You can stream the game on the app, on KSL Plus. It's easy to find. Come on.
I think you asked JJ, would you rather do the play-by-play of the high school football or host
he made his choice.
JJ and Alex?
He made his choice. Commissioner, I think he likes hanging out with Sly a little bit more. And to be honest, Sly's a fun hang, dude.
He is.
I saw him out here between the state championship games, the 4A and the 6A game, and I was like, you want to come out and hang out? And he was like, I got this dumb game to do. He didn't say that, but I assume that's what he was thinking. I'd much rather be on the air with you. Yes, we're at Rice-Eccles Stadium, broadcasting up here in the booth. And what's fun about this is, 17-14, Lone Peak is up on Corner Canyon in a shocking 6A final. If Lone Peak pulls this thing off, how big of an upset would that be? I mean, on the one hand, it's like these are teams that are always facing off against one another, but Lone Peak is the 6 or 7 seed, and they had they won one game in region play this year.
They were the 6 seed, but here's the thing. So Corner Canyon's playing their absolute best football this season this last month or so, and so they're that juggernaut. Lone Peak beat Corner Canyon in the season by 3 touchdowns. It was a 21-point game.
Yeah.
Lone Peak's beat them before, so they come into this game, they're confident. They're like, oh, these guys are nothing. We smoked them before, we can do it again. So I wouldn't be shocked if they win, but it is a big upset because I feel like Corner Canyon's a much better team now than they were the first time these two teams met.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
And there was nobody else in the entire state who could touch Corner this year. So I think but you know what? I think you were saying it too. This is listen to how wild Eric Kerr and the Corner Canyon team has been over the past while. 8th straight state championship game appearance that they've been in.
Yeah.
This would be their second back-to-back-to-back if they were to pull this off today.
Right?
So
they won 18, 19, and 20. They lost 21 and 22. And then they've won 23, 24, and here they are in 25.
They could win 25,
So, and I think the 21 and 22, one loss was to Skyridge and one loss was to Lone Peak, if I remember right. Those are the 3 teams that have won state championships over the last 8 years. Corner Canyon's done that in multiple classifications, though, because they were that newer school still working their way up.
Yep.
But man, they are a juggernaut.
Let me ask you this. This is my would you rather for today, and we'll get right out to the break. USC is playing 15th ranked USC is playing number 7 ranked Oregon, up at Autzen. They're a 10-point dog, by the way. USC is up at Oregon. I think Oregon is the better team.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon's got 1 loss. Okay. Number 22 Missouri is at number 8 Oklahoma, who's coming off, of course, their biggest win of the year over the past in the Brent Venables era. I don't know if there's been a bigger win.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 Oklahoma. Now they're 2 losses.
Right.
So if you're BYU or Utah and you're sitting in this thing at 11 and 12, it'd be nice to get both losses. But which one of those two? I think Oklahoma is the pick that you want to have lose, right? Because that would be their 3rd loss, and I think people would go, they're not serious, and it would be hard to put them back in. And a number 8 Oklahoma losing to number 22 Missouri for their 3rd loss of the year. Texas just took their 3rd loss of the year, and they put them down to 17, and I bet they would live around that same area that they would be at.
If Oklahoma would have lost to Alabama last week, BYU and Utah would be 10th and 11th. Oklahoma would have fallen below them, right? But that win kept them ahead, and, of course, Alabama wasn't going to drop from number 4 to below BYU or Utah. So, yes, an Oklahoma loss moves BYU and Utah
up 1 more.
Assuming those two teams win. That's 1 more spot up. However, if USC wins also, I think USC jumps.
No way.
Yes, I think they do. And it's not because they're better, but it's because of the situation.
They're the Big Ten. They beat a number 17.
They're an LA school in the Big Ten. Yeah. They're already on the cusp there. They're already on the bubble, and they're coming into, who is it? Again, Oregon, right?
Yeah.
9-1 Oregon team who's ranked 7th. They beat Oregon. Oregon has 2 losses. USC jumps in. Oregon wouldn't fall below. They would keep Oregon. I mean, maybe they would. Maybe Oregon would drop. But either way, there's a spot that's not, I think the only way BYU or Utah moves up at all is with an Oklahoma loss.
So ideally for this week, Oklahoma loss.
And USC lose.
And then
if USC loses, they are out of the picture.
Yeah.
With
and
3 losses.
And then you can figure out next week if you want Oregon to lose.
Then worry about next.
But get some of those teams out of the mix.
And look, ultimately, it always comes back. I like this about sports, that we can do the whole theoretical thing, right? If this happens, this is what we need to happen. If this happens,
and
then
you
this
need
can
all
happen.
of it, by the way, in college football because it's so freaking wild.
However, what it boils down to, at least for BYU, what it boils down to, just win.
Yeah.
Win. And I get it. The Big 12
everything.
championship game is going to be tough if they get there, but win, and you're in, and story's over. Utah's a little different, but Utah's done, since they lost to BYU, they're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. Thump teams, pass the eye test, make it look dominant, make it look great, and that's what they're doing. And as a result, the committee and all those people who are looking at Utah, they don't even think about their loss to BYU. They don't even think about their loss to Texas Tech anymore.
Right. Yep.
Here at Rice Eccles. I mean, I was here for that game. That was a dominant, one-sided game for Texas Tech.
Yeah.
They don't even think about that anymore. And so Utah's in a situation where it's like if they win out and they win big, which they're probably going to do, there's a great chance they can backdoor their way into this playoff.
Let's take a break. There's so many more scenarios still over just the next couple of weeks.
There are.
The next 3 weeks, really. If BYU can get to the Big 12 championship game, how big of a deal is that going to be just for that school?
Massive.
And how far they've come, and to be able to be in that discussion and to be able to have that second shot at Texas Tech, man, it's a tough team to try to beat twice.
Mm-hmm.
Try to beat them once, or I mean, not BYU rather, but facing them again to try to figure out how to beat those guys again. That would be so hard if you're BYU to try to figure out what Texas Tech. You're like, what do we do against it? Well, I don't know, because nothing went well the first time. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. When we do, Mitch Harper's going to join us live from Cincinnati, covering the Cougs, taking on the Bearcats there at Nippert Stadium. Mitch is in Cincinnati, so we'll talk to him next. Stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical and alpinehomemedical.com. Check out what you can get with the folks at Alpine Home Medical who are going to bring wellness home. What they're going to do is they're going to make sure that you are taken care of. And that's what it really takes. And that's the reason why everybody trusts Alpine Home Medical. They have the last 17 years won best in state because they don't just bring wellness home. They do it better than anybody else. This started back with Jay Broadbent back in 1997 with just a truck and he was the lone guy making this thing happen. And now 11 locations across Utah and southern Idaho. And there's a reason that they have that white glove concierge service that takes care of you top to bottom. They'll deal with the insurance. If it's CPAP resupply program, if it's the oxygen that you need in your home, get all of it delivered, do it discreetly, and have the folks at Alpine Home Medical take care of it for you. Just go check it out for yourself. If there's some mobility issues, they have some great deals right now on power lift chairs, on scooters, on walkers, all of that, to be able to help your loved one or yourself to get the best mobility possible. But like I said, have Alpine Home Medical work with the insurance for you. Just pass it off to them and let their concierge service take care of it. Go to alpinehomemedical.com for more information. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life. Your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is a real good story about Bronx and his dad, Ryan. Real United Airlines customers.
We were returning home, and one of the flight attendants asked Bronx if he wanted to see the flight deck and meet Captain Andrew.
I got to sit in the driver's seat.
I grew up in an aviation family, and seeing Bronx kind of reminded me of myself when I was that age.
That's Andrew, a real United pilot.
These small interactions can shape a kid's future.
It felt like I was the captain.
Allowing my son to see the flight deck will stick with us forever.
That's how good leads the way.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to California for a chance to get bowl eligible against Fresno State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're up at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Myself and Sam Farnsworth filling in for JJ, who's calling the game with Sly. Just down the way here, just down the hallway here from us. But, yeah, beautiful view up here at Rice-Eccles Stadium. That cloud cover that was all south is now starting to move up here a little bit. We'll see how that turns out. It's been rain up and down the Wasatch Front all today. And state championship game between Lone Peak and Corner Canyon is Lone Peak is up right now at the half. 17-14, and kind of a shocker of a result so far, although Lone Peak is the only team that beat Corner Canyon this year. So, and I think Corner had just gotten off that Florida trip, right? They, came out, they got all that attention because they went out there and Diesel Dart was getting some trash talk to him. Then he showed up some of those dudes down in Florida. So, but Lone Peak, man, hanging tough. Our program, as always, this hour, we kick off with the cut, and we're going to have Mitch Harper, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com, who's live in Cincinnati to watch BYU take on Cincinnati. The Bearcats, of course, have lost 2 in a row, including last week against Arizona, but this is a dangerous team to be sure. Let's get going right now with the cut, top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time to get the inside info on BYU with Cougar insider Mitch Harper of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. An incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishi at the dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden is where you can find the folks at Doug Smith. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Mitch Harper. Nobody knows the Cougs like Mitch Harper, and that's a definite. Mitch, we got lots going on here in the state. Of course, some guys here locally who are committed to play at the local teams, playing in these state championship games, and you're out in Cincinnati. Have you tried the Skyline Chili? I remember being in Cincinnati one time and being like, I'm a fat dude, but listen, I don't know about spaghetti with chili on top. I mean, that sounds like already a disaster. If you're in the hotel room by yourself, it works out. But any Skyline chili sighting so far for you?
No Skyline chili for me so far. I did see it at the airport and thought to myself, maybe I should stop and get some before I head out. But
airport Skyline chili, I would recommend it. I would go against it. I don't know.
But I have not had any Skyline chili. I will say this, though. Just dreary skies. What you would expect out here in Cincinnati, that's what it is. It's been gloomy. Even the local TV broadcast here, they're just saying how they're already done with these dreary skies. It's supposed to have a little bit of morning showers on Saturday for the big noon kickoff, but should be cleared up on Saturday night, which is good. But big game this weekend here in Cincy.
We've had a lot to discuss, obviously, this week with the Big 12 and the breaking news, of course, that we were wondering when this was going to happen because they need to get these wheels going down at Baylor. But Mac Rhodes, it's being reported by Pete Thamel, he's going to be officially out, and that, of course, will lead to the likelihood of Dave Aranda being officially out. But what a mess down at Baylor. That's a team that is reeling, of course. They got their butts handed to them last weekend. That was probably almost a foregone conclusion before that thing happened. But, man, the blow-up down there at Baylor was swift, and it was also even more messy than we thought it was going to be because we thought that Dave Aranda might be short time down there in Waco.
Well, it just highlights, too, how quick things can change in college football. And it feels like with Aranda it's been a little bit longer opportunity for him than most coaches, but things can turn in a hurry. You can go from being one of the hottest teams in the Big 12 a year ago to now looks like it's an athletic department that needs a complete reset. So that's just what college sports are. So like when you think you've arrived, it can turn in a hurry, and that's what we saw, out east with Penn State and James Franklin, and then he ends the year at Virginia Tech. This sport, every single game takes on such a intensity and with so much money on the line each and every game, and then when you add off the field issues that were reported with Mac Rhodes, it makes it it's a high stakes deal in college football these days, and I think it's intense for all involved, and I think for Baylor they need a complete reset.
Mitch, how much interest, if any, do you think there will be, whether it's a possibility or not, for some of these schools to have interest in guys like Kalani or Jay Hill to fill their vacancies?
Well, look at if there was the Baylor job open, I think you take a page from Texas Tech if you're Baylor to try to get a Texas high school guy that can build relationships and have a robust NIL, and Kalani and Jay Hill don't fit that billing. The Colorado State job I think is interesting if you're Jay Hill, but at the same time, that's the Pac-12. It's not the Big 12 and power conferences, and I did say BYU's got more resources than a Colorado State. And I think also, too, what's interesting about Jay Hill's situation at BYU is just that, if there was ever a time where Kalani did look at another job, Jay Hill's the guy that would be the perfect just to step right up and be the next in line. And I think, because that pull for BYU's head coach position, it's very limited still. Yeah. And, Jay Hill would be outstanding, and I think that's always appealing. And I think that, he's really settled in quite well at BYU to where Kalani gives him complete autonomy over his defense, over the way he recruits. You see it with some of these players out Utah high school championship games. He's formed a lot of great relationships with these guys. Judy Mwala from Orem High, who we'll see tonight. He's one of the fastest risers this year in high school football. He's now a 4-star recruit, heavily involved there. He's recruiting at a high level at BYU, and I think it's only just scratching the surface for the Cougars, what they're doing. So, and he even said as much, a couple weeks ago when I asked him about some of these personnel and what he's building. He feels like they're only going to get better personnel-wise in future years. So there's been a lot invested into building out this defense. So I'd like to think that Jay Hill would want to stay. But, if there was a power conference job that came open and actually pursued him and had, the resources and the NIL commitment that would, make him, he'd have to probably listen, because I'm sure he wants to eventually be a head coach again, I would imagine. But he's also said, too, consistently that he doesn't just take jobs to immediately leave. We saw that at Weber State, and I think at BYU he's done a nice job so far in only year 3 with the program.
we talk about A-Rod as being a guy who could be obviously he's come a long, long way. I think speaking of another guy who Kalani has over the years transferred that trust to as well, and I think that the same way that he treats the offense is the same way that that he's kind of treated in that. But are guys like Fesi Sitake or even Aaron Roderick the possibility of going to another place, not as head coaches necessarily, although Fesi's name, I would hate to think that he couldn't be thought about as maybe being a Weber State guy. I mean, that's a guy. That's a place he's already coached. It's a place he's already had success. He's also a phenomenal recruiter. He knows the state, all those things. And so, is there danger of some of these other coaches making their way other places as well?
I think it's a great point on Fesi Sitake because I don't think there's many coaches in the state that are better at identifying under the radar prospects like a Fesi Sitake. And when you're at Weber State, you've got to find those hidden gems. When no one believed in Dax Milne back in the day, he looked at Dax Milne and said that guy's going to be a really good receiver, and he followed Fesi to BYU as a PWO, and then he became an NFL draft pick. So I think Fesi Sitake would make a ton of sense at a place like Weber State, and I think that what he's shown at BYU, I mean, he's been there now since 2018. I mean, this is now 8 years at the program. It's been a long time, and I'm sure
I think he was the first one
offered.
Was he the first one offered Zach Wilson too?
That one, he was involved with Zach Wilson when he was at Weber State, and then, of course, Kalani and that relationship when it came to the BYU side of things. It was kind of a quick thing after Ty Detmer was let go and whatnot. But, yes, Fesi was on Zach very early on too. So he is good at identifying under the radar, projecting players. And, yes, I think for an FCS program like Weber, that would make a ton of sense to get a guy like Fesi Sitake. But I think it's just always tricky in this landscape because, are you willing to also take on a job where it's not like when Jay Hill took that Weber State job where you can have some retention and maybe build something where you kind of know if you get good guys, you're going to lose them every single year. And that's more challenging than ever. You're kind of like, in some respects, like a JUCO where you're always kind of flipping that roster unless, again, you've got some really high-level NIL and rev share commitments from your university. But, yeah, Fesi Sitake, Aaron Roderick, I think this whole staff, they've shown that these are a lot of coaches that are good enough to either be promoted, whether to be an offensive coordinator at some power conference or a head coach somewhere. This is a really good coaching staff that BYU has. It's a big reason why they've won 20 games since last season and are the winningest team in the Big 12 since last year.
So I think it goes to show also it's a big reason why these head coaches now, Kalani fought for his assistants to get their compensation, to keep them around, to keep these guys, to make it harder for these guys to leave as well. Mitch, you talked about it being kind of gloomy out there in Cincinnati. It kind of feels like it's following this 2-game losing streak the Bearcats have. Is this Bearcats team as good as their record and their ranking was 2 weeks ago? Now that BYU's out there on the road, is this still going to look like a good win for the Cougars if they can get it done?
Definitely. I think it'd be a solid win to go on the road and beat a team that's only got 3 losses. I mean, Cincinnati's sound. I think they were not as good as maybe they looked with the record when they were beating up on maybe the bottom dwellers of the Big 12. Early on, the schedule was relatively light, but everyone that they faced outside of Iowa State, that's kind of been a top 40 team and a lot of advanced metrics they've struggled with. So I think this is a BYU team that should. I think they look like they've got the advantage in many respects in this matchup, and I think it would be a good win. I just think any win on the road, especially 2 time zones away, I think would be good. But we know that ultimately the committee doesn't value much with this BYU team and the way that they've built their resume. Even though you look at some of the advanced numbers on BYU, whether it's strength of record, whether it's game control, which historically has always been a good metric to get a barometer of where teams will be ranked. BYU's 14th in game control. It doesn't matter to the committee. They look at the Texas Tech loss and how BYU performed, and I asked the committee chairman point blank, like, why is BYU behind these 2 lost teams? And he immediately pointed to that performance and the way that BYU played against Tech. I disagreed with him in the stance that they got outclassed defensively. I thought BYU's defense proved that they can hang with top elite teams in college football, but the offense and special teams, they completely let BYU down, and it was a disappointing performance. But I'd like to think that if BYU can somehow get to Arlington, maybe they would show better. I don't know if they'd win, I still would have my doubts there, but I think they would make it a lot more competitive than what they showed in Lubbock in a game that was, probably the biggest home game in Lubbock in 20 years, and BYU didn't match that intensity and rise to the occasion, especially with a running back in L.J. Martin, who wasn't completely healthy in that game. I'd like to see if L.J. can stay healthy down the stretch run, if BYU can get to that game, how that matchup looks like if L.J. is at full strength, because he wasn't a couple weeks ago.
So, and he talked a lot about how that Texas Tech game being maybe even just a tiny bit banged up, he just didn't have that confidence, right? The word confidence keeps coming up, and then he was able to kind of earn a lot of that back and had success against Texas Tech, or against, last week against TCU. What does it look like this week? How do they attack this Bearcat team? Because this is a Bearcat team that runs the ball well. They're almost to 200 yards a game, but they also have Brendan Sorsby, who prior to the last couple of weeks has been one of the most consistent passing quarterbacks in the Big 12. What does BYU have to do to beat that team? Is it just enough to follow like the blueprint that they saw against that Utah had against them here at Rice-Eccles, or what was it that Arizona did that was able to also push them in the direction of getting that win there at Nippert Stadium?
A lot of man press. That's been the kind of the talking point, the theme, that Cincinnati is having struggles passing the football against aggressive man press secondaries that challenge receivers, and they haven't got their top tight end either involved in recent weeks. Joe Royer, he's only had one catch in I believe the last 2 games, so that's been an issue for Cincinnati. And BYU, Jay Hill was asked about that this week, and he feels confident they've got the cornerbacks and the secondary to do that. And I agree. Trey Alexander and Evan Johnson, I think, have been really good this year. And then Jonathan Cabella, who quietly is really improving at that nickel spot. I mean, remember, his first game of the season was against Utah, and it's been kind of a slow build, but I think he's starting to play some of his best football of the season. He's only a sophomore for the Cougars, and then the safeties have been excellent. So I think BYU secondary is in a really good place. And I think, kind of follow a little bit of that blueprint that Utah did, because there's so many similarities defensively to how BYU and Utah operate. But they're going to be aggressive with these receivers. And I think BYU feels they've got the secondary to do that. I think offensively, BYU goes up against a Cincy team that runs a 3-3-5 scheme, a little bit different look, how they kind of go about their business defensively. But I think if BYU can run the football, I think that's going to be a good day for BYU, because Cincinnati is only 83rd nationally in stopping the run. TCU was a much better run defense than what Cincinnati poses, and BYU had a lot of success running the football. I'd like to think BYU continues to look like the team we've pretty much seen all but the Texas Tech game, where they are a balanced attack, but their foundation is running the football and getting L.J. Martin going early and often. I think this is a game where you get L.J. 30 touches, whether it's on the ground and in the receiving game, which we've seen more work for him in recent games. I think he's going to be the guy that you got to focus on for BYU, because if he gets going, I don't see Cincinnati slowing him down with what we've seen thus far from the Bearcats.
Mitch, we were looking at some of these games, of course, that are going to make a difference of what the future looks like for the college football playoff rankings in the next week. Oregon losing to USC there would be movement there. It might move USC way ahead in that playoff ranking. But I think that Missouri, who's ranked 22nd in the college football playoff, going to Norman, Oklahoma, that's a beatable Oklahoma team. If they lose a third game, are we just going through mental gymnastics that don't actually matter about teams that could lose in front of BYU in this thing, or in front of Utah in this college football playoff? And is it just really going to come down to, can they win the Big 12 championship game if they can get there?
If Oklahoma loses, they'll be out. And the fact that Alabama dropped 6 spots last week, after losing to Oklahoma, anyone can drop 6 spots, including even Texas Tech if we see a rematch between BYU and the Red Raiders down the road. I mean, I think Alabama getting dropped 6 spots I thought was pretty significant. And that Missouri-Oklahoma game, I agree with you. I think that's the spot where maybe there could be a little bit of chaos. I don't get optimistic, though, because Missouri hasn't won in Norman since 1966. I mean, that's been a long time. It doesn't apply to this, but I think that Oklahoma's been really good this year. I think they're a really sound football team, and I think that's going to be tough for Missouri, who I'm not completely sold on, but if there is a spot to maybe create an opportunity for BYU to get into that top 10, that would probably be the spot. The USC-Oregon game is interesting because I fear that if USC gets that win, even though some of their advanced metrics are not better than BYU's, I just think that a win over Oregon, who has kind of got a light resume in their own right, they got a weaker strength of schedule than what BYU has to this point. But I think that could possibly leapfrog BYU and Utah if USC gets that win. And it's unfortunate because, I heard you guys earlier in the previous segments, like the same talking points about just winning and beating teams convincingly. We were talking about this in the Mountain West. This is a power conference league, the Big 12, and there's no respect given. It's going back to, again, you got to go undefeated, basically. You got to have just dominant performances. That's silly to me. I think that this league doesn't get enough respect for the quality of teams that they have, the quality of the personnel, and it's unfortunate they have to be flawless in order to have a little bit of a wiggle room to operate. If you don't, you're completely sunk, and your odds of getting into the playoff are just destroyed. And maybe
does the eye test matter, Mitch? Do you think the eye test matter? Do teams have to? I don't want to call it running up the score, but not letting off the gas.
We call it style points, Mitch.
Does that matter?
Style points.
The eye test, I think, gets hurt for these Big 12 teams because eye test, I think, coincides a lot with what we're seeing with high school football. And you guys are seeing that right now.
Right.
The star ratings. When you look at the talent rosters, because these are humans looking at the committee, and they'll say, getting off the bus, the eye test of these teams, this team's got a talent rating by 24/7 Sports as a top 10 roster. BYU's talent composite is outside the top 50. And then they kind of factor into that stuff. And it's crazy because BYU just had a cornerback, Jackson Gates, who committed, and then he decommitted. He was a 3-star. He recently flipped to Missouri, coincidentally. Now, after days after flipping to Missouri, he's now a 4-star.
Right.
And Ryder Lyons is committed to BYU. He's now a 4-star after still a pretty productive season. And then you go, does that kind of play a role long-term? Because in the moment, you're like, whatever, it's a high school rating. But does that play into the thought process of eye test and style points? Because look at it with BYU basketball. They passed the eye test because they have 5 stars now. And, yes, they are legit talents and they got NBA guys. But I think that plays a role into the psyche and the mental views of this committee when you're sizing up eye test and then pairing it up with some advanced metric and the self-fulfilling of preseason SEC ranked teams are just beating up on ranked teams, and then they stay in those polls. It's challenging for these Big 12 teams to make any inroads when they really have good teams in this league.
Yeah.
Mitch Harper, BYU insider for KSLSports.com. He's live in Cincinnati. Nice enough to join us on a Thursday edition of the program. Mitch, have fun out there.
Mitch, go to UDF, United Dairy Farmers. They're like gas stations, but they have great ice cream. Like you go in there, you get a milkshake. I'm telling you, go to a UDF.
Okay, I will do that.
There's never look on a sports show. It's only been the most appropriate to give an ice cream recommendation for this for Mitch Harper. I mean, like honestly, if you're going to do it,
there's also a place called Grater's, which is really good ice cream too.
Well, look, and I'll say I don't want to diss totally on the Skyline chili because it is chili and noodles, and we do that. Look, and then a ton of cheese on there. I would just say if you're going to be hanging out with other people, maybe nix the onions, and then you should be okay for the rest of the night. Mitch, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Have fun out there. We'll be following your coverage all the way here from Salt Lake.
You bet, guys. Take care.
There you go.
Thanks, Mitch.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. Hey, Corner Canyon driving. Lone Peak up 20-14 right now with 1:55 left in the third quarter. So this thing's getting to be fun here. So that's what we wanted, right? It's high school football. Let's see if this thing happens. Give me an overtime. You know what I mean? Give me something special like that. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We've got some college football playoff implications to discuss on top of so many other things. And, yeah, it's official now. Mack Rhoades has resigned as the athletic director at Baylor. Turns out there was a second investigation going on as well inside the Department for Policy, questionable policy stuff for Mack Rhoades. But we'll get into it. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is slowing now, going by an accident on the right shoulder just before the exits to I-80 and the 201 highway in South Salt Lake City. Heading away from that area is also at reduced speeds on westbound 201 highway from I-15 over to the I-215 West Belt. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. There was no Texas Tech hangover for the Cougars as they took their frustrations out on TCU. Now the Cougars hit the road for a huge Big 12 battle against Cincinnati. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at UCCU.com. Visit UCCU.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at UCCU.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Did you know Medicaid plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kalani Sitake. Oh, well, let me see here. I got to get on the right hour. I got to make sure I'm on the right hour here. Sam, you want to spin
Kalani Sitake?
I'm just kidding.
Let me see if I'm on
JoJo
the right.
Phillips. He plays wide receiver for the Cougs. He has shared some stuff this week about how Bear Bachmeier is commanding that huddle, even for a true freshman.
Loose in a good way, like in the huddle, just encouraging us, just keeping the huddle light, just not down or like too serious in the huddle, I would say. So just having like a balance of fun in the huddle and like also like times we know we need to lock in and get things done, I would say. He's a little different when we're on the field and in the huddle and things.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. The way you do it is by throwing that order in, skipping the stress, and getting that slow smoke perfection of Kenny J's Barbecue. That's right. Pre-order your Thanksgiving turkey right now. They'll also do brisket for you. Talk about winning Thanksgiving Day. 801-230-5396. Send him a text. It's Kenny himself. 801-230-5396 to get that Kenny J's Barbecue ordered for Thanksgiving. They'll still take those orders right now. More to go right around the corner. We've got our Hercules Hero of the Week award we want to throw out there, plus some more college football talk, some more college football playoff talk. Stay with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a huge Big 12 battle for the Cougars as they head to Cincinnati for a showdown against the Bearcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ooh, a little sun peeking through.
Oh, yeah.
Coloring the mountains that gold that you get in the fall here. Beautiful view up here at Rice Eccles Stadium as it right now stands. Corner Canyon just punched in a touchdown, their first of the half, and you've got yourself a 21-20 Corner Canyon over Lone Peak score right now at the start of the fourth quarter. Sam Farnsworth, nice enough to join here.
Is this the most beautiful view in the state?
I had this discussion with myself earlier because no one was on with me. But the answer is
you bring that up and you instantly spark rivalry banter.
No, I know, and it's funny because I do think that this is pretty. I do think that how close the mountains are down in Provo is a little bit more.
More on top of you.
It's a little bit more like striking when
agree.
people see it for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But this stretch is longer. Like you can see more here. You can see more of the valley. You can see up on the hill the U there. Got a great view of the cemetery, of course, that's next door. So there, you've got that. If you're into that. But like I said, they both lose to the University of Washington.
I've been there.
The lake view
that
up
is
there.
Pretty.
So it is pretty.
That is
it's
pretty.
different pretty, but it's pretty. Sam Farnsworth to my right, and JJ and Sly are covering, of course, this 6A high school championship game here at Rice Eccles. They've got the call on the stream. And we've got tons to still bring you today. By the way, tonight, the Vegas Knights coming into town. No bigger time to try to beat your neighbors to the southwest of you because I'm telling you, it's a weird time right now for the Mammoth, and you got to get yourself a nice win tonight. So we'll see how that one goes. You're at home. You're at Delta Center. This will only be their 7th game at home this year so far. They've been on the road quite a bit, and they've got a 5-1 record at home. That's good enough win percentage-wise for 4th in the league, but on the road they're 26th in the league, so that's not going to get it done.
I saw a very active Mammoth fan on the X. Twitter.
I know exactly what you're talking about because
who was calling for
yeah.
He used hashtag Fire Bear. Okay,
it's been
hold on.
That has been happening.
We are a fraction of the way into season number 2 in Utah.
It's almost like we feel like if we have, hey, how can we be big time as a fan group and as a franchise? Well, you got to start calling for your coach.
A team that has. A franchise, if you want to go back to the Coyotes, I get it that it's supposed to be a different franchise now, but you go back to the Coyotes days, hasn't been to the playoffs forever. They've been taking progressive steps forward every single year.
Yeah.
Bear, every single year he's been a head coach, has had like a 5 or 6 point boost in the standings every single year. I would expect the same this year. It is so early. Pump the brakes, Mammoth fan. Whoever you are, chill. Take a breath.
I wish we could play his.
Things are going to be fine.
I already know what you're talking about. Is he in an attic or something like that? Does it look like he's in an attic? Does he have a headband on?
I don't remember his tweet, his post.
There's a lot of.
Had like the picture of Bear with the like the frame around it that you used to see like on Facebook, right? It said like Fire Bear or something like that.
Oh, there was. I saw one. It said.
Come on.
Yeah, it was the LinkedIn Open to Work.
Chill.
Tag for Bear. But yeah, we get pretty aggressive.
Give
about
me
it.
a break.
All right. This hour, of course. We are going to roll out our Hercules Hero of the Week award, the winner for this week. We roll those out every Thursday, and we're going to do it again right now. You can nominate a youth sports volunteer that you know just by throwing a nomination in at kslsports.com/contest. And the winner this week is Colin Barrett. Colin Barrett got the nod from a colleague who said this in the nomination letter to kslsports.com/contest. Colin Barrett has been an incredible asset to Murray High School football. Spent countless hours helping the school in team branding, designing signs, banners, and many other assets. He volunteers his time assisting with all the aspects of promoting the team. One example, he put together a 50-year celebration for the 1975 state championship team. Helmet stickers, jersey patches, recognition for the team members at a home game. He's always working with parents, coaches to help serve the team. Colin deserves recognition as he would never promote himself. He's a loyal Spartan, glad to share his talents for the team. Congratulations to Colin Barrett, who is our winner of the Hercules Hero of the Week award. He gets himself a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union in the form of a gift card, and also gets himself a $200 to Beehive Meals, which is also awesome. So congrats to Colin Barrett. You can also nominate a youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Just go to kslsports.com/contest to be able to make that nomination today. I did want to bring something up about there was an interesting poll that they did with there was an interesting poll this week that they had done about the Big 12 football stadiums, or whether or not they're the ones that are overrated, underrated, the ones that they handed out. The New York Times and The Athletic handed out some awards, and I thought it would be interesting to mention. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Most underrated. Millen Puskar Stadium, Jack Trice Stadium, McLean Stadium, and Bill Snyder Family Stadium. So I guess they're doing a bunch of these. Most overrated. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Arizona Stadium. I don't think it's overrated because it's not rated. You know what I mean?
It's not. You can't be rated.
You can't be overrated.
If you're not rated.
Right.
Yeah.
So UCF's Acrisure Stadium, which is of course the bounce house they call it, and then Mountain America Stadium. Which I think is what's Mountain America Stadium?
What's Tedecue?
Tedecue Stadium is the Houston's.
Oh, okay.
It's Houston's. Yeah. Oh, ASU's Mountain America. Oh, why? See again, overrated. That's a great place to go play a game. It's loud and it's awesome. Maybe it's expensive.
It's kind of tucked right up against the.
Okay, best location, which I thought was interesting, was Folsom Field.
It's a nice location.
Yeah, but I think you've got two
there.
stadiums here that actually are better looking.
100%. 100%
agree.
In
Boulder.
Folsom has more of that college town feel
with
the stadium tucked in to the hillside too.
They got influenced by the second quarter weed smell. That's I'm sure is happening.
Yeah.
Most intimidating is Jones AT&T Stadium. Okay. Best looking is Ammon G. Carter Stadium. That's a freaking lie. Ammon G. Carter Stadium, where TCU plays, is not good looking at all. It's a cement fortress. It is not good looking.
I've been there.
I don't know what the deal is. And then best dessert was Lavelle Edwards Stadium.
What's the friendliest? Milan? Who plays there? Milan Puskar? Who's that? I don't know. Friendliest stadium?
Hey,
look, if you're handing
that's West Virginia. Friendliest. You don't want to be friendliest.
If you're handing out free dessert, that's already friendliest stadium.
Well,
too.
BYU gets that nod most of the time, but best dessert, come on. And by the way, is it the Cougar Tail or is it the ice cream?
I'm wondering if they're counting all of it.
Yeah, I wonder myself.
Touchdown.
Yeah. Corner Canyon just punched it in again. They're going to go up 8 if they can convert the extra point here.
Interesting. Who had these rankings again? Was this
New York Times Athletic?
Yeah. So it's like
I think these are people who've never been to these stadiums.
Exactly. I was about to say how many of these stadiums? Whoever wrote this, how many of these stadiums did they actually go to?
By the way, most underrated and most overrated stadiums. Utah and BYU haven't found themselves on either of those. The only one that was on the list was good desserts from Lavelle Edwards Stadium. This person did not do their homework.
Best atmospheres in the Big 12. And look, I'm not going to act like I know.
Atmosphere in terms of like loud crowds, all that.
Everything.
Utah should be right there.
Right at the top.
BYU's
right at
experience
the top.
down there in terms of how much fun it is like for people who are in the stadium. That experience, I think, is right there.
Yeah.
So, all right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. 9.5 minutes left in this second state championship game here at Rice Eccles Stadium, the 6A edition. Lone Peak right now trailing Corner Canyon 28-20 in the fourth quarter. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay with us. Top 10 is next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The roads around Hill Air Force Base are congested and slow for the afternoon commute, like northbound I-15 from Hillfield Road heading up to Roy, and southbound I-15 from 31st Street in Ogden to the Roy exit. The flow is also stagnant on southbound I-15 going by the South Interchange, which is part of a long stretch of reduced speeds all the way down to Utah County. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a double overtime loss, Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to become bowl eligible as they hit the road for a battle against Fresno State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 7:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Check it out for yourself. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to help you not just drop weight, but keep it off. This is a program that I've been following over the past 18 months, and I just tell everybody that I know about how amazing of a program that this is, because I've had the weight loss programs before. And look, I'm a big dude, and guess what? I've been a big dude my whole life. But 18 months ago, I dropped 65 pounds. I've dropped another 20 since then. And it's all thanks to the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss who have provided us with an amazing way to be able to get this program into the hands of also the folks that are listening to the program right now. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the many testimonials that are there, including from JJ and myself. You'll get $400 off of the program right now. $400 off. All you have to do is make sure and get yourself this program. Ask the professionals right there. Get a 15-minute free phone consultation. $400 off of the program right now. That's the most we've ever seen with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Stay right here. More to go. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Utah. Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands. Don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Tonight at 10. The cooking, the decorating, the candles. Things are dangerous this time of year.
The holidays are absolutely busy for us.
KSL demonstrates the mistakes many of us make when seconds count.
We've all been told what not to do when fire strikes. Tonight, we show you why.
It's a story firefighters want every Utahn to see. Holiday Fire Hazards, live and streaming tonight on KSL News at 10.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Utes at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fourth down.
We're watching.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're interrupting my Utes at 50 update.
Sorry,
here, my guy. How dare you?
Hey, there's a couple of Utes on this field.
That's fine. Utah running back Wayshawn Parker talking about why he wears pink with the cleats because, and he keeps earning his way to keep wearing them.
Yeah, like if I get a 100-yard game after October, we made a deal like I can wear them the next game. Like if I don't get them, then I have to wear different cleats. But that bet's still going on. Got it from my niece. My niece, like she don't know where I'm at on the field. She knows like number one, of course, but pops out is the pink cleats, and that's what she likes.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable the way you do it. Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress. Bring home slow smoke perfection. Give him a text right now. All you have to do is text Kenny right now, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Taking a look at the score here as Lone Peak was not able to convert on a 4th down and goal. We're going to bring you so much more.
Early. You
got it.
Had his guy.
All right, more to go right here. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready.
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes return home for a battle against Kansas State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Rosanna. Sam, come on, man.
Hey, guess what?
That's my job.
Hey, guess what? I have on very good authority.
Wow. Yacht Rock?
Kenan Pula, 4-star, who's headed to Utah.
Yes.
He's wearing BYU gloves in this game.
Really?
Yes.
You do not have that on good authority.
I do.
Are you kidding?
Not even. He wore CU gloves last week, though. So University of Colorado. So,
but now hold on a minute.
I'm assuming these are the
places
this is all the
visited.
swag he got
Yeah.
on his visits, right?
That's a pretty nice. Like those are some pretty nice gloves, dude.
So anyway,
Sam, you ready for a top 10?
Let's do it.
Napolis, you ready for a top 10?
I won't Google this time.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I told somebody, every person that comes in the studio, I'm like, close your computer that's filling in for JJ, because I'm like, close your computer. They're like, why? I'm not going to cheat. And I'm like, I have a friend in the building.
You all know what my MO is. You've got the drop saved somewhere.
Hey, what's happening?
Did a little Googling.
Yeah, he cheats. It's fine.
I did a little Googling.
There it is.
There it was. That's how you – Napolis, let's get the timer set here. I've got here in front of me a top 10. These are the top 10 schools in the state of Utah. You ready for this, Sam? All classifications, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The most football state titles
in
school history and in state history for the high school level here.
Okay.
You ready?
Are we going back and forth, or can we just go?
Well, Napolis, I'll just tell you right now,
too?
he's not going to go back and forth at all. No. You need to yell them out.
Okay.
You might get help on one or two schools from Napolis.
Ready.
I will help.
Yeah, listen, you know these teams as well as anybody else.
Ready.
So let's go. On your mark, get set, go.
Beaver.
Ding.
Orem. No. Man, Corner Canyon's not there yet.
West.
Hold on, West. Ooh. East. Ding. No West.
Skyline.
Ding.
All
classifications.
Logan?
By the way.
No.
Logan.
Dixie. I'm trying to cover
Come
the
on,
ends of the
Dixie.
state. I'm trying to
How
cover
dare you.
Gosh, is it Provo? It's not Provo. Timpview.
Ding.
Sorry.
Timpview. No Provo. Napolis, I thought you said you were going to help. No Lehigh. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot of schools to think of. A lot of classifications to get through.
Millard.
Ding.
Oh, yeah. We got to go to the small school. Morgan.
No.
San Juan.
Sorry, that was. I didn't laugh at that for. They could be on there, but they're not.
Springville.
Time. No.
Spanish Fork.
All right, ready for this?
All right, go.
Here are the top 10.
I know these answers in the.
Now here's the thing. It's a few schools tied with 9 titles.
Yeah.
Kanab.
Yeah.
Delta.
Yes.
Bingham.
Oh, Bingham.
And Beaver, all with 9 titles
Beaver.
apiece. 9 state titles, all of those schools.
I knew Beaver was there.
So that puts us into 5th place here now. And you've got in 5th spot here, Timpview with 11, Judge with 11.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been a minute since they've been decent, although they won back in 14.
Same with Skyline. I mean,
Jordan, you remember the Beat Diggers kind of had a run with this same coach, Eric Kerr, right?
Is that with?
But between 1931 and 2012, they have 12 state titles.
Okay.
East High School also with 12 titles. Millard with 13, and then Skyline. You guys got that one. So
Skyline has the most.
You guys needed, Skyline with 14 is the state title leader.
Okay.
In the history of high school state championships. So there you go. All right. Napolis, I'm disappointed in you, but that happens every day. So I think that you're going to contribute on these lists, and then You get Sam in here. This is the type of list JJ probably would have gotten.
I helped.
Oh, JJ would have murdered this
You
list.
did say Millard. Yes, you're right. You did say Millard.
JJ, he Googled it, though.
He did Google it. All right. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. Sam, we're going to dismiss you. You go down.
I got to go get some interviews.
Go get some interviews. Go get some post-game. We might have a champion in the next 3 minutes here as Corner Canyon's driving with 3 minutes left. Stay right here with us. More to go around the corner. Utah football coverage next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to California for a chance to get bowl eligible against Fresno State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen calling this 6A state title game. I think it's going to be over in a couple of minutes here. Looks like with a field goal attempt here, Corner Canyon could go up 31-20 with 2 minutes left, and if that's the case, then could be it for the little pre-snap penalty action by. The ref's blown the whistle before this thing was kicked off here. By the way, welcome to the program. And we're at Rice-Eccles Stadium, and this thing is being brought to you, as always, by the good folks at Trajan Wealth. So we'll kick off the hour here. Let's get this thing going. Trajan Wealth, of course, is the sponsor of the cut, and that's where we're going to get things going is right now, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth, like I said, for all your trusted local needs in retirement, it is TrajanWealth.com. Oh, the penalty was on Lone Peak, looks like. So you're going to get a freebie first down, first and goal for corner here with 2 minutes left. Elementary, my dear, to wrap this thing up for the sixth state title likely for Corner Canyon if they can finish this thing off. Sixth state title in 8 years. As Briggs just put it across the end zone line for a touchdown there. So, yeah, there you go.
That penalty was for too many men on the field, too.
Pretty wild. Can't do that. Cannot do that. And that's a coaching situation. That's obviously you get after these kids. They got to know what's going on here. But, yeah. Your field goal block team typically is just the same set of 12 people. 11 people. So I don't know why 12th would walk out of the field, but there you go. That might be the end of it here as Corner Canyon's about to make it 35-20 with that one. All right. Let's shift gears here to the University of Utah, who we just saw walk off the practice field here not just moments ago, just south of Rice-Eccles Stadium, and that's a team that has been as confident as it gets. And it's an interesting thing too. And Annapolis, you could tell me. I mean, like we talk about this all the time on the College Football Saturday program and on our show all the time. But I'm thoroughly impressed with what Utah's doing. But it's also kind of interesting because it also feels like, is there an identity of this offense? Do you just look at it and say, hey, it's a running offense? I mean, they're the second best rushing offense in all of college football. That's a pretty easy thing to say. Obviously, they run the football, and that's number one. But the way they've been doing it with this kind of both quarterbacks, I mean, who would have thought that a freshman, Bert Ficklin, would come in at that quarterback spot and run for, in the last two games that he's been featured heavily, he's run for more than 320 yards on the ground. But I think that people look and they go, well, yeah, but what about the passing attack, and are you going to utilize it? What is the identity of the offense? Is it just easy enough to say that they run the football and that's it?
I think earlier in the season it would have been nice to maybe get some semblance of the passing game going and have a little bit more balance. But right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if you're putting up 250-plus per game, that rushing attack for Utah is what's giving them and what's allowing them to be as dominant as they are right now.
Yeah, and they're really putting up 300 a game, right? I mean, that's the reality of it is they're putting so many yards on the field, but they're also winning by 30 points a game. in Big 12 play, in the wins that they've had, those wins have been by 35 points on average. And that's an insane stat. Obviously, losing to Texas Tech and to BYU are the things that you'll look at and go, man, what could have been, right? Because I'll tell you right now, BYU fans don't want to face Utah right now. I don't even think Texas Tech would feel like doing it, because anybody who gets a second shot at that Texas Tech team, BYU feels confident that they could maybe dial some things up differently. I'm sure that Utah goes, we're a different team than you were back in week 3, or that was the very first conference game of the entire season. And so you look and you go, it's nice to have those types of games early on, but you wish you could have had that thing back. But speaking of guys like Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin, you heard from them this week up at the practice facility. And Devin Dampier first, obviously QB1, talking about this team and getting ready for this week. They know that the only thing that they can do is not just win, but win big to try to get the attention of the committee.
Just on the offense side of things, it's really fun. We get to call a lot of plays, and a lot of them do work. So it's pretty fun to be on the offense where everything clicks. Winning in the trenches is huge too. Getting to see our O-line get the credit. Normally O-line doesn't get too much credit in football, so I love to see those boys shine. And just defensively, they've always had our back, and we had more of their back last game, but they basically scored 14 on themselves, so it's been a fun year for sure.
Devin, what has Kyle Whittingham meant to you both personally, and what has he done for your career?
Yeah, before I came here, that was one of the GOATs to me. You hear about best coaches out in college football, and he was one of them. So just for him to live up to that, the guidance he's given me, the respect, and just the knowledge he's given me about the game, I love that guy. I appreciate him for giving me this opportunity to be quarterback here.
Devin, how much of a challenge is it as a quarterback just to deal with nagging injuries, knowing that you can get out there and play, but you can't get out there 100%? Like, how hard is that for you?
Yeah, it's quarterback's one of those positions. You're supposed to be the toughest on the team, and that's just the way I roll. I put my body on the line for my boys. I know they do the same for me. So just going out there, and coaches believe in me. That's why I'm out there. So yeah, just continue to play.
How important is it for you guys to get a win for the seniors on Saturday?
Man, it's just as important as every other game. As much as those seniors want to win on their senior night, they know the bigger goal is to reach the playoffs, and that's been our goal since the beginning. So, just like any other week, let's go 1-0.
I know you addressed your friendship with Bird after the game. As someone who takes so much pride in running the ball, when you see him break free like that and almost like follow in your footsteps because he is a freshman and you guys are close, just what does that mean to you to see him do what you do too? Yeah,
it's the best feeling ever. We wish nothing but success for each other, and I was on the field when he ran that first one. I was like, man, that's a play I normally get, so let me see him run it. And man, he looked like me, so I was like, okay, Bird, I give you respect. And man, just the second play, I mean, he made a play, that stiff arm and just outrunning defenders. Such a talented kid, so future's very bright for him.
Dev, can you talk about the job Coach Beck has done in managing you two together? Like, it's kind of unique that you have two quarterbacks playing as much as you guys are. Just can you talk to Beck's job and what he's done to kind of instill that in you guys? Yeah,
I think that's something very talented about Coach Beck. That's why he's keeps moving up the way he is. Finds a way to make things work with whoever's in the game, and he knows how to get his stars the ball. And when he finds those people that create positive things on the field, let's give them the ball. Let's put the best players on the field at once, and let's go score. So that's his mentality, and I think he does it the best there is.
Do you feel like this team kind of really rallies around, like, it doesn't matter who gets the ball, as long as you guys continue to win? Like, is that truly part of this culture here?
Yeah, I think that's the best thing about our locker room, honestly. Whether we run the ball more or pass the ball more, obviously one side doesn't get the touches they like, but just to be able to go in and, man, as long as we leave 1-0, that's what's most important to everyone. So just to come in here today, no complaints. Receivers very happy to block for our running backs and things like that. That was great to just be able to feel today.
Last one. What's one more in Rice Eccles mean to you?
It means a lot. Man, they've been there for us since the beginning. Keeps packing out the house. So, man, I'm expecting big things coming this weekend.
It's a weird thing to have Devin Dampier be that QB1 and to have your backup quarterback being just as effective, like it's great. And so they've got this 1-2 punch, and they've got this friendship. It works out great. Bird Ficklin, the freshman quarterback, talks a little bit about what some of that's looked like this year. He's had a tremendous year. This is a guy who is probably going to be, I think, right there with Bear Bachmeier in terms of being that freshman of the year. I think Bear, because by virtue of being that starter and having won so many of those freshman of the week honors and even player of the week honors to the Big 12, that might just be the nod for him because he's the one that's getting all the starts. But Bird Ficklin has had a phenomenal season as a freshman, and he's only coming in limited roles, but that's how big of an athlete he is he's been helping the Utes win these games by a lot. He's been helping them break open the run game by, breaking that thing wide open. And here's what Bird Ficklin said about that role that he's playing right now at QB2, but really a massive part of that run game.
I'm having a lot of fun. It was something that I stepped in. I kind of came into the season looking to be, just that backup guy, be behind Dev, learn from Dev, be better from Dev. And from what's been happening, I've created a bigger role from that. Taking advantage of every opportunity that I'm given, and I'm hoping to keep extending that and keep getting better.
With all those things that you are capable of doing, what is it that you take pride in most?
The biggest stat, winning the game. Always live by winners know how to win, and I feel like that's what we know how to do, and it's something that can keep us driven to keep going into the future.
Bird, what feels better, getting into the end zone or just a really bad stiff arm?
Probably the stiff arm. It was probably the stiff arm. I was setting something else up, but the stiff arm, it was just out of instinct, just something I could do.
Can you touch on kind of what Kyle Whittingham means to you, and then how he was involved in your first year here?
Coach Witt, he's the main reason why I'm here. He recruited me personally. He called me while I was at dinner with my family. He called me himself and asked me to come on my visit and offered me the exact same day. He had never seen me in person. He didn't know how I played. He didn't know what type of baller I am. He just heard there's this kid from Muskogee, Oklahoma, and he was like, I'm going to take my chance, and he did, and it's been working out pretty well for him.
You obviously, there's not a lot of programs that necessarily recruited you as a quarterback. How much does that mean to you that Utah did take that chance on you and that they saw something that maybe others weren't able to see?
It really means a lot. Like I said, Coach Witt, he took that chance, and I'm very blessed for him to do that. A lot of big-time programs wanted me at safety. They didn't want me at quarterback. They didn't think he was up to par to play with other quarterbacks against college defenses. They didn't think I was good enough as a player, as well as they didn't think I was smart enough on the field or on the board. And to be able to keep showcasing against coaches that thought I couldn't do it and keep getting better and better and showing that I can, it just means a lot.
You committed while Utah didn't have an offensive coordinator. What was it like going through that process, committing to a program without an OC, and then when they hired Jason Beck, what were some of those initial conversations with him like?
Like I said, just trust Coach Witt. He told me trust him. He's going to get somebody in here that will place the ball in the best players' hands. With Coach Beck, that's what he's been doing. I think he's been getting the ball to his best players on the field, and you can see from week in, week out that it's been working really well, especially playing behind the O-line. But Coach Beck knows how to do that. He knows how to put the best players behind the O-line for him to keep getting better throughout every week and to keep growing as a team.
Bird, your ability to turn into Flash on the football field, is that just something you've unlocked this year?
I'd say if you looked at my 40 speeds, you wouldn't think I was that fast. But I'd say I live by game day speed, game time speed, and that's something I'll be able to showcase for years throughout my high school career to now. It's just like running like somebody's chasing you, and that's literally what it is, and I feel like I get faster from doing it.
There it is, the freshman quarterback, Bird Ficklin. That guy is talented. And it's interesting, that story, too, about, like, coach coming out and just being like, hey, I'm just going to offer you here, man. Like, I'm just going to roll the dice on a kid from Muskogee, Oklahoma. That's crazy. Like, to have that type of confidence in, all right, look, I've seen some tape on you, great, but I'm just going to roll the dice because I think that our ability to be able to create something on the ground with a quarterback, and then to be able to develop that throw game for him as well. Speaking of guys who I think have had phenomenal years as well, we knew he was going to be good, but that defense has been phenomenal for the Utes. John O'Hall, linebacker for Utah, he had some comments this week, some short comments about what they're doing on the defensive side of the ball and kind of what things have meant for them this year on the defense.
Man, it feels amazing. Definitely doing it with the guys that's on my team. Amazing support system, and it's all to my teammates, man. I give it all to my teammates. They really the one that helped me and guided me to get in this position, man. I'm so grateful.
Now that you guys have these last two games, I mean, what's been the focus? I mean, obviously some things are out of your guys' control.
Yeah.
But just how do you kind of finish like this?
The focus is this next game. If we do what we need to do, the puzzle pieces will fall in place, and we just got to focus on our next game.
What sort of challenges does Kansas State present to you guys as a defense?
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're a good team, man. We have a lot of respect for them guys. They run a lot of different formation. They got a good quarterback. They have good receivers, man. I'm excited for this week.
What's about Trey Reynolds that people don't know? I mean, I know he's getting in a little bit more and getting to show that, but what is about him that kind of shows what he can be?
Nah, Trey's a dog, man. He's a dog. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, man. He can really do everything, man. And he's a great guy too, man. I love him, and he's an amazing player.
Senior day on Saturday. What's the mentality, getting the seniors and possibly some upperclassmen that might not come back? One last win at Rice Eccles.
Yeah, we the main focus this week is doing it for the seniors and doing it for them. They put a lot of time and a lot of dedication into this program, and we got to show how much we appreciate them and go out and perform on Saturday.
John O'Hall, linebacker for Utah right there. This one just went final. It's official. State champions, Corner Canyon High School. Corner Canyon, their second three-peat in the last 8 seasons. So they're 6 of 8 in the last 8 state championships, and they were in the other 2 state championship games as well. So they have been to 8 straight state finals, and they've won 6 of them. This time over Lone Peak. I wonder how many of those Annapolis were over Lone Peak just in the last little while. Like, honestly, it's pretty crazy to think of how much these teams have been able to maintain this level of success. Like Eric Kerr, what do you make of that? Like, do they treat a guy like Eric Kerr like they do in Texas, where if you have a dynasty, then they go, you know what? Maybe you're the next Weber State coach. Like, is that the kind of thing? Does that happen here in the state of Utah? We've never really done that kind of thing before.
I think somebody should be able to take a gamble on him, considering just everything that he's done the last couple of years.
Right, knows how to recruit, man. I'll tell you what.
Oh, absolutely.
You talk about a guy who can kind of just pull any of the strings that he wants. You think about the big names that have come down to Corner Canyon. There were moments during this game where you had the Lone Peak student section. And there were a couple of players that have played at Lone Peak before and now play for Corner Canyon, and so it was like traitor. I would love to see what that transfer portal looks like for Corner Canyon and for Lone Peak. Frankly, I mean, you think about a lot of these teams that have made big impacts across the board in the state of Utah. It's crazy how good the state high school football has gotten over the years. But now you've got yourself a 5A matchup. What's the wisdom on that one between Springville and Orem? This is a all Utah County battle next hour, and this one's going to be. I don't know. I'm just hoping it's a good game because the first game stunk so bad between Ridgeline and Green Canyon that this game, the 6A game, got pretty decent. The final was 35-20. In the end, you got Corner Canyon pulling away. But I just was thinking to myself, I hope that this next game, give us an overtime or something. Let's get this thing going.
I like Springville. I think they run the ball really well. Lisiati Valetti is a phenomenal running quarterback. But Orem, man, they got a lot of talent. I really like what the Tigers have built down there.
We'll see how that thing goes. And Orem, of course, has had some mixed success over the last handful of years, getting back to the state championship game this year and trying to win that 5A state title. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go on the program. And when we do come back, we've got ourselves an NFL Blitz. We're also going to get you ready for Mammoth hockey coming up at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. Don't want to miss that. And we're also just a few minutes away from that 5A kickoff. Like I said, right here at Rice Eccles Stadium, you can stream all of that at KSLSports.com. You can download the KSL Sports app or the KSL Plus app to be able to watch that from anywhere, and then JJ and Sly will have that call on the stream. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Eastbound traffic on the 114 South in South Jordan is down to one right lane thanks to an accident just past Bangor Highway. Major slowdowns on US 89 alongside the mountains in Layton heading from Antelope Drive to I-84 with southbound big delays as well on US 89 from South Ogden to the same spot. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is actress Holly Robinson Peete for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best Eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-279-1414. That's 800-279-1414. 800-279-1414.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
O'Reilly.
Cleaning
Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free. Plus, loyalty members receive 2 times O-Rewards points. Just add it to your tank during your next fill-up. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In the heat of battle, your squad relies on you. Don't let them down. Unlock elite gaming tech at Lenovo.com. Dominate every match with next-level speed, seamless streaming, and performance that won't quit. Push your gameplay beyond performance with Intel Core Ultra processors for the next era of gaming. Upgrade to smooth, high-quality streaming with Intel Wi-Fi 6E and maximize game performance with enhanced overclocking. Win the tech search. Power up at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU defensive end Vilami Pua talking about the challenge of taking on Cincinnati this weekend in Cincinnati.
We're expecting them to give us their best shot, just like every other week. And we know it's their senior night, so they want to put on the best show for the seniors. And they run a tight ship over there. Their O-line looks pretty solid from what I've seen so far. A lot of bells and whistles behind them. But yeah, I know they're going to give us their best shot.
Kenny J's Barbecue can hook you up with the most memorable Thanksgiving ever. All you have to do is give them a call and give them a text, and you'll be stress-free, and you'll be getting that slow smoke perfection for your Thanksgiving meal. Pre-order Thanksgiving, either the smoked turkey or the brisket. Just give them a text right now, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. NFL Blitz is next, right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. JJ and Alex.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. RGS Exteriors is where you can find Hans and Scotty tomorrow for a Football Friday from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. That's all you have to do is hit them up. Right there, Hans and Scotty on a Football Friday at RGS Exteriors. That's from 12 to 3. All right, let's start off here with a little bit of an NFL Blitz. Alex Napolis, our producer. Oh, we're watching Corner Canyon. They just received their state championship trophy there at midfield. And we're already watching the specialists warm up for Springville to be able to get this thing going against Orem for our final state championship game at Rice-Eccles Stadium up here in Salt Lake City. All right, let's start things off here. Thursday Night Football, Bills at Texans. Good game tonight, Napolis? Or, I mean, I guess because the Bills have a lot kind of on the line here. This is not really a time for them to – they've been struggling a little bit, and – the Bills are a good team, but they're also in second place by a kind of a good chunk at the AFC East, thanks to Drake May and the Patriots. So I don't know how big of a game this is, but on a Thursday night. But look, Josh Allen with Thursday Night Football, people like that kind of stuff, don't they?
Yeah, I think you'll take Josh Allen in primetime. Always seems to show up in primetime performance and have primetime performances, Josh Allen.
What is the deal with the Texans this year and really the last couple of years? I know that C.J. Stroud had the injury stuff last year, but I don't know where they're at right now. D'Amico Ryans had such a great first year with that rookie quarterback and himself there running the show. But this is not a playoff team currently if they go this way, and I don't know if they're going to get any better.
They've been disappointing, man, and I don't know if it. I think it starts with C.J. Stroud. The reality is, I don't think we've seen rookie year C.J. Stroud since his rookie year.
And I know Jalen Daniels got hurt this year, but maybe there was like a little bit of that sophomore slump hangover that he was having this year before the Commanders shut him all the way down after he got hurt. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how guys – if teams, like, just don't know who the guy is and then they come in and so they're able to kind of surprise you, and then year two they're like, no, we know what this guy's made of. I'm not exactly sure. But I would love to see a nice Thursday night game between the Bills and Texans. Joe Burrow was a full participant in practice, speaking of guys who've been out for a while, speaking of teams that need a big-time boost. Joe Burrow, I mean, I don't know if coming back this year is going to do anything for the Bengals, but Joe Burrow being back is good for the NFL. He's one of those big-time quarterbacks, obviously.
Good for the NFL, good for the view numbers, but I think it might be a little too late for the Bengals. Sitting at 3-7, you might have to see like another miracle that you saw the Bengals have last season, where they just barely missed out.
It's interesting because I don't think that there's a moment that people watch during the season where they go, oh man, Joe Burrow, like you just don't even care who's playing quarterback. I know that it's kind of a fun story, but you don't really care that Joe Flacco's making a return if guys like Joe Burrow aren't playing in this thing. Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers are obviously not super happy that he's going to be dinged up and out. The left hand is going to be worked on, but I don't know who's the Steelers' backup. Did we already talked about this week? I can't remember who was going to be the guy who was going to take over at. Was it Mason Rudolph? Is he still the backup there in Pittsburgh?
Yes, their number 2 is Mason Rudolph.
Holy dang it! I'll tell you, that's it's not
quite the fall off there.
Well, look, he's had some moments, you know. The most memorable moment, of course, was getting hit over the head with a helmet by Myles Garrett. But
but that wasn't even like a play that he made. It was just for Myles Garrett Myles Garrett.
I thought he hung in there pretty good. I thought he hung in that pocket while he was getting hit over the head with a helmet. Like that's what you want out of your guy, standing in there. Anyway, I don't know what's going to happen with guys like him. With guys like at some point, don't we just like throw in the towel for Aaron Rodgers? How long are we going to allow him to do this thing where, because a left hand as a quarterback, I know you don't want to be in the game with any kind of injury, but it's not his throwing hand. And at some point, I know the Steelers have been kind of winning some games and everything, but he's got to protect himself. I get it, but we'll see. Hey, Bears-Packers in Week 14, that game time got moved. I don't know if that affects your schedule on your watching of the Bears and Packers Annapolis, but I was glad to see that one get changed to a 4:25 Eastern Time kick. All right, the Colts adding Daniel Jones to their Thursday report is limited with a calf injury. That's bad news. In years past, if you had Daniel Jones being listed as injured, you were fine with it. Not only were you fine with it, you were glad to have it happen. So that's one of those things that I was like, isn't it funny how far we've come with Daniel Jones? Because that Colts offense without him, I mean, honestly, he's having an MVP type performance this year, and the Colts are having the best season for any team out there. I think bar none, they've had the best season of anyone because they've exceeded expectations, and Daniel Jones has been a huge part of that. But if he's going to be limited, then we'll see how that looks for them going forward. Jackson Dart is going to be a limited participant in practice this week for the Giants. If you're the Giants, how patient are you with your situation? You just fired your coach, and so don't you just kind of look at it and go, hey, let's shut this guy down. Let's get Jameis Winston on this thing, and then and we'll move right past this and get right to it here. Oh my goodness, that's what we have in booth right now. I'm just is your voice able to handle this, JJ?
I'll try my best.
Oh, listen,
I'm a company guy.
Oh, you are raspy. I'm not going to keep you on here for too long. Hey, by the way, so I thought Lone Peak put up a nice fight. It was
they did.
A little bit of a bummer that they're at the end, but it seemed like they're the only team that had any kind of anything to be able to give it to Corner Canyon, or at least scare them at all this year. They, of course, beat them earlier this season.
Yeah, they beat them by 21 earlier
but,
this
year. And it was working. It was totally working, and they had the lead for a good chunk of the second half, but it's pretty hard to ask to keep once Briggs started getting going in the second half, that was kind of over for them.
Yeah, he had over 150 yards rushing in the second half. So
dang,
they made some adjustments. We watched it kind of develop. That offensive line for Corner Canyon really took over the game.
Yeah,
and won the line of scrimmage and opened up some holes for Briggs. And Lone Peak did a great job on Briggs in the first half. And you saw the adjustment that Corner Canyon had to make because they were crashing on Briggs. So Helaman Kasuga had to pull the ball and run a lot more than he wanted to. But in the second half, Corner Canyon made some adjustments and got Briggs going, and that was the key in this game was the run game. And Lone Peak was right there. Lone Peak had that play at the goal line. If they score that touchdown, they have a chance to even the game up, and we're having a different conversation maybe. But the stop at the goal line there in the fourth quarter, and then the ability of Corner Canyon to run the football with Weston Briggs and get chunk plays was the difference in the game. And Corner Canyon has now won 3 consecutive state titles. They've won 6 state championships in 8 years under Eric Kerr. It's been a remarkable run, and the dynasty continues.
The interesting thing about 6 out of 8, I was having this discussion with Alex Napolis, and it's a little bit too early, obviously, to figure this out, but will the state of Utah ever move the direction like the state of Texas does, where they go, you've been a hell of a coach at the state championship level. You've brought 15 state championships to South Lake Carroll. What do you think about coaching at the college level? Would that ever be a transition that Eric Kerr could make? Look, it's pretty tough to avoid it's easy to look up north to like Weber State, for example, and go, why not give him a shot? Why not take a shot at something like that? Do you think this is a guy who knows how to recruit the kids in the state of Utah? And we talked about how that roster has kids from everywhere across the country, which is fine. But you want somebody who knows this market, knows how to almost steal away some of the kids from the local teams who may or may not be playing at some of those schools. Would that ever be something that we do? Is make a transition for a guy like Eric Kerr to the college football level?
If I was Weber State, who now currently has a job opening, he would be my first call. I don't have any question that Coach Kerr could run that program and do an excellent job and be great at the FCS level. He has a son that already plays there. So, that would be an incredible opportunity for him to be able to coach his son at the college level. I don't know if Eric Kerr is interested in doing the college thing. I think he's very happy and comfortable at Corner Canyon. He's got that thing rolling. I think he enjoys his lifestyle and doesn't want to have to be on the road recruiting all the time and doing the things that it's required to do, and especially at Weber State, where you have to recruit hard at Weber State. You have to look at a lot of guys. It's not like it is now with the Power 4 teams where all these top players are coming to you depending on how big of a check you can write. That's certainly not the case at Weber State, but it would be my first call if I was Weber State. I'm just not sure that Eric Kerr would want to do that. I think he's very, very happy at Corner Canyon, but who knows? Maybe he's up for a new challenge.
Would be happy at Corner Canyon, but I think everybody would want to move to the next level, maybe get that paycheck that comes for coaching FCS football. It'll be a little bit better than I would think there would be from
and a challenge. There's no question with the scheme and the brilliance he has, the player development. What quarterback wouldn't want to go play for him and develop and get better, especially at the FCS level, than go coach to play with Coach Eric Kerr? So I think Weber State should do it. I just don't know if the interest is on the other side. I'd have to ask him, and I don't know if he'd give an honest answer at this point. He's celebrating a state championship right now, and they're primed for more.
I just wondered if that was like the next step that.
It seems like it. That's not another step in high school for him.
That's what I was going to say, but it's also kind of almost a step for like Utah State high school football, where it's like, hey, the talent's getting big enough, and dynasties aren't just like, hey, a nice story for a high school coach to win a couple of state championships or a handful of state championships over a decade. Now they just go, hey, man, we need you at the college level. That's what other big states do, right? Your Floridas, your Californias, your Texas.
Look how it's working at Texas Tech.
Yeah. Joey McGuire, Cedar Hill is the high school that he coached for a long, long time and brought them to national prominence, and it was good enough to where they thought, well, let's roll the dice on him. But the Dodges are both coaches who I think which one was it? Was it Tom Dodge who coached at North Texas? It didn't work out, but he was that South Lake Carroll guy. His dad coached at Westlake, which is like another like historical, Nick Foles played there. Cade Klubnik played there. What's his name? Drew Brees played at Westlake. So this is like these are massive schools down in the state of Texas that hope that or that require you to be at a different level, and then you can kind of make that transition to the college game. So we'll see how that thing goes. All right, we'll wrap things up here next. We'll come right back. Hey, the Raiders are still hitting the advertising budget here at Rice Eccles
Trying
Stadium
to win
on the
over
board.
this market, not going to happen. Not on our watch.
Look at you two doofuses. Sam Farnsworth's in the booth too, and you guys are both shaking your head like, "Oh, how dare they? I don't know why they would spend money to put." If they had Broncos,
hey, this is Broncos country. Let's ride.
That's what I was gonna say. If they had Broncos logos up there, it'd be like, "I really like what they're doing," and you know what? It's no better team to really jump on right now.
Let's ride.
These guys are big.
Makes perfect sense.
These guys are big Broncos fans and big Subway sandwich fans, thanks to Russell Wilson. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up. We'll get you ready for the Utah Mammoth coming up around the corner. Stay right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Major slowdowns throughout the valley this afternoon, and not just the freeway. Southbound Redwood Road has an extensive stretch of delays heading into Utah County. Northbound and southbound US 89 are both at a crawl approaching I-84, plus I-84 itself also slow eastbound heading to the mouth of Weber Canyon. Advanced Window Products get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. We want you to check it out for yourself. JJ and I have been on this program for over 18 months. I dropped 65 pounds in the first 60 days of this program. And it's not just about dropping the weight, it's about keeping it off. Let me push you to their website because they have on there, they have the details of the program. They tell you about what their philosophy is, but they also have a way for you to be able to get $400 off the program right now. They also have testimonials up there. JJ and myself, we're up on the screen on there. You can take a look at the before and after pictures, but you get the real results from real people, and that's really what it's about. Just ask people who, or just watch and see some of these testimonials of people who it's worked for, and Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you as well.
Well, it worked for me. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and more than a year later, I've been able to keep that weight off. And you see a lot of people doing semaglutide injections right now, and they cost a lot of money. Well, why not save that money? And something that, it's probably not going to last for long when you can learn how to lose weight the healthy way just by eating food the right way and having similar results. So this program works. It's worked for us. And right now you have a great incentive to give it a shot because if you jump on between now and December 31st, you can save $400 off the program. $400. Now you're saying, I can't do that during Thanksgiving or I can't do that during Christmas. That's fine. Wait till January 1st to start the program. But lock in that $400 discount right now. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Learn more about the program. See if it's the right fit for you. And if it is, tell them JJ and Alex sent you, and they're going to give you $400 off through December 31st. Do it right now. Change your life. Change your body. Change everything with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yet, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tonight at 10.
the cooking, the decorating, the candles. Things are dangerous this time of year.
The holidays are absolutely busy for us.
KSL demonstrates the mistakes many of us make when seconds count.
We've all been told what not to do when fire strikes. Tonight, we show you what.
It's a story firefighters want every Utahn to see. Holiday Fire Hazards, live and streaming tonight on KSL News at 10.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. Just a short time here for us to be able to get to this portion of the show, brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. And also, last time for us today to be able to tell you about Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress of Thanksgiving and get yourself some slow smoke perfection. How about the smoked turkey, or how about the smoked brisket? 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Vegas Knights coming to town. JJ, what do you think about this one? How does this one end up for the Mammoth tonight?
Try scoring more than 2 goals in a game, and we'll talk.
Oh,
Get
boy.
a win.
Oh, boy.
You're at home. Let's do it.
Well, by the way, you've got the pregame coming up right now, so stay right here tuned in. For JJ, thanks to Sam Farnsworth and myself, Alex Curie, and Alex Napolis, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey